Okay, good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock, so I will call the May 11th Salina City Commission meeting to order. First, I would ask staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will have the roll call.
Mayor Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Franz.
Here.
Commissioner Hodges. Here. Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Okay. Would those that are able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, before we move into the agenda, I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Mike Scragg to describe again how the telephone calling and setup is going to work.
Thank you, Mayor Hoppick.
Guess confirmation that everything's working too.
Yes,
would probably be
correct.
good.
So we've been at this for a little while, but we do need to kind of troubleshoot our technology as well as make some announcements. So for starters, we have a staff person standing by to monitor all the different technology. Scott, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you confirm that Salina Media Connection cable feed is working?
Yes, it is.
And their online feed?
It's online.
And the city's Facebook Live feed?
Up and running.
Okay, and so for the listeners at home, I believe Salina Media Connection also has a YouTube live feed, but that's something that they're offering as an added service. So, Scott, I'm going to mute you again, and then I'm going to go through my announcements. So today we have a handful of callers on the line already, so I expect there's heightened interest in citizen comment possibly today. So we continue to be in the mass gathering limitation of 10. So the way we're managing our meetings is trying to keep our number in the room down to 10. And by the time you account for the governing body and support staff and Salina Media Connection, we're at right at 10. So the citizens have the opportunity to call in and address you topic by topic to provide citizen feedback. We've chosen to do that by way of a conference bridge. It creates an opportunity to unmute a caller, give them the opportunity to address you as the meeting is going on and as we call for comment. So we have published as part of the agenda announcements and the public meeting announcements a call-in number, but I'll repeat it now. The number for the conference bridge that a citizen would need to call to participate would be 785-621-0800. And then they'll be prompted for a participant ID. That number hasn't changed over the course of our meetings. It is 782-956. And they'll be prompted to enter the pound sign or number sign. They then will be prompted to announce themselves. That's not necessarily required. It's not necessary, but they can either just go ahead and push the pound sign or they can announce themselves. In either case, they will not be announced over the phone as the meeting is going on because that function is muted. At the point that they do that, they will then be in the call. They'll hear the conversation over the speakerphone as the meeting goes on. They'll have the opportunity to participate when called upon. And when that time comes, we'll ask anyone that wishes to speak to indicate that they wish to do so by pressing *9. That will then create an icon on my laptop screen, which will identify that they wish to address you, and we can work our way through those that wish to speak to you one by one, taking them off mute, letting them know they're off mute, and giving them the opportunity to address you. With the technology that's in place, there is a little bit of a lag time if they're watching on Salina Media Connection, the phone sound compared to the sound they're hearing over the system. So we would encourage them to turn their sound down so they're only listening to the conference phone at the time that they're being called upon. That way they don't have two delayed sets of audio that might be confusing, and then that helps on our end as well. And then lastly, if we have need to go into executive session, which we've not placed one on the agenda, but if that comes up, The way that we go into executive session is that we will make the necessary motion, we will identify the amount of time, and at that point, all the technologies will basically be put on pause. The phone call will be put on mute. It'll still be a live call. The callers will not be dropped from the call. Salina Media Connection will use the same protocol they've used for years, where they put a message on the screen indicating we're in executive session, and there won't be any audio from our conversation. Facebook Live, kind of the same thing. A message will be broadcast on Facebook Live, and the audio will be muted. We'll stay in this room rather than adjourn to another room, conduct our executive session. When that is completed, we'll then fire all the technologies back up. The phone will be taken off mute. The callers will be able to hear the remainder of the meeting. Salina Media Connection will bring the audio and video back online, and Facebook Live will be brought back online. So just to repeat myself, in case someone had to run for a paper and pencil, the number to call in is 785-621-0800. The participant ID number is 782956. And callers are encouraged to turn their sound down, at least when they are on the line with us, to avoid having kind of that delayed double audio, which creates confusion for them and for us. So with that, I believe all the technologies are up and running, and I think that's everything we needed to cover.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, I did forget one last thing, and we all seem to forget it. If we only have listeners at home that can't see the video, it's recommended that we each announce ourselves each time we speak so that a listener on the phone only can tell who's talking.
Thank you. Mayor Hoppick, we will then move into awards and proclamations.
Shandywick City Clerk, item 3.1, the day of May 15th, 2020 is Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week of May 10th through 16th, 2020 as Police Week in the city of Salina. Chief Brad Nelson will read the proclamation.
Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day in the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week, and whereas law enforcement officers play an important role in safeguarding the rights, freedoms, safety, and security of the citizens of our community, and whereas the City of Salina desires to honor the valor, dedication, service, and sacrifice of its own peace officers, 4 of whom have been killed in the line of duty, and whereas 146 officers were killed in the line of duty in 2019, and sadly 72, which is actually 8 more than when this was written last week, have been killed in the line of duty, for a total of 72 so far this year. Our community joins with other cities and towns to honor all peace officers everywhere. Now, therefore, I, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of City of Salina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 10th to May 16th, 2020 to be Police Week, and call upon all of our citizens in this community to especially honor and show our sincere appreciation for the police officers of this city by deed, remark, and attitude. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. I call upon all of our citizens to make every effort to express their thanks to our officers who make it possible for us to leave our homes and families in safety each day and to return to our homes knowing they are protected by officers willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary to guard our loved ones, property, and government against all who would violate the law. Signed this 11th day of May, 2020, at the City of Salina, State of Kansas. In the witness thereof, the seal and the signature of the city are affixed. Mayor Michael L. Hoppick.
Thank you, Chief Nelson. One of the things that you said there reminds me, my wife, now that we have grandchildren, makes a point to make sure to continue to tell them that the police officer are their friends, and if they ever have a problem, that's who they want to look for. So we thank you and your staff for all they do, and I know the one wish we have for you is every time someone goes to work, they go home safe that evening. So thank you for everything, and I have a proclamation here for you. I would love to shake your hand, but you know, thank you, sir. I was going to say, do you have anything scheduled for this month?
Well, Brad Nelson, Chief of Police. Yearly, we have an event at the Jerry Ivy Memorial Park. However, because of recent events that we're all aware of, we're not having that this year. We did produce a video in-house, which was put on our Facebook page today to honor this week.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Mayor Hoppick here. With that, we will move to Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity for individuals to call in if they have something they would like to discuss that is not on the agenda. With that, I will ask City Manager Mike Scragg. Again, you need to hit, what is it, pound?
*9.
*9. That
Yep.
raises your hand, and we will call on you.
We do have a handful of people that have called in, and as the mayor mentioned, this part of the agenda is intended for items that are not on the agenda, and items that are on the agenda later in the meeting, there will be an opportunity for citizen comment. So just for the listeners at home, the agenda items today are approval of the minutes, approval of a virtual judgment simulator for the police department, regional training center, appointment of members to the Salina Fieldhouse Qualified Active Low-Income Community Business, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a second amendment to the transfer agreement with essentially the car museum, and then a financial review and programming discussion related to the Parks Department, everything from baseball and softball tournaments to mowing and maintenance, and as well as Salina Drop-Off Recycling Center. So if anyone wishes to speak to the City Commission about something other than one of those items I just mentioned, they would need to press *9 now, and that will indicate on the screen that they wish to speak, and I'll start calling on them. So first one I see is a phone number ending in 7028. I'm going to unmute you now. 7028, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if you ever going to open the golf course up again.
That's one of the things we're going to discuss later. So if you want to hang on, we'll be discussing that under the financial review and program discussion. Yeah, we'll discuss that when we get to 7.4.
So I also see a number ending in 2179. You're unmuted, 2179.
Hey, Mike, and the Commissioner, this is Mukesh Patel from Quality Inn.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, at the last meeting, I expressed my concern and requested water bill relief, so I would like to, repeat that request again so you guys can talk and do something for us. As well as in today's talk, I heard that you guys are discussing about car show and sports events in the town. I have my personal request, on behalf of the all hotel owners, that, we should carry on and allow the show to happen and the sports tournament to be happen. So please, just consider my request. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I need to mute that line. There are a lot of other callers. I don't see anyone else that's pressed *9. So for those callers that wish to address the City Commission, please press *9 to indicate that you'd like to speak. I see about 15 callers that I expect are related. There we go. Phone number ending in 0218. 0218, you're unmuted. Go ahead. (0218). Mr. Patel? Okay. As I said, there's quite a few callers. I'm going to make another call for anyone that wishes to speak to press *9. That is all I see. Caller 0219, I have cleared your icon. If you wish to speak, please press *9 and we can try again. Okay, I guess we have a lot of listeners but no talkers.
Mayor Hoppick here. With that, we will move to the consent agenda.
Item 6.1, approve the minutes of May 4th, 2020.
Okay. Do we have any additions or deletions?
Mayor Hoppick, I move we approve the minutes of May 4th, 2020 as presented.
Commissioner Hodges, second.
Mayor Hoppick, we have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda 6.1. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes 5-0. That will lead us into administration.
Item 7.1, approve the purchase of a Vertra 300 LE virtual judgment simulator to be installed at the Salina Police Department Regional Training Center.
Okay, with that, we will turn it over to Chief Brad Nelson.
If I could, I do see another speaker, so maybe we can cover that after we address this agenda item. But it looks like someone else has indicated they wish to speak in citizens' comment.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor Hoppick and fellow commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today regarding this incredible opportunity that we have for your consideration. I will not just read the blue sheet verbatim, which I'm sure you appreciate. Our wish for a new training center and range was first proposed in 2014. In 2015, a needs assessment study was completed. This study included 3 design option plans and all included a room specifically designed for a judgment simulator. And again, that was in 2015. In June of 2015, we held our first study session regarding the project at the site of our present range on State Street. Commissioner Davis and Commissioner Ryan were both in attendance. At that time, I promised you that I would not ask for funding for a judgment simulator, as I intended to fund this project with charitable contributions. On November 7th of 2016, the Salina Police Department Excellence Fund was created under the auspice of the Greater Salina Community Foundation. The SPD Excellence Fund Board consists of the following individuals who have provided countless hours and efforts to support the Salina Police Department: Sarah George, Lucy Larson, Mike Marshall, Darren Newshafer, Byron Norris, Joel Weimer, and Darrell Wilson. Since its inception, this foundation has provided the funds for a $12,000 robotic moving target system. They have purchased these centennial badges for the entire police department, and they have also provided financial assistance to two SPD families in their time of need. In August of last year, plans were approved to construct a SPD training center and range in South Salina. These plans included a 1,000 square foot room specifically designed for a Vertra 300 judgment simulator. I am pleased to report that the construction of our training center is over 85% complete, on time, and under budget. The anticipated date of completion remains July 15th of this year. Yeah. This is just a picture from last week, just showing the present state of the facility. Most of the work you're seeing now is the interior. At the time construction was approved, a campaign to raise funds for a virtual simulator began in earnest. I'm extremely proud to report to you that over $200,000 was raised in less than a year from area charitable foundations, local banks, and individual contributions. The contributions we received from our community was simply remarkable and speaks well of our relationship with the community we serve. The total cost for the simulator, including installation, training, and a 3-year maintenance agreement, is $206,685.90, and if approved, will be totally funded by the SPD Excellence Fund. Staff has identified the following options for the City Commission's consideration: approve the purchase of a Vertra 300 LE from Vertra in the amount of $206,685.90 to be funded by the Salina Police Department Excellence Fund. Number 2, approve with amendments as the City Commission deems appropriate. Number 3, postpone consideration to a specified date and time and provide staff direction regarding additional information or amendments to the City Commission would like to request for their further consideration. Or number 4, vote to deny the purchase, resulting in us not acquiring a judgment simulator for the SPD Regional Training Center. And the staff recommends option number 1.
Mayor Hoppick, with that, I will open it up for questions from the commission to Chief Nelson.
Commissioner Davis, I have no question. I think this is probably the most important part of that whole building. Obviously, the range is of practical importance, but when you look at the things we don't want our police department in the national news for, this judgment simulator goes a long way towards honing that split-second decision-making process. So.
Yes, it's definitely huge. I mean, it's just, if you don't, you still have to shoot live, but this, in addition, is just phenomenal as far as actually making the decision to shoot or not. That's what this does. It allows you to train, make mistakes, and then retrain.
Okay, question?
Just a couple. First of all, I'd like to thank the Police Excellence fund for their generosity and their time in raising money for this system. I noticed that we have the service agreement in the budget, which is great, and it includes software updates. But what's the expected lifespan of this equipment? Because I saw that there were like 6 or 7 computers that are required to run it.
Right.
And, when would we be looking at replacing some of the hardware that goes along with the
Right.
software?
It would be after the 5-year part, but it wouldn't be replacing I'm told it's not replacing the whole system, but they're calling it significant upgrades after a 5-year period, is
Okay.
what they're saying now.
Okay. Do we have any sense of just what those significant upgrades are so that we can be kind of, planning for the future and understanding that this has a defined lifespan?
I don't have a price. That's a great question, but what I can say is that the Excellence Board has definitely indicated they want to support this for the duration, not just for today. And I think they've certainly showed that by how much they came up with already, but I don't have an exact number.
Okay. And it is going to be used by other area law enforcement agencies, like the Salina County is going to be able they'll be partnering with us to be able to use this for their simulations as well. Because, it's important that everybody, as many people, as many agencies as possible have access to this and this kind of, virtual training.
Right. And then the answer to that is a definite yes. Almost every agency that's touching us, as far as counties, we're going to have somebody is going to be using the simulator itself. We're going to open that up for that very reason you just said. Now, again, that's a little different than the range itself. This is a simulator
Right.
I'm speaking of, but definitely we're going to train as many people as we can with that because we have it, we're here, and there's no reason not to.
Thank you.
Mayor Hoppick, from reading this, if I understand right, we're going to charge other agencies to use the shooting range, but not the simulator, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And second thing is, it appears that the service agreement of $17,000 and some odd change is going to be split between your budget and the
Excellence Fund.
Excellence Fund
Yeah.
for years
The first 3
4 and
years.
5, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah,
The first 3 years are part of the 206, and then year 4 and 5, we're going to split it 50/50.
It's half coming your budget, okay.
And the other half will come out of our operational budget. It won't be coming forth here.
That's what I thought. I just wanted
Right.
to make sure everybody was aware of that, so, okay. Any other questions?
Commissioner Ryan here. To what degree does this expenditure exhaust the Police Excellence Fund?
Well, do you want exact specifics, or they'll have $30-some thousand left, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just trying to get a sense of
Yeah.
how much of that is going to for this particular item.
We haven't even been around, it's a board, it's like a foundation, but it's under the Greater Salina Community Foundation, but we're still new, we're still getting our feet wet, but certainly to raise that much money in 8 months, I was pretty impressed. But yeah, it didn't break the bank, but it took a significant chunk out of it. But when we were recruiting in the past 8 months, we were specifically saying it was for this, and that made it actually a lot easier to say it was that, not just because we may need something in the future, but that the money is definitely for that instrument.
Thank you.
I said this when we started this, and I agree with Commissioner Davis. I think this is one of the most important parts of the whole facility, so thank you. Do we have any callers that would like to comment on this?
We have one caller that indicated they wished to speak a little bit ago, so I think that we'll pick that up after this action item. But if anyone wishes to speak on this particular topic, please press *9 now.
Or donate funds.
Or donate funds.
And recognizing there might be a little bit of a delay, I'll wait just a little bit longer here. Yeah, it looks like we have a couple. Phone number ending in 8489. You're unmuted, 8489. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Byron Norris, and I am a member of the Salina Police Department Excellence Fund. And I appreciate, as listening to the commissioner's comments about this, that you understand what this tool will do for the police department. it has been a team effort on all of the board members' parts, and I think that Chief Nelson spoke to it very well in that it proves to all of us, and I think it should prove to the commission as well, how well respected the police department is in this community, that as Chief Nelson said, in a very short period of time, we were able to raise this kinds of funds. I also appreciated Commissioner Ryan's comment about us expending all of our funds. We do hold an annual event. If you would like to participate in that in some way, it will be sometime this fall, we all hope, and your participation and donations will help us move forward to do other things for the police department.
Okay.
Mr. Norris, thank you for your work on this. I know you work diligently.
We've got a couple of other callers. Phone number ending in 5150. You're unmuted. 5150.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Darren Newshafer. I would like to thank the commission and the citizens of Salina for supporting the firing range and training center that has been in the works for the last number of years. It's exciting times to see that the construction continuing to progress. And as was noted, this was one of the diamonds in the crown, if you will, was this being able to get this simulator to really finish that project. And it's as a member of the Salina Police Department Excellence Fund, I'm honored to have served with my fellow board members and going out and as Byron Norris just stated, seeing the support that we got from community wide has been very humbling for me, a Salina resident my entire life. To be able to see that kind of support has truly been meaningful to me. And heartfelt thanks goes out to those people that have contributed to this project. And unfortunately, we just have to look at, say, a week ago yesterday of the tragic events that took place in Overland Park with what seemed to be just an innocent traffic accident turning into, unfortunately, the loss of a couple lives, to just see the importance of training our protectors of our community in a way that allows them to hopefully try to handle situations that just pop up in the best manner possible. So I think this simulator is going to be a welcome addition to our training facilities for not only our local police department, but those in the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well stated.
We have another caller ending in 6759. You're unmuted. Phone number 6759.
Hello, this is Carolyn Peterson, and I'm also a member of the the Excellence Fund Board. I've stood before you several times to ask for your support for different things, and number one being the police training center. And it feels so good to be on this side where we can offer back to the city a gift that is much needed in the community, and in order to go out and solicit the community's support for this has really been a true love to do, and the community has been so grateful to reach out to do this for all of us. So I just wanted to say it's nice to be able to give back and then to have to ask for something. So please accept our gift with an open heart.
Thank you.
I'll make another call for anyone else that wishes to speak on the topic of the simulator at the Police Regional Training Center. They need to press star 9. Okay, I think that's it.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to the commission.
Commissioner Davis, move to approve the purchase of the Virtra 300 LE from Virtra in the amount of $206,685.90 to be funded by the Salina Police Department Excellence Fund.
Commissioner
Second.
Hodges, second.
Mayor Hoppick, we have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the Virtra 300 LE. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. And thank you, Chief Nelson, and thank you very much to the board that helped you with this project.
Thank you very much.
We're very
Thank you all.
appreciative. Okay, with that, we'll move to 7.2.
Mayor Hoppeck, I do think we have a caller
yeah,
that
that's
wanted
right.
to
Okay.
speak in citizen forum. So
Okay.
phone number ending in 3231, you are unmuted, 3231. I'll try one more time. I have a phone number ending in 3231 that had indicated they wish to speak. This would be your opportunity. Okay, I
With
guess
that,
I'll
we'll move
mute
to
them again. If they come back,
we'll
we'll
move-
try again.
We'll move to 7.2.
Item 7.2, resolution number 20-7833, appointing members of the Salina Fieldhouse Qualified Active Low-Income Community Business Incorporated.
Okay, Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Mike Scragg, City Manager. I think quite a few have heard this explanation before, but the Salina Fieldhouse was a cooperative venture between privately raised funds and city matching funds, and then also the use of New Markets tax credit financing. And so private funds put up $4.5 million, city funds put up $4.5 million, and then we were able to secure New Markets tax credit financing for another $2.7 million, which kind of finalized or filled the gap that made that project possible. Well, New Markets tax credit financing is a federal program, and it comes with quite a few criteria and conditions to be eligible, and then quite a bit of detailed financing structure that goes along with it. And so as part of that financing structure, there were two entities that had to be created. One was a leveraged lender, and the other was a qualified active low-income community business. The leveraged lender served the role of receiving the various funds from the city and the private donors, as well as the New Market tax credit financing, and being the vehicle to go out and sell those tax credits and have the city realize that $2.7 million worth of benefit. The qualified active low-income community business serves as the owner, holding company, if you will, for the field house, and it has to be held in that ownership for 7 years. And so as we structured them, we had the opportunity to set up both of their articles of incorporation and bylaws, and we were advised that one of them could completely consist of the city commission serving as either the qualified active low-income community business or the leveraged lender. The other could have two city commissioners serve on it, with three needing to be someone come from the citizens at large or the community, something other than the city commission. So recognizing the role of the leveraged lender being a little bit more limited, and the qualified active low-income community business being the one that holds the ownership of the field house and then ultimately sells the ownership of the field house back to the city for a nominal amount, we chose to have the qualified active low-income community business made up of the entirety of the city commission. So there's also a requirement that there has to be an annual meeting of each of those bodies, and so recognizing that the membership of the City Commission has turned over, and recognizing that we need to be prepared for a annual meeting here in the next 30 days or so, it was necessary to kind of synchronize the membership. Former Commissioner Joe Hay graciously resigned from the Qualified Active Low-Income Community Business now that he's no longer on the commission, which creates a vacancy. This action item would be to appoint Commissioner Franz in place of Commissioner Hay as the fifth member of the Qualified Active Low-Income Community Business. That's the extent of the action today. You, as the governing body, would make that appointment, and then we would conduct a separate and distinct Qualic B meeting, posted notice as that entity rather than the City Commission, to conduct the annual meeting at a later date. So I hope that is helpful. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have about the leverage lender, the Qualic B, the appointment process, that type of thing. But this is really intended to account for the transition from former Commissioner Hay to current Commissioner Franz.
Any questions from the commission?
Commissioner Hodges, when is Qualic B's annual meeting? Is that at the end of June?
Yeah, I think we have to have it by the end of June.
By the end of
so
June?
yes.
Okay, so So at that point, we'll do any reshuffling of
Officers.
the officers at that point. Okay, great.
Any other questions? Are there any callers that would like to?
If anyone wishes to address the commission on this topic, please press star 9. I don't see any, but better give it just a little bit to account for lag time. Okay, I don't see
Appears we
anyone.
have none. With that, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Ryan here. I move we approve resolution number 2078-33.
Commissioner Hodges, second.
Mayor Hoppick, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7833. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. That leads us to 7.3.
Item 7.3, resolution number 20-7832, authorizing the mayor to execute a second amendment to the transferee agreement with Salina Educational Automotive Museum of America, Incorporated.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Mike Scragg, City Manager, and I know you've heard this explanation before too, and it is fairly complicated, but as it relates to the downtown project and the star bond issuance for the downtown project, we've entered into a number of agreements over a length of time, and so there is Salina 2020 is a master developer that entered into an agreement with us, and they entered into a development agreement in January of 2017. And then we entered into a supplemental agreement in October of 2017. And so the development agreement and supplemental agreement negotiate rights and responsibilities as it relates to the downtown project very broadly. It anticipated a number of projects, including the car museum project, and it accounted for what we refer to as transferee agreements. And so the initial agreements that we entered into included as an attachment kind of a template transferee agreement, and that was intended to transfer certain specified rights and responsibilities from the master developer to a particular project. So we've entered into them with Old Chicago and the Alley and Homewood Suites and the Car Museum and maybe Barolo Grill, maybe forgetting one. So each one of those then kind of picked up that particular project, transferred rights and responsibilities specific to that project to the parties that entered into that transferee agreement. So we entered into a transferee agreement with I need to get this wording right, the Salina Educational Automotive Museum of America, Incorporated, as it related to the Car Museum project. And each one of those transferee agreements provide for they describe the scope of the project, the star bond funding applied to the project, the commencement date, the completion date, how to submit for proof of expenses and reimbursement. So the agreement with the Car Museum was entered into in January 27 of 2020, I believe. And then we subsequently entered into an amendment. I guess the amendment was on January 27th that set the commencement date as May 1 of 2020. The current request that's before you is a second amendment to the commencement date to set it to July 1 of 2020. I provided in the staff report an itemization of the performance milestone language that's in the transferee agreements. It talks about commencement. It talks about the consequences for missing the commencement date. It also provides 90 days of kind of a grace period before consequences kick in. So we're within that commencement date and the 90-day time frame. And the Car Museum has since provided the correspondence that's attached to this report indicating that a number of things factored into their need for a later commencement date, part of that being the pandemic and COVID-19. As you may recall, the Car Museum project is projected at a cost of $4,695,000 to be completely funded with star bond proceeds. It is to be managed by the Salina Educational, you'd think I'd have that memorized, the Salina Educational Automotive Museum of America, Inc. They incur the costs and then submit for reimbursement. That will be subject to the provisions of the transferee agreement. The other thing, this is not proposing that the completion date be amended, just the commencement date. The other thing that I would tell you is as part of the Star Bond issuance, there's an expectation of tourism generation, and for whatever reason, historical theaters are not an eligible tourism activity. So while it is part of the overall downtown project, it did not rise to the level of satisfying the Star Bond requirements. The car museum is the tourism item that was identified as part of the Star Bond application. And then as we looked at the funding, we conducted a feasibility study and a revenue generation study. And as you may recall, we ended up issuing escrowed bonds. So there are tranches of funding that are available at different points along the way. And there are senior and subordinate bond issuances that were also issued. So in the staff report, I quoted from the bond issuance documents the various escrow items. And so there are, I believe, 3 conditions. The first general escrow release condition is completion of the hotel, that it's open for business. The second escrow condition is the Yaya Zero Bistro and Starbucks specialty retail store located in the hotel, as well as Old Chicago, are open for business. The third escrow condition is that those are open and the Barolo Grill restaurant is open for business. And as each one of those are satisfied, then specified amounts of Star Bond funding are released. We have $2 million worth of Star Bond funding attached to the third general escrow release condition that will reimburse us for some of our expenses for the downtown streetscape. So we need to progress through all those different escrow conditions for the bond funds to be released. And I didn't read verbatim, but those escrow conditions also speak to the amount of funds available to the car museum at each one of those different escrow release points. So it kind of parses out car museum funding as the release conditions are met. As far as the fiscal note, this particular request doesn't have a direct or quantifiable cost for you. We've already issued the bonds in their entirety. Some of those funds have been released. The remainder of those funds have been escrowed. The city's incurred the expenses for the downtown streetscape project. So this project is one of the items funded with those Star Bond proceeds, and so there's no added cost. The bond issuance has already had taken place. And I guess with that, the options that we identified for your consideration were to approve the resolution as it's presented, extending the commencement date. You could approve it with amendments as you deem appropriate. You could postpone consideration of Resolution 207832 to a specified date and time and provide staff with additional direction regarding any additional information or amendments you'd like to request for further consideration. Or you could take no action, resulting in the transferee agreement and the commencement date remaining unchanged. We do have a caller on behalf of the Car Museum that I believe planned to call in, Joe Aker, and I definitely want to acknowledge that he's representing the Car Museum and I think is prepared to answer questions as well. And with that, I will pause and try to answer any questions that you might have.
I will open it up to the commission for questions.
Commissioner Ryan here, and they're not requesting a change of the completion date, is that?
No, that is correct.
Thank you.
The completion date is so many months from the start date, though, correct?
Yeah, yes.
So it's 8
Let me find that language.
18 months or something after the start.
Completion. Yes, 18 months of commencement. So they are still asking, they still need an 18-month period to complete construction.
Commissioner Franz here. So clearly we are uncertain at this point, particularly in light of the COVID events, of the amount of sales tax that's going to be generated by the project, which creates some concern on my part. Obviously, it's not going to be what was originally anticipated. Creates some concern on my part about our ability to pay the bonds timely. And I have to ask the question, is there any advantage to delaying this part of the project so that we might have some of these proceeds to cover bond payments should we need to do so?
The bond schedule, the amortization schedule is already in place. So delaying the project in and of itself won't cause our payment schedule to change.
But it would give us another $4.5 million to make payments with if we don't proceed with this part of the project.
I'd have to check whether we can use, those proceeds are in escrow, so they're not
Right.
at our disposal to use that way.
You know, I just know that, for example, in the city of Lawrence at one time, they issued bonds for a recreation center and eventually used the proceeds, I believe, to repay some of those bonds. In other words, if you don't do what you said you were going to do, you can, is my understanding, and in some cases, use that to reduce the debt.
And
Mayor Hoppinger, were those star bonds or just regular bonds?
That was a regular.
That's a regular bond,
issue.
which would be a little.
You know, it's just a question. You know.
And I don't, Ms. Pack and I spoke about kind of the status of the star bonds. On one project funded with one set of bonds, I think that's possible. What we don't know in this particular case is this was $19 million worth of bonds to fund.
Yes.
I'm not even sure how many projects. I'd have to tally them up. And so.
And obviously, this was a linchpin of getting approval for the star bonds in the first place. I get that.
And so without delving into it further, I don't know what the options or the consequences might be to either delaying the project or trying to turn the funds back in. Other than the senior and subordinate bond aspects of the bond issuance, I'm not aware of anything that allocates a bond buyer to a project. It's just kind of this overall bond issuance. I defer to Ms. Pack if she has anything she wants to add.
No, Debbie Pack, Finance Director, I would agree with that.
Any other questions?
I've got a couple, if you don't, Commissioner Davis.
I'm good.
Okay. In the event that we were to pursue a public financing cap reduction, where would, presuming that we had collected enough, to cover the remaining, where would any excess funds be applied? Where would they go?
I assume they would go back to the bondholders. I don't know. I don't know if you're following, Debbie, but if less funds are made available to the car museum because of the missed deadline per the transferee agreement, that would leave bond proceeds, and I assume they'd have to be refunded. I don't know that they'd be available for another use on our part.
Okay.
Commissioner Franz, if I might weigh in, typically they would be used to reduce the debt. In other words, you could apply it to the payment schedule.
Okay.
But it can't be used for other purposes.
Right. But it could be used to reduce the debt for this particular
For this project.
part of the project.
Yes.
Okay. And another question too, you had mentioned the different escrow conditions and all the different projects that have to commence before proceeding to the next one and everything. Do we have anything in there about any kind of an act of God clause in terms of, let's just say, and I'm just throwing this out here, this is not something I've heard, I'm not trying to start a rumor or anything, but let's just say that Old Chicago is not able to reopen. Like, what happens at that point? Or if the alley can't weather this storm, what would happen in the event of some of those escrow conditions no longer being applicable?
I think the fact that they opened satisfied those escrow conditions. So
Okay.
there are provisions called force majeure
Right.
in the agreement, and I do think there is reference to epidemic or pandemic, I forget which, in some of the language. But so more specifically to your question, for the businesses that have been in stay-at-home order or some modified operation, I think they've already met the commencement deadline and requirements, and those escrow funds have already been released.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Franz there, but that would not apply necessarily to the hotel or Yaya's or Starbucks until they actually do open.
Yeah, they definitely
Right.
wouldn't
I
need
get
to.
that.
The ones that haven't
So
would need
if
to.
something happens there and they never do open, I presume I mean, what do we do then? For example, if the hotel opens and Yaya's opens, but for some reason Starbucks does not, or any mix thereof, is there a way forward then to get the money released timely for the car museum?
But the nature of the escrow terms is if those aren't satisfied, then those funds aren't released. And so we have to be, that's the basic provision. I've had some conversation with our bond counsel, and any alteration of this it would have to involve all the bond holders that have subsequently purchased our bonds subject to the escrow conditions. So I don't know if there's a lot of flexibility there. We would have to pick our way through that if that were to come to pass.
So the answer is to find some way to open in the example of Starbucks for a day so that we can release the funds.
Yeah, we want to satisfy the commencement and completion requirements, and the remaining projects are all underway. They're progressing. I was planning on running 2 items today, this one and Barolo Grill, and that's a project that they're continuing to work on. They also are wanting to request a commencement date amendment, but they're aware of, the master developer is aware of the October 15th escrow release date, I think it's called, by way of the agreement. So everyone's mindful of the remaining requirements, and we seem to be tracking.
Mayor Hoppick here, and I know we all have a concern. We currently have some dollars set aside to service debt on this Star bonds we held out. What's the approximate dollar amount of that?
Debbie Pack, I believe, I don't know the exact dollar amounts, but I believe there's enough left in capitalized interest to make the June payment, and there is enough in the reserve and capitalized interest to make the December payment. But I don't know what those exact dollars amounts are.
But we do have to get through 2020. Okay.
Yes.
The other question I have is, because these are kind of a different animal than what we're used to as far as our regular bonds, is there any risk to the city in case of default on the Star bonds?
We had a lot of conversation at the time that we went into this, and our bond counsel and financial advisors made the point that these are not full faith and credit bonds issued by the city. They're standalone economic development bonds, and so what they advised us is a default on these bonds would not impact our financial rating or our status on other bonds. So we didn't want to take that lightly at the time that we made that decision, but that was the advice that they provided us, that they stand alone, and they're not, if they were full faith and credit bonds, we'd have an obligation to levy taxes to make the payment. But these are not full faith and credit bonds.
And I kind of remember on the subordinate bonds, we made sure that we didn't have any liability as a city, but I just wanted to verify on the initial
Senior and
offering.
subordinate, that is the case.
Okay. And this is just something because this project, along with a lot of other things going on in other communities across the country, have obviously been impacted. Has anybody read or heard anything from bond people about, is there any opportunity, do we think there's going to be an ability to do some bond restructuring due to lack of cash flow, for lack of a better word? Right. I mean, I see that happening all over the country, and it just didn't know. I mean, that'd be a question for bond counsel or something to just kind of keep an ear out for that.
Mike Scraig here. When we went out for the bond issuance that we issued most recently, and that was right in the beginning of this pandemic stay-at-home order, we had initially identified the possibility of bond refinancing with certain bonds with interest rates that we might have been able to get a favorable rate. We chose not to go forward because it just didn't look like the savings would be enough, and we didn't know what the market was going to hold. We got favorable rates, under 2%, and in hindsight, we might have, if we'd known that, we might have been able to go forward with the refinancing. That's a little bit different scenario. The market's got to be favorable, the rates have to be favorable, and it has to be a better interest rate than we're currently paying. And you also have to be within a time frame that the bonds are callable. They'll have a call date on them, and until you get to that call date, you can't refinance them because the bondholder wants to know they at least have some minimum amount of time that their investment's in place. So That's kind of the typical process. I've not heard a whole lot of conversation. A lot of the conversation I'm aware of was more, will the market support municipal bond issuances? And it seems to be pretty strong. But as far as refinancing, I've not seen a whole lot about that process or whether that's an opportunity just yet.
Commissioner Franz, just to reiterate, because it helps deal with my concern a little bit, is what you said was that bond counsel and our fiscal advisor told us that because these were special obligation sales tax bonds and were not a full faith and credit bond, that a default on these, should that happen, and hopefully it won't, but if it should happen, it would not affect our underlying credit rating for our other bonds that are outstanding and to be issued.
They said it should not, yes.
Okay. That helps alleviate my concern to some degree.
Yeah, now, in all honesty, as we went to the market with this last set of bonds, just general market conditions, standalone, a project, an economic development special sales tax project not being successful, that's probably the case. If we have to go back to the bond market and we're in the middle of this pandemic and we have broader economic impacts across our budget, that's not to say that our bond rating won't be impacted.
Right. There can be other influences also. I get that.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, are there any callers that would like to comment on this item?
I believe Mr. Aker is on the line, 7251.
Yes, hello. My name is Joe Aker. I'm an attorney at Hampton & Royce, and we represent the Salina Educational Automotive Museum of America. I guess just an update on the progress. The museum has hired Jones. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. The museum has hired Jones, Gillum, and Rins and X-Line Design and Architecture to design and oversee the construction of the museum in accordance with the project parameters detailed in the transferee agreement. Substantial progress has been made, and the board of directors for the museum is excited for construction to commence. We're advised that the project will be ready to solicit bids. And due to unanticipated delays, some associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, the museum has been unable to meet the May 1st deadline, and the museum requests an extension to July 1 to comply with the commencement of the transferee project requirements. We have been advised by the folks with the museum that the project bids May 14th at 2 o'clock. We ask that you approve the amendment, and I'm here to answer any questions as best as I can.
Mayor Hoppick here. Joe, did you say the bids were to be due by and will be open May 14th?
The date that we've been told that the project is planning on putting out or accepting bids is May 14th. That's the date that we've been advised of.
Commissioner Hodges, was that's the date that the bids are going to be open, or that's the day that the bids are going to be requested or published?
That's the date that the bids are going to be, or it's going to be opened up to bidding is what I've been advised.
Still not sure.
I don't mean to belabor this, Commissioner Hodges, again, but May 14th, the bids themselves will be received and opened, or the project will be open for people to bid on it? Do you understand the distinction?
Open for people to bid on it
Okay, thank you.
is my understanding.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Commissioner Davis, I just wanted to clear up one little point. The request is for the start date to be pushed back 90 days. Does that mean construction will be completed in 15 months, or?
No, they would still have the 18 months, and I guess the other thing that I didn't point out is with their access to escrowed funds being contingent on other projects, they don't completely control their fate in terms of available funds, and I don't know if that impacted their commencement, but it would make sense if it did.
Okay, so we did not technically, we've not lengthened the construction period, but we are pushing back the completion
Yeah.
date.
Right, everything would move the corresponding amount of time.
Commissioner Hodges, thank you for that clarification, because when I saw that the completion date remained unchanged in the staff report, I assumed, and perhaps like you did, that it was going to be completed in 15 months rather than 18, but we're still looking at an 18-month construction timeline.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that portion of the agreement is not proposed to be amended, so it remains at that 18 months.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
I do, this is Commissioner, then not for Joe, but for Mr. Sprague, if the funding is not available, would the transferee need to come back to the commission requesting an extension, or do we automatically grant the extension for whatever period of time that is to get the money?
Yeah, and I can't quote it off the top of my head, but there are provisions in the transfer agreement if there's delays on our part or delays outside of the control of the transferee. So I think there is a presumption that if it's outside their control, then they'd be granted some consideration for that.
Okay.
The transferee agreement started out as a template, and then it was entered into prior to all the escrow conditions coming into play as we went for the bond financing. So it kind of added multiple layers of conditions for the car museum to be able to access their funds.
Okay, thank you.
Mike, do we have any other callers that would like to comment?
Anyone else wishes to speak to the commission on this item, please press star 9. I don't see any.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Ryan here. I move we approve resolution number 2078-32, authorizing the mayor to execute a second amendment to the transferee agreement with Salina Educational Automotive Museum of America, Inc.
Commissioner Davis.
Okay, Mayor Hoppick, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 20-7832. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. Okay, that moves us to 7.4.
Item 7.4, financial review and programming discussion.
Okay, Mr. Scragg, I believe, are you going to take
I'll
the lead on
start
this?
things
And
out.
Debbie's here, and
Yeah, and I
do we
believe
need
Chris Cotton
Chris
should
Cotton
be
to
joining
join
us
us?
shortly, but I'll start with some preliminaries. Mike Scragg,
I'm
city
sorry.
manager.
Do we have any control over that feedback?
The only thing I know to do is turn the volume down a bit.
It was okay for about 30 minutes,
Yeah.
but it's
It's getting a little bit.
okay.
I've been sitting here waiting for it to escalate, you know.
Thank you.
No guarantees, but we'll see.
Yeah, appreciate that.
So, Mike Scragg, city manager, I need to start with thank yous once again. Debbie Pack was instrumental in putting this PowerPoint together, and she could present the whole darn thing, I'm sure of that. But we've tried to divide it up into logical groupings and divide it up amongst myself and Ms. Pack and Chris Cotton, and then ultimately there is a recycling center item that Jim Kowach will join us for. So we've divided them up, but we haven't rehearsed, so we may be a little awkward as we transition from one to the next. Go ahead and come on up, Chris. I did want to start with a little bit of introduction, somewhat as a reminder for you and as well for the listeners at home. Not to belabor the point, but we've been working at this quite a bit. We put together about 10 presentations and conversations in about 6.5 weeks. I think this makes number 11, and I don't know how many weeks. And so the thing that kind of the progression that we went through that I wanted to remind you of, and I want to be tactful and mindful of it's just kind of human nature, but we started out with a financial projection of what our revenues might be, and we came to you with a scenario. You indicated you felt like that was overly optimistic, or I think rosy was the term that you used, and asked us to come back with 3 scenarios, a 30-day, a 60-day, and a 90-day scenario. You provided us guidance that you wanted to leave reserves intact, wanted to preserve those, understandably, in the event that the projections aren't correct or the circumstances get worse, or that we just need some capacity to draw on those reserves for unexpected things. I think I was very clear in saying we certainly aren't offering up our projections as being accurate down to the penny. We're not even sure if we have the right order of magnitude as this plays out. So they could significantly deviate, which is all the more reason to have reserves on hand and not start with those first. And I think the other thing I tried to be very clear about is that, so we came back and we went through all the contracts, we went through all of our expenditures, made it 2 passes on the part of staff through our expenditure line items, and as you know, 73% of our expenses are personnel. And so we tried to avoid personnel as long as we could, but you provided guidance that we needed to look at personnel, and you wanted me to come back with either a reduction in force, layoffs, furloughs, something in the way of staffing to close that remaining gap. So in the general fund, I believe our number that was $5.6 million, so we had about $2 million left that we were trying to close. Came back with a work share plan and a furlough plan that you signed off on. And at that time, I think I tried to be clear, if not overly blunt, that service levels were going to be significantly impacted. What we were proposing to you in the way of staffing, no doubt was going to create significant impacts on service levels. And I would tell you that we, as all this was evolving, staff and department heads were very good to work with. They dove in. They definitely didn't. They understood the problem, and they were solution oriented. And so, as we put the work share plans together, I can't tell you that everybody had the work share plan nailed down to every individual and how we were going to pull all this off, but they recognized, they understand the problem, and we'll put our shoulder to the wheel and we'll come up with this and we'll make it work. So we did that, and we're in the middle of implementing the work share plans. I actually had to reach out to a state representative who helped us kind of push it across the finish line in terms of getting through to the governor's office and the unemployment office to get our final work share plans approved, and got those approved last week, and we're starting to get those implemented. And the feedback, the questions, the challenges are starting to roll in. And so what I would tell you is, we certainly have service levels here. We undoubtedly have expectations here based on our past service levels and what the community expects. And I don't want to say we're in gridlock, but I don't know that staff can get our service levels back to expectations. It's going to take some adjustment or acceptance of different service levels. And so as we've kind of rolled this out, countless times I've been approached by different sectors and as well as elected officials. They understand the big picture, but can we talk about this item and fill in the blank, A, B, or C? There's a lot of, I understand the big picture, but what can we do about this? And so we're coming back to you somewhat in response to the questions you've raised at prior commission meetings to give you an update of what we're seeing financially. It's too soon to say. We really don't have April numbers yet. We have March numbers, and then where we're at in terms of staffing levels. So we'll get into more detail, but I think we've tried to flesh out in greater detail what the staffing levels look like, what answers to the questions you specifically raised, and also try to be responsive to some of the feedback that we've been getting. So as you know from comments last week, have had feedback from hotel operators, have had feedback from the Chamber of Commerce and Convention and Visitors Bureau. There's certainly concern about what the summer might bring, what that means for tourism, the dependence on those events on park staff in particular, and it may go unnoticed, but in addition to primarily park staff, but public works staff and police staff support events as well. And so there certainly is a concern that any ability for a restaurant or a hotel or a bar to recover, they feel, they're communicating to me anyway, the desire and the need for whatever events might be able to happen this summer to happen so that they have an opportunity for some revenue. So we went into this with that in mind. As we get into the presentation, we've called out what we think are high impact, high economic development type impact projects, things that generate overnight stays, and tried to factor that into some of the conversation. So with that, Ms. Pack's going to walk you through what we know about our finances at the moment. We'll get into the reopening plan, and then we've tried to provide you kind of a logical progression of just the various topics that seem to be the high priority items at the moment. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Pack.
And Mayor Hoppick here, before we get into this, I think for the people listening in, I think what we plan on doing is kind of going through the financial updates and maybe a little bit about the governor's implementation plan, and maybe take calls on all of that before we get into the specific items, being whether it be Kenwood Cove, baseball, softball, golf course, those type of things. So if you're wanting to make a comment on one of those, we'd ask that you hold those comments until we get to those specific items. So, okay, with that, I'll turn it over to Debbie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hoppick, Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. As we promised 6 or 8 weeks ago when we started, that we were going to try to give you these financial updates as soon as we could get the information put together. We do have the March 31st numbers. The first slide does show where those numbers are at this moment. There's not a lot of change from what we projected because those numbers are still they're still numbers that we were expecting to get normal activity because this was pre-COVID. So slide 1 that shows the financial update shows you what our new projections are. We simply take the actuals that we got for March and we apply those to the current year to see where we believe that will come out. The second slide that I provided simply shows you what we had shown you on April 13th of where we thought those numbers would be. It's when you get to the third slide where we compare what we thought our projections might be to what we actually collected in March is where I think the information starts getting really interesting. In March, we projected, when we did this at the end of February, we projected about $2.4 million in revenue, and our March actual came in about $2.4 million, which is about $60,000 less than what we projected. Our expenses, however, we projected them at $2.985 million, and they came in at $2.924. So those were under about $60,000 also. You'll notice a couple of items on this particular graph that look significantly higher for other revenue. That is an item that is kind of hard to project because the cycle of that revenue is not really known because it comes in different times. A lot of this is risk management, so it's insurance proceeds that we get from claims that we've filed for insurance claims. The other portion of this, which there will be a reduction, is the reimbursement for our SROs at the high schools. So we do anticipate that number will be down about $30,000 or $35,000 for the year. So those two that number of $91,000 below what we projected is probably related to those two particular items because those are the biggest items in that particular line item. And then when we looked at where did we project our year end to be, the second part of this slide at 229 and where we're projecting that to be at 331, you can see our change in revenues we're about $27,000 below what we projected a month ago in the 30-day stay at home. But we're also $1.9 million below what we projected in expenses. And the biggest portion of that is the work share savings that we've anticipated recognizing. This slide on page 5, and you've seen this multiple times, but I just wanted to reiterate, a lot of the savings in personnel is because of the part-time salaries that we're not anticipating paying because we're not hiring those part-timers. You can see the $1.9 million in savings on personnel from the work share and furlough. The other savings that we're showing here were already in the savings that we had projected earlier on when we gave this back to you in April. So those numbers really haven't changed much. The biggest one is that work share savings that we'll be recognizing through the end of the year. Before I pass it on to Mike, did you have any questions about the 331 financials?
This is Mike Sprague. I guess I would add one clarification. There's been some conversation on social media, and correctly so, that March revenue was up compared to year-to-date last year. And that is correct, but as Ms. Pack said, we could see that trend. We'd projected that trend. And so that while that is good news, it was good news in March, things have certainly taken a different turn. And so that was anticipated, that was accounted for, and at the end of the day, our actuals compared to our projections are within a couple $1,000s of each other so far.
Commissioner Hodges, I just had a quick question about what all is included under the contractual services projection and the savings there.
The contractual services this is the general fund only. So contractual services would be items such as the Parks Department hiring somebody, an electrician or a plumber or something like that.
Okay.
That would all be under contractual services.
Gotcha.
So as a clarification, all the contracts we went through one by one,
Right.
none of those. It's
Okay.
all kind of the ancillary odds and ends that we contract for in a year. Everything from copiers to software to.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on the numbers? Hopefully
Okay.
we will get those numbers for April soon, and we'll get those turned around as quickly as possible and back to you also, because those will be the ones that we really want to see.
Thank you.
And we're repeating ourselves, but April's sales tax numbers will be February's actual
Right.
sales activity.
So we still won't have an impact of
It
the
won't be till end of
COVID-19.
July, end of
Yeah.
June, beginning of July, that we'll know the impacts of the April stay-at-home order. The next thing we had in the presentation related to the reopening plan and some of the considerations there. You know, the governor rolled that out, a week and a half ago now. The first thing we included is a graphic that was in the Salina Journal, I think, on Friday of last week. And the reason we included it is all of the governor's dates, as well as how the county might apply themselves, depend on actual health performance. And so I think the county's been pretty clear that they have the authority to implement restrictions or regulations that are more restrictive than the governor's reopening plan. They can't be more lenient. So far, they've not imposed anything above and beyond the governor's reopening plan, but they have indicated that if local health conditions necessitate that, they could, and that could include the transition dates from one phase to the next. I believe there are some counties in Kansas that are choosing to have a slower rollout. So I just thought this was pretty informative information. It is every state and their occurrence of COVID-19, and you can see some states are obviously kind of on a downward trend. They peaked and they're on the downslide through May 6th. You can see Kansas's information, and we seem to be on the uptick, or at least an upward incline. So I'm not saying that's predictive. I'm not saying I have enough epidemiological experience to render an opinion, but I guess the point is it's still variable until we see what our health performance is like.
Commissioner Franz, if I might make a comment, I have been following Kansas cases because I'm a numbers geek, with a fair amount of interest. And it does look like in the last 2 or 3 days that the large, the 500 case a day increases have been somewhat moderated. Now, I'm not going to say that we've leveled, but the extreme growth that we've seen over the last 2 weeks seems to be moderating somewhat. And of course, a lot of that was tied to 4 specific counties with large meatpacking operations. And so I think there's it's a shade bit more optimistic than the graph as it's presented here, because it does have kind of a leveling at the top end. Not to say that it'll continue. It could change overnight, depending on,
And my primary reason for including that information, frankly, is in the dealings that we're having with the citizens. I think it's human nature to read the reopening plan very, very optimistically. In terms of favorably, as any of the language might provide for whatever it is that they're asking permission to do, and then very optimistically about the dates, as if the dates are predetermined and not subject to change. My only point is they're all based on health indicators and out of our control, both the health indicator as well as the discretionary application of the plan.
Commissioner, if you look at that New York graph, you might say, oh, they're past their peak, but there's still 4,000 new cases. Is that a day or a week? I forget. But it's a whole lot of new cases a day. It's sort of like being, well, we're past the peak at the rate of global warming, but we're still warming up. So it's the word, and unfortunately, there's no better word to use than peak, but it's really a misnomer as far as what the public health system has to be prepared for.
I spend, I don't know how much time watching the news programs, the Sunday news programs in particular, and the evening news, and reading as much as I can. And the only thing I can find for sure is uncertainty. There's just a lot of variables right now that time will tell. So I don't plan to read to you the entire governor's plan. I think you're aware that it has 3 phases and a phase out. We did excerpt the plan in this document. I think some of the main takeaways are the mass gathering limitations progressing from 10 to 30 to 90 to phase out. The expectation or the recommendation of masks and maintaining social distancing, and that the social distancing carries on even into the phase out. There is an itemization of activities that are not allowed, and then when they become allowed in certain instances. One in particular just goes from not allowed to not discussed, so presumably it becomes allowed in a future phase, and I believe that is swimming pools or organized sports, I forget which. There has been quite a bit of discussion on the some of the calls that I've been on about the application of the mass gathering as it relates to sports activities and tournaments and that type of thing. There's mixed guidance there, but I think Mr. Cotton has some information he'll be presenting from the Kansas Parks Association that might shed a little bit of light on that. And I guess one of the concerns that we'll touch on a little bit later is the application of social distancing in various activities that we might want to undertake, the pool in particular. And then, Secretary Norman, a couple weeks ago now, indicated that he expected that social distancing would be in place till the end of the year. So as you look at the phase out, it talks about, it no longer has a number limit to mass gatherings, but maintaining social distancing where applicable. Not really sure what that might look like from July through the end of the year, and not sure what voluntary compliance will look like either. So the 14th slide in the presentation is just a summary of the phases, when they begin, when they're proposed to end, what the mass gathering limitation is, whether social distancing is in place, what the status on masks and travel are. And you can see there that other than the May 4th beginning date, when the governor announced it, everything else is tentative. May 18th or later, no earlier than, subject to confirmation as we progress through the plan. So that's just kind of a backdrop. It is something that we took into consideration a great deal as we talked about some of these services and activities and the timing of them and what might be in effect at that time. And as we deal with event organizers, if we get that far, we'll be sure to stress to them that these dates are subject to change, and they need to stay on top of those and take those into account in their best interest. So I'd be happy to stop there before we transition to Chris.
Ask if any committee.
I won't put you in the position of having to answer on her behalf. Okay.
I appreciate you acknowledging it, because there are a lot of interpretive issues. I mean, the Sports Car Club of America has an ongoing event that they have out at East Crawford Recreation Area. That event, I don't know, I was involved in probably 7 emails through the weekend and evenings and with the health department and trying to figure all that out. And they were very respectful. They were very responsive. They offered up a social distancing plan. They offered a great amount of detail about their event and how they thought they could have it in a compliant way. And talking with the health director, neither he or I could identify any authority for us to deny it. So we issued a special event permit with very specific conditions, including a provision that if any violations were seen, the event would be canceled on observation of the violation. Mr. Cotton went out, was it yesterday or the day before? Yesterday afternoon, and unbeknownst to them, just kind of observed what was going on. And You have to be mindful that families can be together, and so there might have been 1 or 2 people here or there, but they seem to be observing it. That didn't stop the calls from coming in and the questions coming in. How can that be? And the comparison of that event to others, we're going to have our hands full, event by event, issue by issue, question by question, as we try to interpret and implement this plan. So one other thing I'd like to say before I turn it over to Chris, we spent quite a bit of time as the week went on trying to prepare for this, gathering information, and Chris and his staff, Jeff Hammond and Travis Shealy and Mark Lytle and Mike Hargrave came in on Friday, which was their work share time to be off, and quite a few of them were here from 8 to 6 knocking this out. So appreciate all their effort, and I'll turn it over to Chris.
Before we do that, Mike, do you want to see if there's any callers that would like to comment on the first section?
If there's anybody that wishes to speak to anything we've covered so far, please press *9. There are quite a few callers listening, but I don't see any that have indicated they wish to speak yet.
Okay, with that, thank you, Mike. We'll turn it over to Chris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. What you have on page 15 is the park's summer programming list. That's summer only. As you can see, we normally operate Kenwood Cove. Parks is busy mowing and maintaining all of our almost 1,000 acres of parkland, landscape, downtown, forestry, cemetery, golf course, athletics, field maintenance, the Fieldhouse Summer Camp, natural resources, the Lakewood Discovery Center, recreational instructional programs, and therapeutic recreation, and all of those rely heavily on part-time staff to operate. If you go to pages 16 and 17, you will see Parks guidance. This was put together in the direction of the governor. She was at one time the executive director of the Kansas Recreation and Park Association. And so you can see what the recommendations were or are for reopening parks. I wasn't planning on reading every single one of the phases, but if there's any questions on the phases, I'd be happy to answer those questions, or I can read every one of them if you want me to.
Oh, please no. Commissioner Hodges here, though. Obviously, like in terms of some of these things, and I was looking specifically at restrooms, we could make the determination to be more restrictive, correct? Like
Yes, ma'am.
if we see that we just do not have the staffing to clean and sanitize the restrooms as frequently as they need to be done, and acknowledging that that could be a source of pretty significant contact for transmission. If we decided that we were going to, say, close our restroom facilities for the year, that's something that we could consider doing.
Absolutely, and I will also follow up with that. That is the number one complaint we are getting right now, is our restrooms being closed. So it is a very hot topic.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, so on page 18, this is a little bit about what our peers are doing. Manhattan, Kansas, all spring and summer recreation programs will be canceled. There's city swimming pools will be canceled, youth and adult sports leagues, as well as all parks and recreation sponsored camps, activities, and events. City of Lawrence, their golf course is closed through Sunday, May 17th, also canceling all spring session programs, including programming in aquatics, special populations, lifelong recreation, nature and recreation classes. Their compost facility is closed. Overland Park recommends keeping their pools closed for the season. I do believe they have 5 pools. I think only one of those, the Tomahawk Ridge Aquatic Center, I believe, has a full cost recovery. The rest of their pools do struggle, from my understanding. But so some of our peers are doing a lot of the same things that we're talking about and we're looking at.
Chris, Mayor Hoppick here. I do know for a fact that Eagle Bend Golf Course is open.
Okay.
And it has been open for several weeks. I
Just
think
so
it
you- okay.
actually opened up prior to May 1. So, and I did call out there Friday because someone had told me it had opened. I did, and they were open Friday.
Okay.
So, just FYI.
Yeah, and I would say, too, this is not a full cross-section. This was just kind of a quick Google search of what we were seeing to get a sense of, what was going on in other communities.
On page 19, we have the City of Salina Parks and Recreation revenue and pricing policy. We did adopt, or the commission did adopt on January 14th of 2013, Resolution 13-6968, which set our cost recovery guidelines for the Parks and Recreation Department. If you flip to page 20, that diagram is there for your review. You'll notice that the lowest portion of the pyramid, community benefit, that is no cost recovery is expected. So park maintenance, off-leash dog parks, playgrounds, unsupervised play courts such as basketball and tennis courts, overall administrative events such as program brochures, planning design, scholarship programs, and walking trails. We have no cost recovery expectations of those. Those are for the public. Number 2, 0 to 50% cost recovery. Examples of that are special events, basic level instruction programs and classes, kids camps, local trips, picnic shelters, and neighborhood center reservations. On page 22, you'll see that community benefit is 50, or that expectation is individual community benefit. That's 50 to 100% cost recovery. Basic senior recreation programs, access to sports fields from outside groups, specialized youth instructional programs, youth sports leagues. Number 4, high individual benefit, that's 100% cost recovery. Leisure classes and high-level instruction activities, reserved park and facilities, low instructor-student ratio lessons, adult sports league, high-level senior programming such as senior games or trips, and rental facilities with certain levels of programming and/or services. And then number 5 is we strive for 100% cost recovery. Those are facility rentals for groups, tournaments, concessions in certain areas, large group trips, advanced level leisure classes or workshops. The reason we wanted to bring that up is I know that there's been a lot of discussion on cost recovery, and I know that some of our classes may only recover 40%, but that 40% cost recovery falls within the pyramid somewhere. We study this, we keep our eye on this quite frequently. I'll use therapeutic recreation as an example. I believe their cost recovery is somewhere around 46%, but that provides services for community benefit, in our opinion. Turn it back over to Mike to talk about the high impact economic development.
Yeah, this slide and this kind of decision factor is something that was the result of feedback that I was getting from you as a governing body as well as members of the public. And I mentioned it in my introductory remarks, but there certainly is feedback about the community economic benefit of events, whether those are tournaments that are bringing people into town or KKOA Lead Sled. We've canceled the River Festival for this year. And so one of the things we tried to do is as we talk about cost recovery, as we talk about programming, that's kind of a new consideration that's been added into the conversation. So we just tried to identify what we thought might be high-impact economic development events generating overnight stays. So the things we identified were the KKOA Lead Sled event, and we'll talk about that in greater detail in a little bit. Tournaments, whether that's baseball, softball, basketball, volleyball, golf tournaments, and there's a combination of kind of outside private golf tournaments and then things associated with the state of Kansas. You may have seen in the paper there's some discussion about the Shrine Bowl and Washburn being closed and whether it'll be in Topeka. If we can be so lucky as to get the Shrine Bowl, that might be an economic development generator. And then the Bethany College tournament, over 2 to 3 days, they bring in about 110 players. So didn't want to just throw those into the conversation as we get further without kind of giving you some background that we were aware of that feedback that we were getting, and we tried to factor that in as well. So I think that was my only slide at this particular point. Debbie's prepared to speak to our work share plan and also kind of our staffing levels.
Thank you, Debbie Pack again. We thought it was important as we talk about some of these programs that you and the public understand the number of hours that through the programs that we're trying to do to save the city money, it's really affecting the ability and the number of hours that are available for the Parks Department to staff these things. The first slide is a copy of the work share savings from the Parks Department itself. As you can see, there's 55 people that were affected by work share. Of those, there was normally 2,180 hours per week, After work share, there's 1,860 hours per week. That's about 85% deduction. Also, what's significant here is they are providing almost $295,000 of the $1.9 million savings that we're showing in the general fund from the Parks Department. The next slide, we wanted to quantify, because we're talking about this summer period, the number of hours and employees that we have committed to parks to do some of this activity over the summer. The full-time from May 1st to August 15th, and these are the total hours for that period of time, we authorized 20,700 hours for them. We have part-time authorized hours of 57,826. As you recall, we are not hiring part-timers. So with the full-time work share, this period of time will give us 14,760 hours. It gives us 0 payroll or part-time hours, so leaving us 14,760 hours. That leaves the parks at 18.8% of the normally authorized hours to perform the services that we're asking them to perform. So as we go through a lot of these programs, you'll notice that a lot of the reasoning behind why we're saying we need to cancel or something like that, it truly is a lot of it is staffing, because there's only so many hours that our full-time employees can perform these services. And I did want to mention something, as Mike mentioned earlier, we've spent a lot of time in the last week looking at all these services, and from my perspective, I will tell you that the Parks Department did not want to cancel anything. If they could, they would seriously, I'm serious, they would seriously do it all. And they don't, because that's how passionate they are about these services. So I just wanted to make that point, that they didn't make any of these decisions or recommendations lightly. And it does affect them as much as it affects the citizens, so.
If I could piggyback on that a little bit, we also added a column of reassignment to highlight that while some of these divisions or activities may seem like they still have a significant percentage of their available labor, they're transitioning. Lakewood, as an example, they've always done mowing, but they've done the mowing with part-time staff and been able to do programming. So with this work share approach, that's about all they're going to be doing is trying to mow Lakewood Park and try to keep up. Similarly, the forestry division, while they may be at 70% staffing, they're being asked to take on mowing that they've not been responsible for before. Same way with athletics. And then, I've mentioned it in passing previously, but the thing that in addition to service offerings that would be lessened or removed, park mowing and maintenance staffing is at 42% of what it normally is. And so we're going to get into that next, but in terms of what that schedule looks like. And again, park staff has said, well, okay, we understand what's being asked of us, and we'll put together a schedule, and that's what we're going to cover here in just a little bit. But I want to highlight the percentage that's available to them as we then get into what that actually looks like in terms of a park mowing and maintenance plan. So the next item that we have is an itemization. We tried to put it in a logical order. In very simplistic terms, the green, yellow, red highlighting in that second from the right column is green is keeping up or similar to is weekly. Yellow is biweekly, and then red is monthly mowing. So we also provided you what the normal frequency would be. So in some instances, it was weekly, and we're proposing that it stay weekly. In other instances, it's been twice weekly, and we're proposing weekly. And there's variations, but I think you can see by reviewing that side by side, there's a lot of concessions being made in terms of mowing just in general. And then I would certainly call your attention to everything that's in red, because there's no doubt if we leave something to be mowed once a month, that's going to be noticeable. That's not going to be aesthetically pleasing. And so tried to be strategic about that. The park staff, in addition to agreeing to the work share plan, has been working on under a pretty aggressive stay-at-home order. So everything that you've seen so far is at a staffing level that's even less than the work share approach. But we've had a little bit of luck that we're early in the season. If I had my way, this summer of all summers would be scorching hot, and the grass would burn off and it wouldn't grow. Spring has not seemed to lend itself to that just yet. It's been nice and cool and moist, and don't know what to expect this summer. But I'm repeating myself, but I just want everyone to be abundantly clear by way of this table, and then we've handed out a map of where our mowing responsibilities are. This service level will be noticeable. It's unavoidable, and it will, I don't think it's been implemented to the point that it's noticeable yet. I think the comments are inevitable, and they will come. Chris, you might explain the color coding on the aerial map, please.
Okay, sure. The green areas obviously are our high-traffic parks. We make sure that we're getting to all those as quickly as we can. The yellow are ones that we're not as, while we're concerned, they're not getting mowed as frequently as they used to. The red areas are all of the utility sites that we also mow, and those are unfortunately at the bottom of our priority list.
And so I think you probably noticed on the way that we've broken out the spreadsheet, not only do we mow parks and utility areas, but the Parks Department mows rights-of-way as well. We contract some out, but they mow quite a bit of rights-of-way, and that's called out there, everything from Broadway and South 9th medians to Schilling to Belmont. And so some of those are also pretty aggressively curtailed. And just trying to balance out what work sharing that we have accounted for. As we get into some of the approaches and proposals, what we tried to do is quantify, if you want to take on an added service, what that means in additional staffing, quantify that in terms of a cost, with the expectation that we would bring people off of work share to free up additional time. I'm very, very concerned about this mowing schedule. The last thing I can do is go to the supervisor that's graciously put this together and committed to try to make it work, and tell him he needs to do even more with less. I'm worried that we're trying to do too much with less right now.
Commissioner Davis, just one question. On the rights of way, have those the areas where you're going to mow only monthly, those are areas that I hope do not have any, by not mowing, the field division for drivers will not be impaired to where safety becomes
correct. We wouldn't let that happen, sir. We're out every day checking on everything. If there was an area that popped up that became an issue, we would rotate things around so we could address it.
Yeah, and that reminds me too, already in the conversations we're having with parks and in general, there is countless things come up daily about, well, we just realized this, what are we going to do about it? There will have to be a lot of adaptation as we start to implement this. But I think this is a pretty good representation of how we're trying to implement the work share approach.
Commissioner Hodges, would there be an opportunity? I've had several people reach out to me and say that they were very willing to volunteer to help in the parks, and I know that we don't want to become reliant on that, but if there's a specific area that's close to their home that people could adopt, or I notice as we get further into it here with the flowers, and if there were, I think that highly motivated people could be, instructed and could do a good job at helping extend some of our workforce. Has there been any contemplation about enlisting any volunteers?
There's certainly been discussion, not enough that I've reached a conclusion that I'm prepared to share. And I know what it sounds like before I even say it, but the liability considerations are the concern. From our experience, it's not just the liability of someone, being injured, but we have claims history where the mower then throws something in the street, and now we have vehicle damage that we have a claim, and we now have a volunteer doing that mowing. And so I'm not going to say that it isn't possible, but just really haven't had an opportunity to sit down with legal counsel and risk manager to talk about if we could find a hybrid way to comfortably make that work. We have certainly had people offer it up, and we're appreciative of that. We're just trying to balance those. And some of these locations, wouldn't necessarily be safe, but that's not to say that there aren't some that could work.
Right.
One of the other concerns with that, is that we don't have any full-time park staff available to help monitor the volunteers because they're all mowing right now.
Right.
Every one of them, even Rick has been on a mower. So
Right.
we don't have, so the volunteers would need some supervision.
Right.
We haven't addressed putting a plan together for that yet. We certainly can if given direction to, but I want you to understand that every full-time staff member is mowing.
Right.
Would that liability, this is Commissioner Ryan, would that liability extend to other institutions like USD 305? They are certainly organized to mow quite a bit of property, and they have adjoining properties, and they have interest in baseball, and East Crawford could reach out to them for some assistance.
Yeah, presumably they already have insurance in place, and we can, it's very common to indemnify each other, provide proof of insurance. So that scenario is probably more workable than just a good-hearted citizen wanting to take their private mower onto city property.
Yeah, well, that might be something to pursue.
Yeah, I've actually have had some conversations with the school about some of our parks, and they've been good to work with. They're receptive, and I'm appreciative of that.
Commissioner Hodges here. If we're not going to be having any recreation programs that specifically use like the Salina soccer complex located off of Magnolia, I understand that Bill Burke soccer fields and Oxbow soccer fields have a little bit more of a potential to be neighborhood soccer fields. But if we were just to reduce our mowing to, say, like one soccer field at the soccer complex, has there been any thought about just letting the others go to monthly mows just to keep them manageable? Because, I know that Commissioner Hodges, if I didn't say my name before, I know I probably sound like a broken record, but I'm going to sound like a broken record because I drive past those fields all the time, and I never see anybody there. And I hate to look at the acreage commitment that we've got there when we are so short-staffed.
We've had those Mike Scragg, we've had those conversations. The thing that we're trying to be mindful of, whether it's fairways, outfield, soccer fields, is not to let it get so far away from us that we've lost the quality of the turf and we're playing catch up and have an expense next year. So we're trying to balance going from that irrigated high frequency mowing to a lesser frequency, but we will have to size up whether we can buy ourselves a little bit more time in that regard. I don't think our intention is that we maintain it to be playable as much as we maintain the turf.
Usually for the soccer fields in general, you want to keep the turf around about 2 inches, and we've been letting it get as high as 4 to 6 inches, and we'd be going and cut it. One of the other reasons why you haven't seen anybody out there is we've actually locked the soccer goals up because people weren't respecting the social distancing. As a matter of fact, I did witness kids out at the Burke fields today wanting to play. I believe they're from Salina South. We have those goals shut down as well because we were getting complaints of kids playing soccer and not respecting the social distancing. So I think once we get to the phase out and we put the goals back out, I think that you will see people using them more.
And Mike Scragg here. As I mentioned, we're going to have to adapt this, as we go. And if we can identify areas even within a park that is out of the way and we can back away from that and move on, we'll continue to adjust this as time goes on. We've had some more detailed conversations at the staff level about those kind of things park by park, but really want to give this to you to give you a sense of kind of the extent of the service impacts.
Stay out of the rough.
Yeah, the rough will be rough. I don't know if that's probably a good stopping point.
Yeah.
There. Sorry, I have to wake my computer back up just a second.
Just a question, Commissioner Franz. We talked about the flowers.
That's the next.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I
next.
was going to say,
next.
I thought
Okay.
that, Commissioner Hodges, I thought it might be logical to finish up with the flowers before we bite off into Kendall Cove.
That was my question.
Yeah.
I do have a comment about the flowers, and I know we ordered these way back before this ever started, and it's going to take a substantial amount of time to plant and take care of them, according to the information here. Has any consideration been given to offering them to the public at cost, letting people come in and buy them for their personal use? and thus maybe reduce the amount of flowers we have to take care of throughout the season?
In passing, we're certainly open to that. We,
You know,
admittedly, our focus was more whether we could turn down the order, and we couldn't. But
Yeah.
that certainly actually is something that occurred to me over the weekend after we put this
I
presentation
know
together.
we have an active master gardeners group. There are probably people who'd be, these are primarily annuals, I presume.
And the price isn't bad. They're about $1 a plant.
Yeah, I mean, it just strikes me as being a way of recovering some of the cost and reducing the future workload at the same time. Investing a week or something, a person a week or in marketing that, and maybe they can sign up, provide the list, and they can sign up for what they want, and then when they come in, they come in and pick them up. I'm getting too deep in the weeds, I know, but I'm just...
Mayor Hoppinger, are these flowers to be used in the parks, or is this flowers to be used in the parks and the downtown area?
Actually, this is Chris's item.
These plants were originally ordered to go in Oakdale. However, we found out at a later point in time that there was some, they hadn't been ordered for downtown through SDI, so we were actually going to split this order up, and they were going to go in the pots downtown and in Oakdale. And one of the things that we were going through this Fast and Furious that got overlooked, Oakdale Park, you have the hours to maintain that's typical for where it says 480 hours at the bottom. That is only for downtown. Additionally, there'd be 4 part-time staff at 40 hours a week for 15 weeks, equating to 2,400 hours to take care of Oakdale Park. So it is substantial.
I think the more, I hate to make the park look worse because I do appreciate the flower beds at Oakdale. Typically, I will go there a couple of times a summer just to admire somebody who can keep things like that green, because I certainly can't. But if we can reduce the hours, and even if the flower beds are just mulched, to control weed growth and so on while they're not planted to flowers, I think we're ahead if we can offload some of this.
Mike Scraig,
I totally agree with where you're coming from, and I think that kind of also speaks to me, this would be a low risk in terms of liability if you had, if you wanted to enlist some volunteer help, but putting this kind of, labor intensity on this, I would like to see perhaps some other ideas. And also, frankly, the folks downtown have shown their willingness in the past to adopt planting beds, and they've done a really good job taking care of it. And I would also think it might be good to give them the opportunity to do that again. Here are your plants. Do the best you can in the containers that you've been given, and we cannot step that through this year.
Yeah. Mayor Hoppinger, was the portion that you made a comment about ordering for downtown, was SDI to pay for the flowers?
I wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
This is Mike Scraig. We have to get Star Bond proceeds in. We have prioritized expenditures of those proceeds, so there hasn't been enough Star Bond activity to spin off any proceeds for SDI to have the funding to make the purchase.
Okay.
So it's not a case of them, not meeting a deadline or not carrying through. We just haven't, the Star Bond district hasn't got stood up to support that yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis, but just want to make sure that the planters downtown aren't going to be empty. I mean, at some point, people are going to just walk down the sidewalk, even if the hotels and restaurants aren't busy. I'll just stop there.
Mike Scraig, unfortunately, this is one of those expectations versus what we've got to work with, decision points. And between Star Bond proceeds not being available and where we're at on budget, where we're at on staffing, and we did talk about, was it more appropriate to try to put them in the downtown to spread that benefit down Santa Fe or in Oakdale? And concentrating them at Oakdale, even though it's the big numbers we're talking about, is more efficient than trying to maintain them down Santa Fe. And those pots are irrigated. So I had a little bit of concern about, anybody and everybody being in the plants and planting them. I think there's perennials and they need to be supplemented with annuals. So it started to get a little bit more complicated to do it in the downtown.
Aren't the downtown ones irrigated? I know the bigger.
The bigger ones are.
planters
The smaller ones are not irrigated. We'd still have to water those.
Commissioner Hodges, I would just, and this is just strictly my personal request, I don't know if fellow members of the governing body feel this way, but I would request that you do reach out to Salina Downtown and talk with them about their willingness to solicit sponsors like we've done in the past for planting beds, because the people that got into that really got into it big time. And I think that with all the investments we've made downtown, I think the people that own businesses and work and live there also want to make that investment back, and they have every reason to want to make downtown look as beautiful as possible.
Certainly open to it.
And youth groups, scouts, school organizations. I mean, I think there's a lot of available manpower. I mean, putting water on a plant, I know it doesn't always happen. That isn't that difficult. You just have to remember to do it. But I'd like to have, I think more people are probably going to be walking downtown. I think we need something that gives people a ray of hope that, wow, there is something down the road to look forward to. It may be a real long road, but to at least have something pretty that people can walk up and down and enjoy.
Commissioner Franz, not to belabor the point, but I do think the fact that in some of the large planter boxes downtown there are buried irrigation systems does bring that to a different level of concern, because if it was me, I'd probably be weeding and cut an irrigation line, and then we've lost all the benefit in 5 minutes because somebody's going to have to come fix it.
I was thinking of the smaller planters that we have out
the
there.
The smaller planters I don't have an issue with, but I think with the big planters,
we could do those,
I think it is, maybe we can do something less intense, do something with, an attractive mulch, if there is such a thing, that where it minimizes the care. But I do have, I think there is a concern, rightfully so, on having, I don't want to say just anybody, but having somebody who doesn't understand the consequences of hacking into an irrigation system.
Yeah. Not to drag this portion on, but I would I guess ask that we give guidance to the Parks Department to reach out to SDI to see if they would discuss it with their board, if they'd have an interest, and perhaps give them an idea of what would be available to be planted and would not constitute a problem with the irrigation systems. So
And if I could add one thing to
Commissioner Hodges,
that.
and if I could piggyback on that really quickly, Mayor Hoppick, SDI, as I know you're aware, has a halftime downtown aesthetic technician.
I think that person's been furloughed because of the.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I was
so,
going to say, because if
yeah.
you could designate like one person that could take responsibility for an irrigated bed, but I understand that if that's not the case.
So, Mike Sprague, if I could add one clarification, the thing that would be most helpful with that approach is if we're kind of able to make a pretty clean handoff versus, we, as Chris said, we just, the people that might be able to support them are going to be on mowers. We're not in a position
exactly.
to
I believe it is a
shepherd the program, but we
handoff.
can
It's here
certainly hand
you
it
go,
off, yeah.
SDI or downtown, and it's up to them to put together the merchants or the individuals downtown that are going to plan and be responsible for the planners. I think we can. I think
As
they can make
staff,
that
I'd be
happen.
happy, just haven't
I
had
don't
time
think
to
they
have
need
that conversation, but
18,000
we can do that.
plants, but they're. I don't know what they need, but.
Chris, do you know off the top of your head how many landscape beds there are in the downtown?
I do not off the top of my head, but there's a lot more than there were before.
It's a startling number. I can't remember either. But I don't know that, if it's acceptable to you, I think I've heard a handful of things. Number one, reach out to SDI. Number two, consider the possibility of selling at cost what people might want, and then whatever's left, we'll figure out a way to plant them.
I think that sounds good. Do we need to see if there's any callers that, we may have some master gardeners that don't like our idea, but.
If there's anybody that wishes to speak
use
on
the resources.
what we've talked about so far, please press *9.
Yeah. And Commissioner Hodges, Commissioner Davis just turned to me and said, let's make sure we use the resources we have, like the master gardeners. So if there is the opportunity to partner with a group, a responsible group that doesn't require much supervision in something like planting, I think it might be a good idea to follow up with a group like that.
We can certainly do that, and I don't see anybody indicating they wish to speak.
Okay, I believe we've given some direction, as muddled as it was, but I think with that, we'll move to Kenwood Cove discussion.
Yes, Chris Cotton, Parks Director again. If you look at the top right corner of Kenwood Cove, you'll notice what our profit loss was at the facility from 2017, 2018, and 2019. Of course, Kenwood Cove is run 98% part-time staff. So if we have no staff, then there's no way that we can safely operate the facility. So overall, our recommendation would be to not open Kenwood Cove this year. Now then, practical challenges, obviously lifeguard shortage in general. Typically right now, Kenwood Cove would be full of water. We would already have everything ready to go. We'd have the chemicals balanced. Jeff does an exceptional job at taking care of Kenwood Cove. Lap pool would be filled and he'd already be training lifeguards. One of the practical difficulties of training lifeguards right now is that social distancing. You cannot practice saving an individual in the pool without getting closer than 6 feet to them. You can't practice getting them to the side of the pool. You can't practice getting them out of the pool. You can't practice CPR. You can't practice mouth to mouth. You can't practice any of it. You can't even practice AED use. You just can't. So if we were to open the whole facility, we would be several weeks behind getting ready to open. Absolutely. And then invariably, when you go to open the facility, when you go to fill everything every year, there's a pump that seizes up or a line breaks. So then we have to repair that. So while the public doesn't see the work that goes behind getting the water park ready to go, it is extensive. One of the things that we also want to point out on the practical challenges is we hear this a lot. The pool itself is chlorinated. The pool itself is clean. Yes, that's pretty accurate, but you still have people breathing on each other. You can't keep them 6 feet apart. The chairs, bathrooms, surfaces, lifeguard stands, et cetera, all would have to be sanitized to a degree we've never done it. If you think about even our lifeguard rotations, every 25, 30 minutes, one lifeguard rotates and this guard goes to the next station. There's nobody there to sanitize the lifeguard stand from one lifeguard to the next. So that's a huge challenge. The other thing was social distancing. We would literally need to find staff that could help enforce the social distancing. And I don't know how many people have been out there on a hot day, but the lazy river is packed shoulder to shoulder. So it would be almost impossible to regulate that. We do have an alternative option that we've worked out. It is not cost effective. I want to be clear with that. But if we want to open a pool, the lap pool is on its own circulation system. It has its own filter. So we could run that pool similar to what I call an old-fashioned pool with no water slides, just like a neighborhood pool. We could run that. We need, on a busy day, we'd need 3 lifeguards. It has its own bathrooms, its own dressing area, but we would lose significant finances on that operation. As a matter of fact, we have it broken down. It'd only be about a 25% recovery of operating costs.
This is Commissioner Ryan. What's the ramp-up time on that facility? So we can fill it in a couple days, and
that pool would still take about a week and a half to 2 weeks to get it cleaned, get it filled, get the chemicals balanced. At this point in time, we've done no prep out there at all. So, and again, as I mentioned earlier, if we fire it up and a pump seizes or we have a water line break, then we need to replace that. But we could get it operational in a couple weeks.
And the staffing up?
That a lot of the kids that we would normally hire to lifeguard have already found other jobs. Jeff would be relying on lifeguards that were currently trained from last season. Their certification has a 2 to 3 year opportunity to have to be retrained. He would have to find guards that are currently certified to get it open in a timely manner, because right now we don't have anybody trained. We don't have any water to train anybody on. So it would still be several weeks. I can't give you an exact date. We got to get it filled, then we got to get remedial training in, then we can open. But we don't know. We don't have a timeline, sir.
Mike Craig, if I could add a couple things. We found some guidance from National Pool Association suggesting how you could open a pool under these circumstances. And so it didn't say it, but it seemed to presume it wasn't thinking about a water park. It was thinking about, a body of water where you could calculate a maximum occupant load. You could enforce that occupant load. They're suggesting that you space your chairs, 1 chair per every 176 square feet. It was suggesting that you add staff and above and beyond your lifeguards to enforce social distancing. And I kind of joked with Chris, all I hear when I go to a pool is a whistle and stop running on deck, and a whistle and stop running on deck. I mean, you can have the enforcer, but it doesn't mean you're going to get voluntary compliance. And then Chris mentioned kind of the sanitation issues that go with that. And the other thing we don't know is if we start making arrangements with lifeguards, we still don't know when the opening day is. And so if I'm a lifeguard trying to find a summer job, I'm looking for something that has a schedule attached to it. I don't know that we're going to be able to bring them on board and just tell them we don't have any work for the next 30 days, just sit tight. So there's a lot of practical difficulties that go along with it.
Yeah. Commissioner Franz here, if I could inquire, back on your first page, you gave us a net profit or loss number. Now, I presume that applies only to the direct operation. That does not include ramp-up costs, fixing pumps, doing all that prep work, interviewing lifeguards. All of that does not get charged against Kenwood Pool. For example, I know we have at least one person from the utilities department who's over there quite a lot managing the pumping system and so on, and I presume his salary is not paid out of the pool account.
That is a sort of an ongoing work share that we do with Martha. We take care of mowing all of their utility sites in exchange for one of their operators to help us keep the pool chemicals balanced as well.
But the point is that cost is not charged against the pool expense.
That is correct.
Okay.
Travis is.
So
yes.
it's whatever we see here as profit is probably eaten up plus in that additional work.
Most of our pumps and equipment, and that is budgeted for, and we do take a lion's share of that through the operating budget.
Okay, but the staff time to handle that is not.
All of the part-time staff is covered in that, and Jeff Hammond, who's been our full-time staff for last couple of years, his salary is only a fraction of that.
Right. But as far as, I believe it's Travis who at least sometimes have done that, his salary is paid by the water department.
Correct.
Okay.
The other thing that you caused me to think of is these numbers are for a full season in good conditions.
Right.
With a late start, and I don't know, our pricing is very, very affordable, but at the same time, in terms of discretionary spending, buying memberships and getting people to the pool, I can't imagine this will be as good as
Mayor
years
Hoppick
past.
here. If I'm correct, the pool opens on May 23rd. If we were to open it as scheduled, and would close August 17th,
yes,
correct?
Sir.
That's 86 days. Based on, first of all, just based on the governor's berequirements of 90 people, you lose 8 days in May and you lose 15 days in June. So that's without anything being moved back. That's 23 of our 80. So we've already lost 26% of our days to generate income. So if that even gets moved back further, then there's no way that we generate a positive income. Correct. We lose this year. Right. The other thing is that concerns me a little bit is, would attendance be down due to the fact that there's loss of employment? So there's a good chance that people wouldn't come to Kenwood Cove as often, even though I do agree that it is priced correctly. And the other thing that concerns me is the expense to open it, and then if we get 30 days into it and we have a health issue and we have to close it again. As much as I think Kenwood Cove has been a wonderful asset to our community, When I look at the financial impact and the health issue, I really don't see how we open it this year. And I do agree with the staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Davis, I think with people not working, you might actually see more people at the pool because they're tired of being home.
Could be.
And it's going to be hot. They want to get out the house. Even if they don't get in the water, they just want somewhere to go.
But my main deal is the loss of 26% of our potential days to generate income, and then the potential of opening and having to close it would be fairly significant to the bottom line. So,
Commissioner Hodges, I have been contacted by some people who have already purchased season passes. Do you know about how much we have outstanding in season passes that we're going to need to, if we do not open, that we would need to reimburse people for?
I don't have that number at my fingertips, but I can find that out for you.
Okay, thank you.
We have absolutely refunded everybody who's called wanting a refund already. We have started that process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ryan here, and this is the year that the pool became paid for and the bond. It's just sort of ironic to me that this might be the first year that we don't have the pool. But for me, the real balance here is between, keeping that pool open and maintaining that service in some degree. But I don't think that we can do it and the customers can be happy, because I just don't think they can have a good experience there because of the restrictions that we'll have ongoing through the whole summer.
I'm gonna ask staff on this. Do you want just our consensus, or would you prefer that we have a motion?
A motion and a vote would be nice on this one.
What's that?
A motion and a vote would help with clarity.
We hadn't talked about that, but I thought that might be
Commissioner Davis, since it does say alternative option, one that it's an old-fashioned throwback one, but in big cities, you get the fire hydrant, you put a spray on it. I mean, you use water, but otherwise it's a very inexpensive way to cool off, have fun, and you still have the issue of primarily little kids, and you're not going to keep them 6 feet apart probably, but it's something to beat the heat. It's fun.
Mike Scraggy, I'm remiss in not saying it. We have talked about opening the spray grounds.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have Splash Park.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah.
So our intention
Commissioner
is,
Hodges, so
when the
the
rules
intention-
allow and everything else allows, we would try to open the spray
The
grounds.
spray parks, okay.
Mike, I believe we need to probably open the telephones for anyone that would like to comment.
Anybody wishes to speak on Kenwood Cove, please press *9. There's a handful of callers. I think I know why some are calling, but not all of them, but I don't see anyone indicating they wish to speak.
Okay, if
Might
we,
give it- In light of this topic and the delay, we might give it just a little bit longer, but if anyone wishes to speak, please press *9. Okay, I don't see anyone.
for lack of callers, I will bring it back to the commission for a motion.
Regarding specifically
Kenwood Cove opening.
I'm still a little undecided. I'll let one of you four go.
Commissioner Franz here, I will take the step forward and move that we not open Kenwood Cove at any level this year, including the alternative option. It just doesn't make any sense to me to do that.
Commissioner Ryan, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to leave Kenwood Cove closed for the 2020, and that includes the alternative option.
And Commissioner Hodges, and just to interject, that we still haven't made a decision on the spray parks. And at this point, if the governor's directives allow it, our plan is to have those open.
I believe those are
In
on
fact,
a
we didn't even
page
present
come
that as
up.
a decision point, but that was
they're on
staff's
another
intention.
page
yeah.
Sorry.
to come, yeah, that's fine. Because I think that's a good alternative, okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Okay, that moves us into athletics.
I volunteered to take this one, and Chris is certainly the subject matter expert more than me, but as we get into some of the economic aspects, I thought I probably ought to take it. So we provided you with an inventory of the athletic programs that we do through the spring and summer season: adult softball, youth soccer, adult soccer, baseball, softball, and outdoor tournaments and rentals. We tried to provide you some information about whether we could meet the mass gathering requirements and whether social distancing the requirements, it was possible to meet those, and whether they had an economic impact, whether they generated hotel stays, the amount of full-time and part-time staff it would take to support them, and then the effects of resuming them, both pro and con. So we spent our primary focus was in response to the concern about the economic impact of certain tournaments and events. And, not knowing what the future might hold, not knowing what might be in store for our businesses, restaurants, or hotels, but recognizing that these type of events do generate hotel stays, do generate activity for them. We tried to flesh out what it would look like if we tried to support tournaments in particular. And simultaneously, there was conversation going on with representatives of some of the groups and articles in the paper indicating their willingness to volunteer and perform some of the tasks that we normally would. So on slide 37, we provided you an inventory of the tournaments that we're aware of and the economic impacts that the Salina Convention and Visitors Bureau has previously estimated for each one of those. And so just those alone represent about $1.2 million worth of economic activity. That I should point out that is total spending. That's not money that hits the city's bottom line. The portion that hits the city's bottom line is just going to be whatever applicable sales tax might be appropriate. And Debbie and I talked about that. Debbie, I don't know if you had an opportunity to estimate that number for the city's bottom line?
I calculated that between the city's sales tax and the city's portion of the county would be about $24,000.
So 1.2 million in activity, but that generates about $24,000 to the city's bottom line. So we'll get into it in a little bit, but at the point that we figured out or tried to itemize what might be practical for the city to do and what might be practical for volunteers to do, if you have the fields prepared in some fashion for tournaments, then they're pretty much ready to go for leagues if leagues wanted to put forth the same amount of effort. So we provided some information there about leagues as well and what the typical season looks like, the number of players and coaches that are involved, and when you factor in all the age groups and the number of games, it's about 570 games in a season and about 1,725 participants when you count coaches and players. So recognizing what the organizations had indicated they might be willing to do as volunteers, and then sitting down and actually talking about kind of the practical difficulties of some of that, we tried to itemize what might be possible for a private group to volunteer to do and what might be more appropriate for the city to do. And recognizing we have all the same liability concerns that I brought up before about volunteers mowing or maintaining. So we were trying to avoid use of heavy equipment, trying to avoid mowing in particular. So what we came up with that volunteers might be able to do is trash pickup. We said pre-play, whether that's pre-league game or pre-tournament, while the event's going on and after the event is over. Bathroom cleaning and emptying the trash. Dragging and grooming the fields, that initial prep before, I say, a tournament or a league, and then if it needs to be done between games. Lining batters' boxes, putting the circles around the mounds for softball, and laying out baselines. Scorekeeping, we typically hire the scorekeepers as part-time staff. there's a parenthetical there about they could do it manually, or we would have to think about a deposit for the control units. The units that control the scoreboards are $1,200 a piece, so they are a little bit pricey, so manual scorekeeping might be the more appropriate way to go. Umpires, arranging for them and paying them, scheduling the leagues and the tournaments, providing insurance. They've indicated they carry insurance that they could provide to us, which helps considerably in terms of that liability concern again. Registration for the league or the tournament, and then background checks. I don't know that from the city's perspective, if we hand off the event and it's just a facility rental, I don't know that we have to have background checks, but just that's something that we do currently. It's very labor intensive for us, and just wanted to at least list that in, if anybody were going to do it in this scenario, it would be on them, not on the city. The next slide is what we thought the city could do, and it represents an added expense, and we'll get to that in a minute. But the preseason field prep, leveling out, the low spots and water damage and that type of thing, and preparation of the mounds and batters boxes to kick the season off. I think we could supply some of the items that they would need to then manually and on a volunteer basis prep the fields. Drag mats as a item that you can drag behind a piece of equipment, and it helps level out the field. Rakes, shovels, the chalk machine, hoses. Chalk itself, it needs to be stored. It can't just be set outside, so we thought that we could supply the chalk at cost and keep it in our storage and make it available to them. If we went the deposit route, we could supply the scoring control units. There is need for on-site troubleshooting as an irrigation system acts up, a light, the ball field lights act up, whatever the case may be. So we dedicate a staff person to a tournament each day or leagues. So we thought that wasn't something we could turn over to volunteers to figure out our ball field lights, as an example. So felt like we needed to continue to provide route, then that would be an increased maintenance schedule above and beyond what we just talked about a little bit ago, and that's going to represent some added cost. Watering the fields when needed for playability. They may not be as lush and green as usual, but as needed. Repairing the fields, washouts, that type of thing that might occur through the season. Opening and closing the fields, meeting someone there at the outset of a tournament and wrapping things up at the end. And we talked a lot about what type of power equipment we might be willing to loan to them or even let on our facilities. And we came to, maybe it's a little unconventional, but we can provide golf carts rather than power mowers or four-wheelers or anything like that. It's a little bit more user-friendly and more typical for someone that was going to try to get on and volunteer, and less power. So our thinking was to provide 2 golf carts per facility for dragging the field. So if they're trying to put on a tournament and keep up with all that, they have the golf carts to use. And then, with all the more reason for us to say access is limited to those. Don't bring heavy equipment from home or bring items from home. We've provided it. So we ran that scenario by representatives of the CVB, and Travis Shaley and our staff had conversations with some of the experienced organizers of tournaments and leagues. It's amazing to me, but I think there is some receptivity that they're willing to kind of meet us in the middle and try to make that happen. Now, having said that, I wouldn't expect that we would charge rental fees. Typically, our rental fees are trying to cover all of our costs. This kind of being a hybrid, if they're willing to take on that much as volunteers, my recommendation would be that we're doing this from an economic development standpoint for our community, our hotels, our businesses, and we just try to work it out that we divide up tasks and make it work this year, if we're so inclined. So we then tried to estimate, okay, what kind of staff time does that represent, and what staff members might that be? So our estimate of that added cost for us is $75,000 for this particular season, assuming this level of play, this level of tournaments, and that's I think we would need authorization to incur that added expense. We can't absorb that with the existing work share staffing levels that we have in place, but so trying to quantify our expense towards that economic development investment, for lack of a better word. With that, I guess I'll stop and try to answer any questions, and I do think we have callers that want to talk on this topic.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Ryan here. So what's your confidence level that, things like trash pickup in particular can, they'll maintain their consistency going on? And do we need some kind of a deposit put down to hold them, or something to put some teeth in it to make people be accountable for some of those things?
Fair question. Part of this, I guess where I'm coming from is the expectations. If we can clearly divide up the responsibilities and we can clearly communicate that, and I was thinking signage at the facilities that indicate that due to the financial impacts of the coronavirus pandemic, we appreciate all the volunteers are doing for the following, so that if someone from out of town comes in and has an issue with trash pickup, hopefully their expectations adjusted a little bit, that Salina is trying to pull together and make the most of it. And that's not going to say people won't complain, but hopefully, and if that's, well, number one, my family, my kids wouldn't leave trash behind in general, but if we saw that sign, we certainly would try to step it up and help out. If you see the trash can overflowing, maybe you throw it in the back of your van and you take it with you. I don't know.
I hope that change can be, made well communicated, because there's always the opposing team, and they aren't necessarily from here. I don't know if you've got public address systems at the game where announcements could be made and some of these things illustrated prior to each game.
I think signage is going to probably have, go a long way in that regard, and that isn't in that 75,000 number. But I was thinking, strategically, number one, to actually hopefully get some compliance, but number two, kind of reset expectations that we'd have to get that message out this year.
Commissioner Davis, and implicitly written in the contract, when a team signs up, their application fee spells this out in no uncertain terms. But friendly announcements, and I'm assuming the host team would be the one having to do it, so they would be motivated to garner compliance from the visiting teams.
Yeah, Mike Scragg here. And more broadly, we are trying to be innovative. So in so many places across the organization, it admittedly is already overwhelming, just day to day. Well, what are we going to do about this? And this is not going to be seamless. I recognize that, and I hope you do too. But these groups are very motivated to try to make it work, and I'm motivated to try to meet them in the middle.
Commissioner Hodges here, and I guess this is more of a comment than a question, because when I look at the list of chores for the private organizations, and couple that with the fact that, we're going to be supplying them with golf carts and some somewhat heavy equipment to do their jobs. We referenced liability before, and I feel like if we're willing to meet baseball and softball organizers halfway and to think with some innovation, I would just encourage us to do that at as many levels as we can. Because I look at this and I think I don't want us to just cherry pick our liability, because there's plenty of things to be liable for on this list.
I don't disagree, and not to paint it with a broad brush, but they do carry insurance, and they've offered to name us as an additional insured. So, that's helpful. But that's not to say that we won't see what we can do elsewhere.
Commissioner Franz here. I look at this on kind of two levels, and number one is the public health aspect. And if it was today, I would in no way say we're going to do a tournament and invite Dodge City. That's like a direct inoculation of the virus into our community. I don't care how many meals they eat or how many hotel days they have. That is a problem now. Now, will that be a problem when this starts? And I don't know what the start date is. It might still be a problem in 6 weeks. So I think we have to, if we're going to do this, we're going to go down this road, we need to decide at what point do we say, time out, stop, this isn't going to work. And of course, that involves pre-planning on the participants' part. I think that health aspect is one that we cannot ignore. And again, as the city manager said earlier, I think a lot of folks are looking at this phase-in plan as this is the way it's going to be. We're not sure, and I, for one, am uncomfortable with making that assumption and saying we're going to do this. The second level of my concern has to do with the fiscal condition, our financial concerns, in that even when the virus is gone or at least abated, we're going to be dealing with fiscal impacts for the next year or 2 or 3 years. And, I think it's important that we look at our core services and try to restore those before we do the kind of ancillary quality of life things that make us feel good about the community. I have an issue, to be honest with you, of spending $75,000 on baseball when we have 40 police personnel on reduced schedules, or you could pick any other department. Because those are pretty core services, and we need to be able to return to that level as soon as we can. And the more of this sort of thing we do, the more delayed that other response is going to be. So I have a real, on the other hand, I recognize people want to get out. This is a really positive thing for our community at many levels. But I just have trouble balancing, all of those conflicts. I have a real problem with the financial priorities.
This is Commissioner Davis, and I've been making notes, but if we could just think this through out loud. And again, all of this is predicated on the fact that from a health perspective, it's reasonable to proceed. And that may be an 11th hour decision, 3 days before the tournament. But if we were to magically improve from the health perspective and we wanted to jumpstart the local economy, I'm hesitant to compare it to what the federal government's doing, but if we said, okay, the city's donation to our local economy is $75,000. Businesses, here it is, spend it the way you can. We only get $24,000 at the $1.2 million, but you've got businesses that are open selling stuff. You've got people working, so they're generating their income and they're feeling good about themselves. The more businesses that are open, the more folks who aren't even connected with the tournament will start buying stuff. So it's sort of the chicken or the egg. How do you get those policemen back? Well, you have to generate the sales tax, the absence of which is the reason they're not there to begin with. So somebody has to get the ball rolling.
Commissioner Franz here, and I'm not going to disagree, but 1.2 million in terms of our total economy is pretty insignificant.
It's small,
I would guess. If it's that critical to do that, let's ask the tourism people for a contribution from the transient guest tax. That's what that money's intended to do. Maybe not the whole 75, but maybe they can come up with half of it.
And I'm guessing they'd be in the same chicken and the egg, and they would tell you, open the rooms, and and we'd be glad to give you the money. But you can't open the rooms, obviously, again, assuming the health situation allows. There's no reason to open a room if there's no expected business. But, the same circumstances that would allow tournaments to be held, I would hope would be the same circumstances that are going to allow other businesses in the area to open up. So this is just it's a little jump start, adding a little juice to the system, so to speak. But if the health situation doesn't allow, not only will tournaments not be open up, but there'll be a whole lot of other businesses still shuttered.
Mike Scraig, I might be able to offer a little bit of clarification there. When we talked about the Kansas Park and Rec Association table, one of the things that's in that table is the 90 mass gathering limit. The interpretation is that's per field, and so in terms of implementation, that might be the point where, events think that they can keep it limited to 90. I did have a conversation with one organizer, said, in my experience, you've got that overlap when one game's running along and the next game's getting ready to go and everybody's milling around. So there may have to be some thought given to intentionally extending scheduling with a bigger break in between so that you can observe that 90. The other thing that the feedback I've been getting is, with our early decision as related to part-time staffing, our approach has been not to take tentative reservations that, could I go ahead and make this reservation recognizing that we'll see what the reopening plan does and it may have to be rescheduled or canceled. We've been saying we're not in a position to do that right now. Other communities have been taking those tentative reservations. So the Chamber and CVB have communicated that kind of communicates, it puts us at a competitive disadvantage in terms of communications with other tournaments. The other thing they've shared is, we want to preserve the relationship that we have so that in future years we don't lose them elsewhere. So.
Commissioner Dave, the risk is not on us with the tentative reservation. I mean, we're saying if everything allows. I mean, it's very simple. If the state's shut down, the state's shut down. You can't do it. It's not our fault. We don't have to justify not being able to allow the tournament. But I don't see a problem with allowing a tentative reservation. I mean, again, the risk is on the organizer. Because that organizer may not know until 3 or 4 days if state and local regulations and environment would be suitable. They may be getting negative feedback from parents who say, well, we don't want our kids. Everyone wants to host a tournament because you don't have to stay in a hotel. You can sleep in your own house. It's another thing to pack up your kids and send them someplace else, not knowing what the situation's going to be. But it's, I don't think, unless, I'm assuming it's not a whole lot of work for us to give a reservation for, and I don't know because I've never done it. Is it a whole lot of work to give a reservation for a tournament?
There's a little bit of behind-the-scenes work, but it's not very difficult, no, sir.
Mayor Hoppick here. And again, we as a city wouldn't be taking those reservations. This group is, I believe, said they will step forward, and that's part of what they'll do. A couple things. One, this isn't just weekend tournaments. This is regular leagues. And I am going to, I understand the quality of life and what is that quality of life worth as far as a dollar and cents. I mean, we just took away Kenwood Cove from the community, and this has approximately what we have in here, 1,700 youth that are involved in both softball and baseball. So it reaches, it's widely spread as far as the number of participants. So I guess a couple things. One, I would state the Kansas Grand Slam is listed in here, but I'm going to ask Mr. Cotton. I don't believe we have entered into any this proposal for tournaments. I do not believe includes American Legion. Am I correct?
Not necessarily in our list. If they're willing to kind of do the same volunteer approach, I think we can make that work. Okay, but I guess what I was saying is the group that brought the proposal, I don't believe they're tied in with the Legion. Right.
Okay.
And I'll have to defer to Chris and possibly even Travis in that regard.
Right. These are not all-inclusive lists. These are just some of the events, but we'd be open to
doing the same thing with the Legion. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. We'd be open to doing with any baseball group, softball group that was able to meet the requirements of volunteering and taking care of things and getting the insurance.
And to follow up on the health issue and, about teams coming in here, I think what we need to be aware of is we're going to have teams going out also.
Which doubles the risk.
To other communities.
Yeah.
In fact, it's kind of interesting. We're talking about people coming in because I don't know how many looked at the paper today with the car show, the deal out at East Crawford, but there were pictures. And if you look at those, there was 3 individuals that were listed. One was from Kansas City, one was from Leavenworth, and one was from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Hot spot. They have already been in our community.
Yeah,
so I don't know if we can completely protect our community to completely.
If I could speak to that a little bit, that's a really good point, and we talked about that. I had a conversation with the health director. We did relay the travel quarantine limitations that are in effect through KDHE, but we don't have internal state travel restrictions. The one that was probably the most likely was Colorado. They agreed to not take registrations from anyone in Colorado, but the internal issues have interstate issues have yet to be addressed by the state, and so we felt like we just didn't have any authority.
You know, we certainly can't control it, but I don't think we should encourage it either.
Mayor Hoppick here, on the 75,000, do you have a breakdown on that? Because my question is, we already have reduced the mowing on Bill Burke and East Crawford to weekly, or as far as the fields. Were you planning on still being able to do the weekly, which would not increase any expense to the city?
We definitely did that math, and we rounded it to 75,000, but we didn't just pick it out of the air. But I don't know if Ms. Pack has that handy. A lot of it had to do with the staff that we had to commit to open, be there, troubleshoot, close. If I don't recall what the assumption was about mowing in particular, though.
I think if Travis is on the line, he could probably answer that.
Good point.
And, excuse me, just before we get to him,
if we have staff on the line that can speak to that, press *9 and I'll unmute your line.
While we're waiting to see if he's available, I just looked back at our Kenwood Cove with our alternative option. It looks like last year we had 78,000 participants. And, we collectively agreed that $60,000 estimated loss to open part of that, just the lap pool only, was too great an investment. And here we are talking about 1,725 players and coaches at $75,000. So, I mean, it ultimately, each of us is going to bring our own perspective to the table in terms of what is safe, what's a good investment for quality of life and keeping people, active and healthy and outdoors. But I just wanted to point that out, that for consistency's sake, we made that previous decision.
Of course, that was 78,000, and that's multiple people
Right,
going
it's
multiple times.
users,
So
right.
if you took this times the number, if you took 1,750 people,
Right.
or 1,500 kids times
However many
10 games, you
each
got,
were,
you get 100. So what?
And Mike Scraggy, the pressure I was feeling to inject that into this conversation was that economic development argument. Not only is there that inconsistency, but we're going to have soccer as well. We're not proposing a similar approach for soccer.
And I'm just trying to figure
At
out the
least not yet.
$75,000. I mean, we have lighting, which is going to run, could be a number, but without lighting in there, if we just took the 75,000 and we said that was man hours at $20 an hour, that's 3,750 man hours. Seems like a lot of additional hours.
And that $75,000 also allows us to bring back those recreation staff to handle those duties that are currently furloughed. That's one of the things that we looked at.
And what was that?
The staff that would be doing this, increase recreation staffing levels, that would allow us to bring back several of our employees that have not been working. They would be the ones that performed all these duties.
I know there was weed eating. There may have been an added cycle of mowing.
Additional cycle of mowing, weed eating, leveling the fields, striping the fields, doing all the more intensive thing that we need.
But that's what the other group has said they will do. They said they'll stripe the fields. They'll take care of the batter's boxes.
I think he's referring to the getting it ready at the beginning of the season.
There's a lot of initial prep work that has not been done so far this year. There's holes in the batter's boxes, the mounds need to be addressed, and at the baseball fields, there's a lot of things that we have not done.
Chris, I don't see them.
I know they're all in the war room waiting for the call.
You happen to know the number?
It's just the parks.
I got about 6 different city lines on here. We have them standing by, but staff, park staff, if you're on the line, please press *9 so we can unmute you.
Commissioner Davis, quick question. How do you handle the dugouts with the 6-foot separation?
That's one of the things that we've actually been discussing and trying to figure that out.
Well, Mike Sprague here. If you are below the mass gathering number, you don't have to observe social distancing. So if 90 is the number, they can be in the dugout together.
Okay. Call Topeka. Okay.
No, I'm not saying I understand your concern, but that is the interpretation.
Commissioner Franz here, that's the way I read it too. And I know that I saw an article in Time magazine a couple of days ago. Apparently they're opening some leagues in St. Louis. They're going to do some tournaments, and there they have imposed, at least on paper, some mitigation procedures which limited the number of players per dugout to 3 players per dugout, and all the other players had to be spread out on the field. It had limits on the audience. Now, whether or not all that can be done, I don't know. And it apparently is a very controversial thing there also in terms of whether they ought to be doing that at this time. And in that particular case, I think it was a private tournament provider who was doing this. I might be wrong, as part of their business. It's what they did as their job, as they organized tournaments. So a little different circumstance, but they did have some mitigation factors, mitigation measures in place to deal with that social distancing thing. Of course, we're not to the 90 number yet, but so it is possible to do that, or to attempt to do that.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. On that phase 3, and I made a comment when I saw that regarding reliance on people's individual self-centered attitudes to adhere to that, which seemed kind of risky.
On the parks number, let me unmute them. Okay, 5765, which I believe is Parks, is unmuted. Travis, do you happen to be on the line?
Yes, Travis Shaley here, Recreation Superintendent.
Do you recall what all went into that $75,000 cost calculation?
Yes, it was to bring some staff out of furlough to help with support and help with the program. It was also bringing some full-time staff currently at the golf course to field maintenance. And a big chunk of it was about 3 weeks it would take to get those fields in playable condition or tournament play. It also added a second mowing to inside the fences, not the perimeter, but inside the fences to address that. And a lot of the bulk of the hours were it mattered if it was just tournaments, or it takes an additional level to if you involve tournaments and league with our full-time staff to be there to guide and be in support of the league.
Yeah, that's a good point. That number does include, we started with, we can accommodate tournaments, and we just presumed if we go that far, then the expectation is going to be, can we do leagues as well? So the staff people there in support of an event also included leagues. Thank you, Travis. And I touched, and this is Mike Sprague, I touched on it earlier, but and we've kind of, one step at a time, worked ourselves down this path to baseball and softball tournaments and leagues. In part, given the activity level, in part, given their desire to volunteer, and in part, they are the events that currently generate hotel stays. We have an active soccer league, but we don't have a lot of soccer tournaments. That's not to say that, as the season goes on, they might not try to get organized and come to us and ask, what can they do? If more than anything, that's probably mowing schedule question, but we talked a little bit about whether we can be strategic about when we mow, but we can't mow everything on Thursday night in anticipation of a weekend, but we could see what we could do to accommodate some things like that. So I do know that there's some citizens that are on the line that would like to address you when the time's right.
I guess one of my, excuse me, Mayor Hoppick, one of my questions would be, can we get by with just mowing the fields weekly? I guess that would be.
Yeah, we talked about that. Mike Scragg again. We talked about that quite a bit and just felt like, quality of play and two concerns. Even if we tried to get by, you still have the volunteers motivated to bring their own lawnmowers and mow it more frequently. And we wanted to keep mowing a city responsibility.
You won't have many triples that way.
Might have more.
Everything will be in front of the outfield.
The grass on the fields right now is, while it is being mowed, it has not been mowed to the standards that we would need for play. We have a lot of clumping on there now. Travis does indicate they wouldn't be necessarily pristine condition. I mean, you could play on them, but the fields are going to be very slow. And as Mike mentioned, we can't mow everything on Thursday night. There's just too many fields.
Okay, any other questions before we open it up to phone calls? Okay, Mike, you want to see if there's...
Sure. Lauren Fisher, you're unmuted. Mr. Fisher, are you there?
Yes,
There you go.
this is Lauren Fisher.
Go ahead. We've got you
Can you hear me?
unmuted.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Lauren.
I'm the individual that's basically spearheaded this proposal to do the baseball and softball. I've been in Salina 34 years, been involved with softball for 34 years in Salina, and I'm one of the individuals that runs the softball tournaments for the weekends, and we also work with the umpires as far as the City League games go. So I just wanted to make 3 quick points on why I believe our proposal would be beneficial to Salina and to the kids of Salina and even parents and the businesses in Salina. And three quick things. I've had many calls from other teams outside of Salina, besides Salina, that have pointed out to me that Bill Burke Park is one of the best parks in the state of Kansas for social distancing as far as having tournaments because of the way it's laid out, as well as East Crawford is also. So that's a plus for us because the teams, they want to come play in Salina this year, and they understand they have to have some personal responsibility in social distancing and taking care of themselves. And our facilities are excellent for that. And so that's one of the reasons the teams want to come play with us. Two, again, the teams want to come, and when they come, they'll be spending money in Salina. Whether it may be on the weekends with tournaments, obviously you've seen numbers from the Chamber of Commerce on what we've generated in the past. And in particular, the one weekend we have a softball tournament. It is the largest softball tournament in the state of Kansas. So the teams like coming to Salina. They want to continue to come to Salina, even in the pandemic situation we're in. And thirdly, I believe we've got the group, volunteer-wise and individually, to do this. We've got the expertise. I've, again, been involved with Parks and Rec for 34 years as umpire and coach. Know generally how everything works as far as East Crawford and Bill Burke, and have worked with Travis Shealy a lot of years. And so, again, we just want to see the kids play, and I think this is a good plan to get it done. I know they've had a number of things taken away from them this year, and hopefully we can give back to the community and the parents and the kids somewhat, and also put some money in the community yet that's been hurt by the pandemic that we've had. So, and I'm here to answer any questions on the plan that you may have for me also.
Any questions for Lauren? Okay, I think that's it. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Salina Chamber of Commerce, you're unmuted.
Hello, Mike.
Hi, Eric. You might introduce
Hello,
yourself.
Commissioners. Good evening, everyone. This is Eric Brown, President of the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce, calling to show our support of this plan regarding the sports tournaments, softball, baseball, and also some of the other events. So we may jump back in, but in regards specifically to sports and special events here, the point that I want to make out of the gate is we definitely understand the personal health versus the economic health. You can't have one without the other, as we're seeing right now with the stay-at-home order and what that has done to our local economy and to the state economy, the national economy, et cetera. But we do know that recovery can't happen without reopening. To some of the points here that we want to speak to, I think a lot has been covered. That recovery, while $1.2 million isn't a tremendous amount in regards to the local economy, I will tell you that to the folks that it affects, the hoteliers, the restaurants, convenience stores, the attractions, transportation, even. I mean, being stay at home and having folks unemployed for a month, they would gladly take those dollars in at that level. And so that's really what these events. This is, again, no one has kind of mentioned that at this point, this is the only organization, private organization, through Lauren's activities and Chuck Vogel and IFA that are stepping up to take on the risk and have the insurance and have the ability to run these tournaments. And the other point that hasn't been made is this isn't just for traveling teams. This is for every kid in the city of Salina, in Saline County, that wants to play ball and that has that opportunity. Obviously, this all predicates on what happens with Governor Kelly's model and how the state does. But, there are some numbers that came out today that were updated from Saline County. As of right now, there was 692 negative tests. There is 717 total, 717 total. That includes the 21 positive and 4 probable. If you do that math, also the website lists there's 8 hospitalizations. So hospitalizations and 717 different tests, you come out to 1.1%. So there's definitely, as a county, we feel like we're doing very well. And the other point I'll make about that is when you're talking about folks from Sioux Falls or you're talking about folks from across the state, those folks are already in our community on the weekends. If you go to any of the retailers, the box stores on the south end of town, and drive through that parking lot, it's not only Saline County cars. There's a lot of cars from neighboring communities, neighboring counties, cars that are from Kansas City. So that's happening already. And so that's really, when you're also looking at the peer communities, that was mentioned earlier. We did, go around and talk to Lauren and talk to others. Hayes, for example, all their rec leagues and tournaments are a go. Hutch, the same. Great Bend, very similar. Wichita, very similar. Concordia made that announcement last Wednesday that they're going to run leagues as well around softball, baseball. So, again, it all predicates on what happens with the governor. But, that's really what we are supporting, just because that there's dollars that come into this community at a time when our employers and our businesses need it the most. So that's really wanted to make. And the other piece that I wanted to speak to is the support from Visit Salina, the Travel and Tourism Division of the Chamber. with helping with volunteer recruitment. We've done that. We will continue to do that. Any of the equipment that we have, whether that's anything from our trailer to tents to signage, coolers to cones, operational equipment to make these tournaments and leagues work, we're ready and willing to do that. So, we hope that the $24,000 in sales tax that could potentially come in, mirror that, or you weigh that against the millions of dollars in economic impact that goes to our local businesses that's shot in the arm. And, with Mr. Patel calling in 2 weeks in a row and having requests around water utilities, I think having a baseball tournament for 4 days or 2 days, whatever it may be, and having some of those rooms filled would go a long way for him as well. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Yeah. Thank you, Eric. Hey, Mayor Hoppegardt, Mike, you might ask, I know looking at this tournament deal, I believe that, and we said possibility of other tournaments, I don't believe this maybe includes baseball. It'd be interesting if there's anybody out there that could address baseball tournaments that have been looked at maybe.
I'm going to put Travis on the spot a little bit in terms of any conversations he might have had, but I think we were trying to be responsive to those that had kind of spoken up and indicated a desire to volunteer. But Travis, can you speak to baseball tournaments at all?
Yes, Travis Shaley, Recreation Superintendent. Had some preliminary discussions with some baseball tournament directors, and they are on board to go ahead with their baseball tournament and or reschedule. We've had several tournaments canceled already, and they are wishing to reschedule later on in the summer. They want to go as early or as late as beginning of the school year, and or reconsidering rescheduling to the fall, realizing that the season itself is already pushed back, and they are willing to adapt. Some of those that come off the top of my head are Chris Bynes, Darrell Holting, Kansas Grand Slam, which is conducted by the Legion. I have had the same conversations with the Legion as we've had with Lauren Fisher, and they are aware of the duties and are willing to cooperate.
Thank you, Travis.
You're welcome.
Okay, do we have any other phone calls?
If anyone else wishes to speak on this topic, please press *9. I don't see any.
Okay. Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion.
We might be able to discuss it a little easier after a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Unless it's going to be a short discussion.
Is the mayor looking for a motion on this?
Well, a motion or further discussion, either way.
Mayor Hoppegardt, I would move that we accept the staff's recommendation as to tournaments, leagues, and camps.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis, second. Question to the motion maker. That assumes that all health initiatives and requirements and et cetera are favorable towards this.
Are you saying that if the governor or our county health department changes our guidance, then we would have to change what we're allowing the public to do? I would say yes to that.
From staff's perspective, I feel that's an obligation. I'm not sure you could direct me otherwise if you wanted to.
Just want to make sure that's in bold print, italicized, underlined.
Has to fall within the... Okay, we have a motion to approve the proposal as long as it follows along state health guidelines. Correct? Is that a good way to...
Well, actually,
State
for us, it's going to be
county
state
has
county.
discretion as well.
Okay.
Because our county could be more restrictive
Yes,
than the
state or county health guidelines. Have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that passes 3-2. Okay, with that, we will take a 5-minute break. So we'll be back here at 7:12. Is that, okay?
I hope 5 minutes is long enough. Fine, can you up the volume a little bit? I know you turned it down. Okay.
that's fine.
Is it up at the top? It's been louder before. And
I turned it down
Because of the feedback. So I could hear it,
Okay,
but I just had to
we're-
struggle.
Waiting on Salina Media Corp. We're back, and I believe Commissioner Davis wanted to make a comment before we got started.
Yeah, just so we could keep all the topics together. I did vote in favor of looking at this agreement and see if we can make it work, but I wanted to stress again that it's so important that the health aspects of this line up straight. And, this plan looks easy. Getting the health things to line up is going to be the difficult part. And I wouldn't want the headline tomorrow to be Salina votes to open baseball next week. That's by no means what we're saying. Because we may have to look at issues, if a team from, I'm not going to necessarily bring up other cities' names, but if there's a known hotspot city in the state of Kansas, gosh, do you let that team come? Do they have to come here 2 weeks early in quarantine? I mean, those are all parts of the health equation that have to be met. As a physician, I'm concerned because anything that we do that increases our risk significantly of importing cases, a couple of weeks later, puts a strain on the hospital. And we have limited resources here to, we can take care of a lot of people who get sick with this if it's spread over a real long period of time. What we can't handle is a whole lot of people getting sick in a short period of time. So it's a good plan, but the situation has to be just right.
Understood.
This Commissioner Ryan, I would echo your sentiments, and I think people are motivated to do the right thing about this and remember the safeguards they need to take. But it is easy to get caught up in the events and the activities you're doing. It needs to be reiterated, reinforced constantly that these things need to be paramount in everybody's mind as we try to make these different services available. They still got to keep that on the top of their thoughts.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mike, that leads us to Custom Kemps of America, lead sled.
Otherwise known as the KKOA lead sled. Very similar conversation in terms of economic development impact. Strong desire on the part of hotels and restaurateurs and the chamber to try to facilitate that event. So recognizing that was a discussion point, we tried to staff that through a little bit. Something that we've done for a number of years now is track the amount of time, staff time, that's involved with the three aspects of the KKOA car show. One, they have a drag on Thursday night, and drag races out at East Crawford Recreation Area. And what you may not be aware of is there's concrete barriers that are stored out there that belong to the city and private business. Our staff sets those up, helps in terms of kind of the logistics of the layout and striping and traffic control, and and snow fencing and crowd control. There's just a lot of effort that goes into that we provide as city support of that event. And there's also the parade in the downtown. Public Works provides barricades and those type of things, and the police department provides crowd control. And then the car show itself, preparation of Oakdale Park and getting it ready, and then providing some support during the event is the third item. So that's something that we've tracked for a number of years. It's something that we're mindful of, and I'm not sure whether that's previously been reported to the governing body, but the parade represents about 36 hours of staff commitment. The car show historically represents about 154 hours of staff commitment, and the drag races represent 538 hours of staff commitment. So you can see how extensive the drag races are. So in total, we put in about 728 hours into that event. So I had a staff and I had a conversation about, what that might look like. We've had ongoing conversations about the drags and how much work that is. I had reached out to Jerry Titus, the sponsor of the event, explained our circumstances as it related to staffing and budget and the fiscal impacts on our budget. So I broached with him. Now, what I might be able to recommend recognizing the economic impact of the event was that we might be able to continue to support the parade and the car show, but I was asking whether he could take on the drags or just not have the drags as part of this event. I provided sufficient background that he sounded obviously relieved to find out that I had a proposal rather than just suggesting that we had to cancel the event. I told him it was ultimately the governing body's decision, but he was very receptive to his organization and local supporters that he has here in the community taking responsibility for the drags. So if you're inclined to try to facilitate the Custom Kemps of America car show, then my proposed approach would be that we expect the organizers of the event to be fully responsible for the drags. Obviously, police time, we might make police available, but expect them to pay the cost of that. And then they could just choose not to do the drags at all. But the feedback I've had from CVB in particular is that the car show is as big or bigger than the River Festival, just in terms of hotel stays and starts on Thursday night and runs through Sunday. So it's the 1.5 million number is what we've heard before, but it is a significant visitation generator and got our attention as an economic development event. So that's really all I have. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Franz, what's the dollar equivalence of, say, 150 hours of staff time? In my head, that's going to be about $3,000 or $3,500, I would guess.
Yeah.
That would be an average of $20 an hour.
I figured at $20 an hour is $3,080.
Yeah.
And then the 36 would be about $620, so about $3,700.
And my point is, if that's the case with this event, notwithstanding the health issues, since this is likely to draw on a national level rather than a state level, we'll need to be very careful about that, and I hope you talk to him about that also, because if we have a second go around of this and it hits before July 23rd, or things go south for us, and we've seen in Ford County and those other counties that can happen very quickly, we may have to scotch it, and I hope he knows that. But my comment is that for the investment in the car show and the parades, call it $4,000, and a $1.5 million impact, this is much more, has a much greater return on investment, if you want to look at it that way, than the baseball tournament issue did. So while I have concerns about this from a health standpoint, I have less dollar concerns, because I think it's something we can probably manage, perhaps even we may not have to bring additional staff back to manage it, or we may be able to do it just on a temporary basis.
With respect to the knowledge of the health indicators, I did have that conversation with him. Mr. Titus is from Missouri, so he shared with me that the governor of Missouri had recently reopened, and things were starting to happen in Missouri. And I explained to him we have a very specific Kansas plan issued by the governor in phases, and I had actually suggested that he need to coordinate closely with CVB about the details of that plan, the timing as it currently sits, and I explained to him that those are all target dates that could change depending on health indicators. It is in the end of July, so hopefully there's a little bit of time capacity there. If something gets set back, I wouldn't necessarily cancel the event, but we'd have to pay attention to that. But I do, in speaking with the CVB, they have a very good working relationship with him. They provide quite a bit of support, and I'm fairly confident they can hold his hand in that regard.
Commissioner Hodges, are we going to give Jerry parameters for how we want the drag races set up so that they're safe? Because obviously if we're putting 540 man hours in it, we do a lot of preparation and take a lot of logistics into consideration. Will he receive information on how we expect to see that set up? Or do we just sign off on all liability?
Yeah, well, two things. We have very detailed plans that we've refined over time, aerial maps with configuration on them. And then secondly, we do require them to get insurance and provide proof of insurance to us. And so they are kind of that intermediary that they have a standard that has to be met. So in my conversation with him, he was aware that for them to get the insurance, he knows that those concrete barriers have to be set up to the satisfaction of his insurance provider. So combine, our mapping and his insurance provider's expectations, he would have a standard to meet. Now, having said that, we do a lot in the way of snow fencing for crowd control. If you've ever looked, people park out there, days in advance trying to get a prime spot. He seemed very focused on just the barriers and kind of a minimal approach. But if it's his event and he meets the minimum from our perspective, we're either very involved or we aren't involved. If he meets that insurance standard, I think we'd have to call that good.
Okay, any other questions? Do we have any callers that would like to address this, Mike?
I assume so. If anyone wishes to speak on this topic, please press star 9. Yep. Eric Brown from the Chamber, you're unmuted.
Thanks again, Mike. Really don't have too much to add to this at this point. The only, I think, the timing of what you all just approved, the transferee agreement with the Educational Car Museum. I mean, that's the only other point that I would make is you're going to see, obviously not this year, but when that car museum gets built, there's quite a bit of fabric in this community around cars transferred. And this is just one of those long-time events that if we aren't able to have it and we lose it, that will be a huge hole to try to fill.
You still there,
It's something I
Eric?
just wanted to point out and appreciate what you all are doing.
Thank you, Eric. Any other calls?
No.
Mayor Hoppick here. I agree with Commissioner Franz as far as the dollars that we have as far as time involved. I think it's something that's very advantageous for our community, mainly the hoteliers and the restaurants. Hopefully at that time of year we'll be able to be maybe back to full capacity. Also, I'd be concerned about losing it in years to come because it is a nice economic generator for those industries. So, any other comments or questions? If not, I'd accept a motion from the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Franz, I would move that we accept the staff recommendation to proceed with the event as they have. I guess as they've recommended.
Commissioner Ryan, I'll second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve the KKOA Lead Sled Car Show as presented. All those in favor?
Question.
Yeah.
It won't affect the vote, but Commissioner Hodges had asked a question about the safety and the setup, and Mr. Sprague said that we have suggestions, and their insurer would want it set up a certain way, but do want to have some assurance that whatever minimum standards we have plus their insurance would be adhered to, just as far as crowd safety.
Right.
Even though they're taking over the sponsorship of it, but the safety is still, I would think, we'd still have a major say in.
Yeah, they go through a special event permit process, so they apply for, staff reviews it, including our risk manager, and then we issue a permit with detailed conditions imposed on it, so as a condition of that approval. So we can certainly require that they provide insurance, that they meet the standards of the insurance, and we can stipulate what our expectations are about the concrete barriers in particular.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Mayor Hoppe.
Commissioner Hodges,
Oh,
follow-up question really quickly. Have we, once a special events permit has been issued, have we ever withdrawn that permission if we see that an event is not being set up in the manner to which we were, that we stipulated?
I think we have a subsequent year, and I think we have been at the event and forced compliance before. I don't know that, and I mentioned earlier the Sports Car Club of America. The condition I placed on that permit is that we could cancel it on observation of a violation. It wasn't necessary, but I reserved that as a possible consequence. So we could certainly do that again, and we will be mindful of being out there and making sure it's set up correctly in advance.
Commissioner Franz, just I don't know if it's a modification of the motion or not, but unstated there was the health conditions, that we need to be in a good position in terms of the COVID issue to proceed with this. At some point,
And this is a good example of that. The special event permit is applied for early. In fact, I think we have the application already. So this might be an example where we're issuing it far enough in advance that we would need to articulate that, subject to the health plan and any changes that might come. So, number one, I don't feel like I have the authority to grant anything to the contrary. So we've got to pass that along as a condition of approval.
Commissioner Hodges, and while something I'm struggling with, and not that it's going to make any difference one way or the other, but, I understand that the plight of our hoteliers and our restaurateurs and all of our industries that rely on visitors for their bottom line. But I keep coming back to something Commissioner France said earlier about, are we going to be attracting folks from hotspots bringing COVID-19 into our community? And at what point do we say, even though visitors and tourism and these special events in the past have been big sales tax generators, maybe, I just think it's important that we weigh not only the benefit, but also the potential cost in terms of potentially bringing more coronavirus cases into the community.
Commissioner Davis, if you look at the places that were successful, if I can use that term, in controlling is really not the proper word to use, but in getting closer to recovery the quickest, they lock the door. Nobody out, nobody in.
Commissioner,
if it's helpful, Mike's great here. A couple of points of clarification. There's a lot of conversation early on about turkey hunters from Colorado coming across the Kansas line, and I was on call after call, day after day, where they're talking about that. And the guidance that ultimately came out from the state of Kansas was, if you entered the state from Colorado to turkey hunt, the expectation was that you quarantine yourself for 2 weeks, and then you're welcome to turkey hunt on the 15th day. And I say that just because I think that is still the guidance. That's what I relayed to the Custom Car Club, is that's the expectation if you come from Colorado. Now, we're not in a position to police that. We weren't out there checking, people's occupancy. But the other thing I would tell you is, there's each time the governor's rolled out the executive orders or the reopening plan, the focus is on the county, but there's also a comment made that counties and cities can impose restrictions greater than the state. In all honesty, I haven't researched whether that's cities with their own health department, whatever the case may be, but there is some presumption that in addition to counties, cities have authority to be more restrictive. I'm not suggesting that, but I guess my point is that there's nothing that I'm aware of on the state level that addresses hotspots within the county and within the state. There are travel quarantines for Rhode Island, and I may not get all the states right. I know Colorado for sure. But there's not a lot of guidance about how you stop people at the border or what you do, other than there's a recommendation that anyone that enters the state from one of those locations, whether they're residents travel there and come back, or whether they're from that state coming into Kansas to do business, the presumed expectation is they're going to quarantine. I'm not naive enough to think that
Commissioner Franz here, one of the advantages I think we have with this kind of event is they get a special event permit. It's over a course of 3 days. It's limited as opposed to being a season-long schedule or whatever. And we probably have the capacity as part of the special event permit to, ask him to show us his registration list, and if there are hot spots, mark them and say, you need to return the registration fee to these folks, and they are not to participate not because we don't like them, but because of circumstances in their community. Hopefully by July, those will be cooled off. And I don't know if we've got, I see Mr. City Attorney looking at me with askance, but I don't see any reason why we could not, apply that sort of pressure to achieve that end. But yeah, I mean, you're right. There is that balance, and hopefully, if the health situation resolves between now and then, that won't be an issue. But
So, Mike Scragg, just to be clear, I've only had to issue one special event permit in kind of this hybrid situation, but what I was comfortable with reviewing what was out there already was conveying the travel quarantine guidelines, conveying that, that expectation. They committed back to me, they wouldn't take registrations from people from Colorado, but I stopped short of making them show me the registration, and I stopped short of picking out Kansas hotspots. If the expectation is we're going to go to Kansas hotspots, then I think we need to know more about our local authority. I guess, well, I'm sure the legal counsel will have advice, but if that's your expectation, then I think we have more to talk about, and administratively we've got more to figure out.
Mayor, Commissioners, Greg Binkson, legal counsel. I certainly didn't mean to look askance, but what was going through my mind was the point that Mr. Scragg just made. I think in terms of conversations with Mr. Titus, that sort of plan, I think, would best be discussed front end rather than just prior to the event. So that's the only reason I was processing.
But I guess just to be clear, unless the motion's amended otherwise, I don't think the direction at the moment is to pick out additional hotspots beyond what KDHE has provided in the way of travel quarantine guidance. If that is your expectation, then I would suggest that the motion needs to be amended.
Well, and Commissioner Day, we won't know those hotspots until probably July 3rd.
But even so, if that's your desire, then I think I do need to reserve with Mr. Titus. We'll be talking with you closer to the event, but we reserve the right to self-identify hotspots to preclude participation, if that's what you want.
I would
done.
think that would be included in the general, specifically vague statement following with local health guidelines, because at that point I would ask the county to set those.
Well, I guess that's my question, is what I'm hearing from you is a heightened standard above and beyond the county and the state. If it's just whatever the county or the state does, I can certainly relay that. But if the expectation is we are going to create our own heightened list of hotspots and heightened expectation, the sooner I know that, the better.
I would rely on our county health department.
The governor's been giving us, Commissioner Ryan, the governor's been giving us that guidance, hadn't they? Don't they? They've recognized the states that are hotspots and you shouldn't travel to or not come back to.
Correct. But they haven't done any individual counties or packing plans.
I've got a question, maybe I shouldn't ask, but given the advances in the testing that's being done and the higher availability of it, could you ask people to test as they approach the community as part of their participation in the event?
Boy, that's
You're going to line up and drive around, they can stop for a quick test.
That's an test availability question, and I don't know the answer to that. I mean, on the one hand, you hear they're in such short supply, and then Walmart seems to come up with them and can have a drive-through event at KHP. But
my thought was would it be even legal to to request that.
Mayor Hoppick here, and
Intrusion
again,
that you wouldn't want to do
I know
because you offend them.
we're trying to protect the community, but being at the crossroads of two interstates, I'm guessing we have individuals from all over the United States staying in our hotels and all this summer and eating in our restaurants. So I'm not, as much as I want to protect this, I'm not sure we can protect this 100%. I mean, based on where we're at. So to me, it's a common sense. We talked to the director of the KKOA, and you tell him that we may, if let's say Colorado, just as it's close, became a hot spot again, and we'd say, hey, if we see something like that happen, we may request that you ask those individuals not to come into to the show or something. I don't know, but that's hard to do. I don't know if we start trying to pick out places, or Phoenix, Arizona, or something. It gets pretty
The mayor's
dicey.
correct. I apologize for even asking the question.
Well, Commissioner Franz here, I made the motion. I'm going to let it stand as it is, which carries the implication that we would follow the state and county guidelines.
Okay.
I'm not sure that we have staff who are qualified to point at states or at localities and say this meets the threshold and this doesn't. Obviously, we can look at a map and see some places have bigger numbers than others, but I don't know that we have the ability to say, okay, this is an epidemiological problem versus this one is not. For example, we look at Ford County and Seward County. They're both have high numbers in relation to but maybe Seward's a little lower, so maybe coming from Liberal, you're okay, and coming from Dodge City, you're not, because there's 200 fewer cases in Seward County. Well, if I'm in Ford County, I might take exception to that, So I think that's going
I agree.
A step beyond the intent.
Commissioner Hodges, I just have an informational question to ask. Doesn't the KDHE have guidelines in terms of travel to and from certain states in terms of quarantining oneself? And I mean, to me, I would think that it would be pretty commonsensical to align, any monitoring with that. I mean, if the state of Kansas, and it's probably been a week or two since I looked at the KDHE COVID website, but I'm relatively sure that they have identified whether that looks like Colorado or Illinois or wherever. I think if we are talking about following county and state guidelines, I think it just makes sense to point out to them that per the governor's office that registrants from those specific states, in order to participate, would need to quarantine for 2 weeks prior to being able to participate in the KKOA.
No, correct. I agree that is the case. That is what I told the Sports Car Club of America, and I directed them to the state's quarantine guidance. And the state calls out counties in Colorado, but to my knowledge, the state doesn't call out any hotspots within the state of Kansas. Okay. And so, if I'm relying on the KDHE guidance, it would be that,
right.
But it's not to that next level of conversation we seem to be having.
But at least it would give us some from national in terms of other states.
And by the end of July, it'll all have evolved
Yeah,
to be completely
it'll be different. Don't know how, but it'll probably be different.
Once again, just to be clear, that's my intent in the motion, is that we would follow the state and county guidance.
Commissioner Hodges, I'm glad we talked that through. Thank you. I feel reassured.
We have a motion and a second to approve the KKOA legislative car show as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. Okay. Neighborhood centers.
I think that was 2 slides, and I'm not sure how long, but I'm going to hand the rest off to Chris.
Yes, Chris Cotton, Parks Director again. The neighborhood centers and facilities include the Friendship Center, the Carver Center, Indian Rock Lodge, and the Kiva at Thomas Park. There is really no economic impact to those facilities. However, they are very popular in the community for birthday parties, class reunions, events of that nature. We would recommend reopening as the plan allows. Our facilities staff does clean the Carver and Friendship Centers. The Kiva and the Indian Rock Lodge are picked up in the past by seasonal park staff, so we would have to adjust our staffing levels to have somebody go in and clean those two facilities, pick up after the events. Obviously, most of our staff is mowing, but that is something we think we can accommodate. Just wanted to point that out. There's two different groups that clean those facilities, but our recommendation would be to reopen them as the plan allows.
And as a clarification, the maintenance staff was not furloughed and didn't have their work schedule reduced because we recognize the workload and the importance of what they were doing.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Cotton? Yes, so do we have anyone on the phone that would like to comment on the opening of the neighborhood centers?
If there's anybody that wishes to speak on this topic, please press star 9. We're down to staff and the Chamber of Commerce at this point, and I don't see any.
Okay, with that, I'd bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we accept the staff's recommendation on neighborhood centers, reopen as plan allows.
Commissioner Hodges, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve staff's recommendation for neighborhood centers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay. Therapeutic recreation.
Yes, therapeutic recreation. We do have the ability to meet the mass gathering criteria. Social distancing is possible. There is no economic impact, no hotel stays. It does recover 45% of its cost recovery of its operations. However, that does fall within our cost recovery pyramid. However, due to the number of part-time staff hours to help make the program go, with no part-time staff, we would recommend not having the program for 2020.
Okay, questions for staff?
Commissioner Hodges, the cost to the city is actually like $28,000, or is it like $14,000, closer to $14,000 once you consider the cost recovery, or does the 28 include that?
That cost recovery is for the whole year. That's just, we wanted to let you know where the program stands as a whole.
Okay, so that's the,
That's
whatever, the 55% is the 28,000 right there.
Give or take, yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Davis, are any of these classes such they could be taught by non-paid volunteers?
Well,
who would be motivated to do it for whatever reason?
I think that we would need somebody with a background in working with our special populations to do these classes. So that's definitely something we could look into. However, we utilize staff that have ongoing worked with these adults. It's something I can look into, but at this point, I don't have an answer for you on that.
What would be a typical example that people might be familiar with as far as the activity?
Some of our cooking classes that we offer for life skills, and some of our day trips that we take. Okay. We also have a dance that we do in the summer for the population as well.
Okay. Commissioner Hodges, obviously, the dance might be impossible, but some of the other activities could accommodate the social distancing?
They could with the proper staffing, yes, ma'am.
The difficulty is we assumed in not having that, furloughing that staff.
Any other questions? Do we have any callers, or are we down to the two?
Yep. Unless the chamber wants to address it. If anyone wishes to speak on this topic, please press star 9. Nope.
Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission.
One question, Commissioner Davis. As far as volunteers being used or even charging them, much like, I forget the name of the program what's run through, what's the summer, the educational program has a cute little name, the classes.
No.
No, the volunteer, like they teach yoga and they teach.
Class. Is that what you're
Class,
talking
thank
about?
you. That's what it's called,
Yeah,
class.
It actually is
classes.
class.
Yeah.
Thank you. Could any of these be incorporated into a program similar to that?
Obviously, I could look into that. But again, we have no recreation staff to oversee any of it because the one full-time staff member is furloughed. So we can reach out to people, but we don't have any real way to facilitate that or oversee what they're doing.
So even the class program would have to, you'd still have to have that person.
We'd still need to coordinate, yes, sir.
Coordinator. And that's no one else sitting around doing nothing in the department. I mean, not doing nothing, but who would have the extra?
No, sir.
Okay. Just seems like there's probably teaching talent in the community and just no way to hook them up with those who would gladly, who are they going to be paying for the class anyway. Is the class program open? Does anybody?
Commissioner Hodges, the public library isn't open at this time. I don't know what their future.
Yeah, I do not know what their intention is. But to say that they're paying, the way we approach it, they're only paying 45% of the cost.
But now that does, I understand your point. Some people in that group could pay more. I mean, if you can get it for 20, why pay 40? Or why offer to pay 40? But I was trying to think of a way the class could be held without necessarily being a financial responsibility for Parks and Recs, but just sort of like a pass-through. But you'd still need this, you would need somebody to supervise it.
We'd still need somebody to coordinate and supervise, yes, sir.
Okay. All righty. Thanks for indulging me.
Okay, bring it back to the commission. Do we have any kind of motion?
I'll have a motion.
I just can't. I
Yeah.
can't. I'm sorry.
Well,
I
and
can't. I can't support cutting that, Commissioner Hodges. I sorry.
And it may well, Commissioner Davis, maybe there's some other way that these classes can be advertised, not through the city directly, but privately. I don't have an example to give you, but hey, I teach cooking, call me, and I'll set a class up.
Well, that is the way the class program works. It works off of volunteers. They set their own fees, but that would have to be coordinated through the library and through their coordinator, and it would be independent of our program. It would be something that might address the same population, but it would be not our program. Commissioner Franz here, I would move that we concur with the staff recommendation.
Got a motion. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Ryan, second.
We have a motion and a second to approve staff's recommendation to cancel the therapeutic recreation for 2020. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
3-2. Okay, that leads us to Camp Salina.
Yes, Camp Salina is our summer daycare option for the community. The program dates are May 26th through July 31st. It is also overseen by, organized by one full-time staff member. That staff member is furloughed. We do have multiple part-time staff that actually run the day-to-day operations of that. They will not be hired back this summer. So again, we do not have the staff to run the program. We were very excited. This program has grown tremendously since we moved it to the field house. However, this time, due to staffing limitations, we need to recommend the cancellation of Camp Salina.
Is this held just at the field house, Camp Salina?
Yes, sir. At one time, when we first started it, we still tried to run it at Friendship Center as well, but as of last summer, we combined them to one location. It was much more successful.
And what hours does it run from?
If memory serves, 7:30 in the morning till 5 or 5:30 in the evening.
And you had 75 participants? Is that what it
Unique
said?
participants, that means we have different participants each. We don't always have the same people. Yes, sir.
What was the cost recovery on it? Do we have that?
We don't have that on here. I can look into that for you.
When do individuals, Mayor Hoppick here, when do individuals usually sign up for Camp Salina, I guess? When would registration be? Would we already be doing that at this time? Have we received calls?
We have received lots of calls, yes, sir.
It'd be interesting. I'd like to kind of know what the cost recovery is, I guess, because I know there's definitely a shortage of daycare in Salina.
Under pros, it says offers important daycare, covers expenses. Does that speak to that?
Mike, Jeff's on the phone. He would have that at his fingertips.
Jeff, are you there?
Recreation. Last year, our revenues for Camp Salina was $61,000, and our expenses were $51,000. I believe my memory serves, it was 110% cost recovery.
Jeff, this is Mayor Hoppick. Do we have the staff that would run this? Are they full-time, and are they furloughed currently?
The one staff who is full-time, he is furloughed currently. The remainder are part-time staff.
Jeff, this is Mike. Are there support staff that aren't expensed but would be necessary to be in the building or provide other types of support? Just want to make sure when we talk about cost recovery, we're accounting for it all.
There's usually a building supervisor for the field house who's present during the camp.
Which is an expense to the program, which is not expensed.
Is
Expense is not normally part of the cost recovery.
Jeff, is that individually current on a work share where he's in the building at all now?
There's no one in the building at the field house.
Okay.
Currently.
Would that, Mayor Hoppick here, would that individual be a necessity to the program to be there?
We would need a full-time person available, someone who's representing the city and representing the building.
Is that what that other full-time staff person is?
I'm assuming as the class is off doing something, our doors are open and general public can also circulate in and out of the building.
So we're really short a staff person on the cost analysis.
Yeah, they're kind of there
because they were already there. They were already in the building if the building was
already
open
to the public. So,
and I know we have not got to field house. It's next. Are we planning on the field house being closed all summer then? That's the analysis of that. Okay.
Yeah, our recommendation is do large tournaments only.
Could I make a suggestion to revisit this after we do the field house?
What's that?
Can we come back to this after we make a decision about the field house?
Commissioner Franz here, is it possible to open the building just for the Camp Salina and not have it open to the general public?
From an emergency access standpoint, I guess they could exit, but if you have a parent coming to pick up their child, the doors would be locked, I guess. I mean,
Mayor Hoppick, so what you're saying is we usually have somebody there at the circulation table?
Right.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. If they're having an organized activity on the turf, we either leave the building open without someone there kind of monitoring who's coming and going, or we secure the building from a...
Or we post a phone number on the front door, so when somebody comes there to get the kid, they can call a staff person and they can deliver the child to the front door.
And that person, I'm assuming, could be a part-time. I mean, we're not talking necessarily a full-time employee.
Another thing that goes on with the summer camp is that we also send the facilities maintenance division through several times a day to help with cleaning things up. And right now, they're not scheduled to be in the facility to clean. They're on other things. Just wanted to point that out.
Commissioner Hodges here.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to ask about the status of the USD 305 lunch program, the free lunch program, because I know that the field house was one of the places that people could go for the free lunch. Do you have any idea whether or not that program is going to continue this year or not?
We have not addressed that. We have not gone down that road yet until we know the status of where the field house is going to be open or closed, or if we're going to have the programs.
So perhaps we should address the field house first. When the other question I was going to ask was there any other agency in town that had been contacted about taking this over?
No, sir.
Okay.
The YMCA still does their camp SWAT.
They do still have a summer camp.
That's something similar, so.
Because there might be some churches or other large organizations that could, I don't know if they could do 75, but it's not 75 at one time.
Yes.
Oh, it is 70 at one time, okay.
Actually, the number that was provided was the aggregate of however many they had per day times the number of days. So my question was, how many individual, campers do we address? So my understanding is there's 75 unique children, and it may be 60 one day and 68 the next day. But when you
So that's
add them all up,
75 daycare slots per day that disappear.
Okay.
yeah, I don't know if it's 75 every day, but we had 75 unique names that participated in the
average
program.
is 75, yeah.
And having just closed the pool, I
Yeah.
know that's a substantial piece of daycare. for
Do we
people.
have a maximum number that we can take into that program on a daily basis?
You got Jeff on that.
Have to unmute him first. Jeff, are you there? Did you hear the question? Maximum that one person can supervise?
There is a maximum based on the license from the state of Kansas, but I'm not aware of what the maximum is. It's really based on a ratio of the number of instructors or leaders or counselors to the number of students.
And the
Well,
other,
it looks like about
did
7 to
I-
1
That'd be
ratio.
5 to 1.
Jeff, this is Mayor Hoppick. I see that and I know there's a lot of regulations after going to Garden City and looking at the daycare. It states in here that it has to be state licensed. Is that just one of the individuals, or how does that work as far as licensing for the individuals that are running Camp Salina?
The licensing is based on a certain individual being responsible for the program, and the license is tied to that individual being the responsible person for the camp and the licensure. That individual is a part-time employee.
so that might be analogous to child care employees having to be licensed, or meet certain basic state licensing requirements.
Commissioner Franz here, I think it's just licensed as a child care program, and they probably do have a lead person who has to take responsibility for complying with the program, but it's basically just a licensed child care program that we run for, 2 months, the way it looks like.
In a nice air-conditioned building when it's 100 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Travis Shaley, Recreation Superintendent here. You had a question, and I may have an answer for that.
Oh, okay, thank you.
The USD 305 has contacted me, and they have indicated they will not run the lunch program in this Salina Fieldhouse this summer.
I'm sorry, Travis, I just wanted to confirm, Commissioner Hodges here, I just wanted to confirm that you said USD 305 is not going to have their lunch program use the field house as a location this year?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hodges again, was that based on the assumption that we were going to close the field house, or are they just making adjustments to their program and the field house was no longer a location on their list?
I was contacted about a week ago whether we were having the summer camp or not. They indicated that they will not have the Salina Fieldhouse as a location.
I couldn't.
But was their decision based on our decision to not have the field house open, or that was a decision they had made independently of what we were doing with the field house?
I believe it was their choice regardless. She did indicate it was not a lengthy decision. It was just a decision this year due to the COVID.
Commissioner Hodges, and we relied on USD 305 lunches to provide lunch for the children. Is that correct?
Yes, they do provide lunch to kids plus our summer camp during the lunch program.
Mayor Hopper, so I guess what you're saying is if they don't have the lunch program there, we don't have a way to.
Right, then it adds a whole new
we have to go get them and bring them.
The equation quite a bit in my mind.
Yeah, same.
That's good.
Unless their decision is not final, or it can be augmented.
I certainly don't want to put it at their feet. I mean, presumably, we could, I don't know if Oakdale is where the meals come from, but, if we're motivated, an arrangement could be made. Part of our thinking with Camp Salina is the individuals are typically in the building are the individuals we just committed to help with tournaments, and we're also trying to do them in a work share format. So we started spreading them out with a daily responsibility here and an evening responsibility of Bill Burke and a weekend responsibility at the tournaments. We've spread them too thin. That's not to say that we can bring more staff back, but now your cost recovery is impacted.
Commissioner Davis, are the parents of these children generally able to pay for full fare day camp in the summer or not? I'm asking that.
I mean, we have parents of all backgrounds that bring their children to the program. So without looking at the scholarship numbers, I couldn't give you that answer off the top of my head. But we do make accommodations for families that are in need.
All right, so we want to make sure that if we did not do this, that we weren't putting a disproportionate burden on those who truly would have no other option for daycare or childcare during the summer.
Here, you say scholarship. Is that where do those scholarship dollars come from? I guess would be a question.
We have funds that were donated to us a while back from Schwann's.
Okay, that's good to know. When you said scholarship, I didn't know if that was our dollars or some. So.
Commissioner Hodges here. I'm fine with the next item in our packet about closing the field house, but I just feel like maybe there's a couple of further questions or a little bit more information we could get about Camp Salina and its viability. And maybe I'm the only one up here that feels like that, but I would like to hear from USD 305 that they decided independently that they were not going to use this location because that makes the decision so much easier because then we'd be talking about establishing some kind of a food service, we can't do that. But
could we, Mayor Hopper, could we table this one? I guess it's not can we bring this one back next week?
That's what I'd like to
and
see.
Just find out from USD 305. I think that would be it may make our decision real simple, but it'd be interesting to see if they, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
And how many families are on scholarship so that we kind of get a sense of where we're placing the burden, Yeah.
Those would be good.
And this one does not have a cost to the city, and we just heard that the cost is a negative number, which is actually good, but.
I think the one thing in that regard that one of the viability questions is that presumption that there's staff in the building that is not expense to this program, and in our current staffing level, they wouldn't be in the building. So we're going to have to figure out operationally whether the doors are open, locked, how we're going to address that. But to say that it makes money, while it's in a building that's being maintained and operated by other staff that aren't expensed to the
Well,
camp.
and I don't care that it makes, our discussion is more not so much, will it make money, but does it cost us money? If it's a wash and it's a good service, that's 75 kids a day who are going to have to find.
And Mayor Hoppe, it could be a safety and a service to the community too. So I would like to see the scholarship numbers too, and just kind of get an idea. So,
Commissioner Franz here. I am very loath to eliminate a program that involves childcare. That is something that is, near to my heart. But I don't think we have enough information here to make that decision comfortably. And and the arrangement with USD 305 makes a lot of difference. If we have to do the meals on our own, that changes the equation substantially. And I think we just need, as well as trying to figure out, is there a way to do this without having a full-time building supervisor there? I think
it does sound like we'd have some cleanup. We'd have to hire somebody.
So
to do some,
I think we just need a little more on that one to proceed with it.
And aside from the staffing perspective, if we have to provide the lunches, if it means tuition goes up $2 or $3 a day, that's still easier for a parent than fixing a lunch and sending it.
That's one option, certainly.
Okay. Does that give you enough direction, Mike?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, that moves us to the field house.
Yes, the field house is also run mostly in the evenings with part-time staff. That is where Travis offices out of. That is where the rest of our other programmers, other than one of them, they all also office out of there, and they run the front desk. We don't have an administrative assistant over there. So during our normal operating hours of the facility, all the staff that operates that building, with the exception of Travis, who just came back to work on Thursday, they're all furloughed. So that and the number of part-time staff, we decided that outside of staff recommendation to cancel for 2020, large tournaments, 30-plus teams allow the subject to state reopening plan, social distancing guideline, schedule availability, and staff approval, we could make that happen. But understand, the same people that are overseeing these tournaments that happen at the field house are the same staff that would be overseeing baseball, softball. There are no more other people to do it. So that's one of the other factors we took into consideration.
And the intent with that schedule availability term wasn't so much whether there was another activity in the building, it was the schedule availability the support staff would have to support the tournament event. But there are some large basketball tournaments and volleyball tournaments that, from an economic development standpoint and an impact standpoint, we thought we could try to accommodate.
So this, Mayor Hoppe, this is keeping the field house closed for the remainder of 2020, not just the summer, it's including fall and winter sports.
We'd have to look at.
It says cancel for 20, but that's what I'm questioning. Is that for the full year, or are we just getting?
The only thing that might change that is if the staff in question get to the break-even point and come back on a full schedule before year end, we might be able to accommodate it sooner.
What other options are there in Salina for volleyball, basketball? Our youth have been in school for the last month or so. It's all new. The excitement is still there. But pretty soon we're going to have about, I'm guessing, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 kids under age 18 here. They're going to have something to do. Now, all of them can't go down to the field house at one time, but either we're going to have recreation in lots of little small areas all around town, or which we may need anyway, but it's sounding a little bleak from the social aspect of the pandemic. I understand the economic part, and the health part. But and again, if the health part's not flying, none of this matters anyway. But I think we're going to have to have some options.
Mike's Craig, if the question is on opportunities for sports that is not organized, then I would say all the parks that we have, whether it's basketball, tennis, volleyball, whatever the case may be. If the expectation is organized sports, the basketball tournaments are held in school gyms and along with the field house, that type of thing. I don't know what the school's availability of their facilities will be.
I would think during the summer that's their chance to save a little bit of money and keep theirs shuttered.
Currently, they'll have tournaments, and some of the tournaments will use all the facilities. Travis, are you on the line? Can you speak to past examples of tournaments that use our facility and school facilities or other venues?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, Travis Shaley, Recreation Superintendent. The first one that comes to my mind, especially during the summer, is Tom Haynes does have a MAYB tournament. He utilizes the field house for the main base, I guess you would say. Utilizes all 6 courts there, and then does utilize South Middle, South High, for example. There's several other MAYB tournaments that do the same, but those are more in the picture. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, do you happen to know if the schools will be available this summer?
As far as I know, all school facilities are closed until May 31st. That's the date that I can recall. Summer activities are put on hold as far as I'm aware.
I think that's a Keisha Health directive. I know they're talking about what the timeline looks like to resume practice and organized activities, but I don't know what the date is.
I guess of all sports, basketball is probably about the least likely to ever meet any social distancing requirement. But I mean, you can control spectators and stuff. But again, and that's where the health advisories would take precedence.
Travis, Mayor Hoppick, are you currently taking reservations for tournaments for the fall and winter of 2020?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Travis Shaley, Recreation Superintendent. I do have some tournaments tentatively scheduled as of right now.
Okay.
But we are not taking additional reservations at this point until we receive further guidance.
Mayor Hoppick, one more question, Travis. I know there's quite a few teams or individuals that reserve and use the facility for practices during the fall and winter. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do we have a dollar number as far as what we generate and what that would cost us to staff that in the evenings for individuals to be able to use the field house?
I do have some numbers month to month that we revenue do generate throughout the year. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is if we opened the facility up in the evenings during the fall and the winter months of 2020, is there a scenario where we could at least break even on that and use that as a service to the community? And then do you also run leagues in the evening?
Starting in the fall, we do generate 65% cost recovery, and then as we approach winter, it does increase.
Okay.
So the financial forecasting that we've done so far assumes no fee revenue
Right.
on rec programs in general, and then assumes no part-time
expense,
staffing. So
right.
the gap that we projected and tried to close assumed no fee revenue.
So we don't charge for these programs?
Yes.
Yes.
You just said no fee revenue.
No, our 2020 revenue forecast with the adjusted staffing.
Commissioner Franz, by the way, my question is, what's the cost recovery on these field house programs we're talking about?
That's what I would like to know.
I'd like to point out a little inconsistency, and it disturbs me, is we approved a baseball program at a cost of $75,000 with 1,700 participants, and we're looking at 2,500 participants at an unknown cost, and we're talking about not doing it. It seems to be consistent. We ought to do both, but that runs counter to our entire cost savings plan, which is predicated on eliminating these temporary seasonal people that we need to do these programs.
Mike Sprague.
This is creep. I mean, it's one thing to do what we did a couple of weeks ago and say we've got to eliminate temporary seasonal, but when folks wake up and when we start seeing what programs are impacted, we're all saying, oh, we don't really want to do that. And at some point, we're going to have to bite the bullet and we're going to have to do it.
Well, that's, yeah, and I think we need more information on the field house, because I can't look at this and tell whether we're losing money, making money, or what that financial, it's kind of like, what financial impact do we have to not open it, or what programs?
There's not enough information there to make the decision. I would agree.
Mike Sprague, a couple things. I understand your point. I tried to provide some background of the creep that we've done so far was on the basis of economic development, overnight stay.
This says that it's a $2.1 million impact on this sheet, the field house.
But we are opening it for weekend tournaments.
Well,
right. So
I don't know what that 2.1 million means in this context.
And I don't know that I can speak to the 2.1 million, but we were, again, trying to accommodate tournaments as an economic development generator.
Well, the 2.1 is for 2019. I just realized that myself. Yeah.
Right. Yes, Travis?
Yes. The $2.1 million is an economic report provided by Visit Salina from 2018, not 19. 19, they were finishing up, and then Kyle Weiser was furloughed. So I do not have the updated 2019 yet. So the 2.1 million is based on 2018 economical impact of just Salina Fieldhouse tournament only.
Travis, Mayor Hoppick, based on the activity we saw in 19 versus 18, would you consider that number to be higher or lower?
In general, I saw about a 10 to 15% increase.
Am I, Mayor Hoppick here, I guess what I'm hearing from at least Commissioner Franz, and I need some other commissioners, and I agree with him somewhat, I think we need some more details on this in order to make a completely educated discussion or decision on this.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, Commissioner Hodges, maybe both of these could come back to us.
Yeah, Camp
Next
Salina
week.
and Fieldhouse. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is the golf course.
I'm sorry. Apologize, Commissioner Davis. Is next week the Monday we don't have no, we have a meeting next Monday, right? Yeah, okay. If we decided to continue Camp Salina, would May 26th still be the start date, or would you necessarily have to push it back a couple of weeks?
We'd have to push it back. We have no staff hired for this at all.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
And I'm not sure it would meet the governor's guidelines at that point.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we have June, the 90 is what, June 1?
Yeah,
If it
Yeah.
doesn't get moved back.
That's true.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, golf course enterprise fund.
Okay, I'm going to try to start this, and I'll need Chris's help. So we closed the golf course as part of the stay-at-home order, and we've tried to look at what the staffing implications might be. And it is very part-time intensive, both in terms of mowing and maintenance, as well as staffing the clubhouse. Mike Hargrave, the course superintendent, and Mark Lytle, who does maintenance, work very hard at trying to come up with an alternate approach to try to make it work somehow. And I know, we frequently hear that the golf course makes money. It struggles to make money at best, and the accounting doesn't take into account all the expenses associated with operation of the golf course, capital items, that type of thing. The irrigation system being the most recent example. So the table that's provided on the right-hand side of slide 48 is intended to provide an inventory of tasks, how frequently they're done under normal operation, a proposed modified approach that Mike Hargrave and Mark Lytle came up with, and then I also asked them to identify what would be needed if we just closed the course, on the assumption that the course was closed for 2020, but maintained such that it could be reopened in 2021. And so I guess the point is there's some added, there's an incremental difference between if we close the course the remainder of the year and if we did some type of modified schedule as they've proposed. And so you can see typically we've got about 569 hours a week invested. They think they can get by on 150 hours a week in a modified approach. And in a course closure, they still think it'd take them about 104 hours a week. So one of the calculations we did was just said, okay, how many greens fees would be needed to cover that cost difference? And I think that's later in the slides, but it seems plausible that we could get that number of greens fees on a weekly basis. So slide 49 summarizes the operational changes in the mowing schedule, pulling back quite a bit on the pesticide application, the approach to irrigation, trash collection, all the items listed there, trying to give you a sense of, again, what that revised, reduced service level would look like. The roughs would certainly be rough, and maintenance would be minimal. Then on slide 50 is their proposed hours of operation and schedule. And so this is definitely a modified approach to operations, with Monday being closed, and then later start times in the mornings and then going into the evenings. We talked about, in the heat of the summer, it may have to be a split schedule where people want to golf when it's cool and don't want to golf in the heat of the day and then pick it up again in the evening. But they've come up with this shared approach. And you'll notice the part-time pro shop staff persons also assume that they're going to be doing maintenance, literally mowing, part of their time as well, and then bringing on that part-time staff. So there's essentially 4 part-time staff that would be added in this approach. In the bottom left-hand corner of slide 50 is our cost calculation of the weekly staffing cost, the cart fuel cost. Utilities are unknown depending on utilization and usage, and then the rounds needed to cover on just a $22 a round greens fee, or a typical $37.50 for greens fee and cart. So somewhere between 36 to 62 rounds we believe would cover that added cost. Now I would tell you that...
Is that per day or per week?
Per week.
Per week, okay.
I would tell you that I appreciate the staff's commitment, and they certainly have done their homework, and they are very convinced that they've come up with a way to make this work. When we talk about adaptations and challenges arising and things having to change, this is aggressive, in my opinion, in terms of their effort to make it work. But from a cost recovery standpoint, we're trying to identify that incremental cost difference to do this compared to, we can't just completely walk away from the golf course unless we're truly prepared to walk away from it long term. We still have some base maintenance that we'd have to perform whether we're getting any greens fees at all. So this number is trying to kind of isolate that incremental difference. Again, it's less than ideal. I think people golfers will appreciate the course is open, but as we go through the season, I think the message is going to be very critical that they understand it's a modified approach because of the financial impacts of the pandemic. And I am getting a lot of feedback that there's just a presumption that it's a profit center, and so they don't understand why we can't just open it up as is. But combine how tenuous it is in breaking even with all the impact, the uncertainty in terms of discretionary incomes and unemployment and social patterns, I'm less optimistic than ever that it would break even this year.
Commissioner, that was the question I was going to ask, and I don't know how you'd even do this, but are there any projections on how many rounds you're going to lose because of the pandemic?
Mike's on the phone. Mike Hargrave's there.
Is he on the same phone as Travis?
He is.
Okay, it's unmuted. So I'm not aware of anything other than just kind of our hazarding a guess. But we are aware that some people have gone to the country club or Great Life as an alternative, and some of those have indicated they're purchasing memberships there. But how to quantify that, I don't know. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Anything you want to add?
This is Mike Hargrave, manager of the municipal golf course. As far as rounds in our region, we use a service called Golf Data Tech, and for the state of Kansas overall, rounds are up 44% over the same time last year. For the year, they're up 42%. In our region, which is basically us to Missouri and up through the Dakotas and Minnesota, rounds are up 37%. So we have spoken with other area golf courses that have already been opened, and all of their rounds are up. So, and I realize people are off work, people are needing things to do, and so they're spending time at the golf course, obviously. With it being an exemption under the governor's order, it's one of the alternative lifestyles, exercises that you can do out there where social distancing can be easily employed. So we see it as, a very positive thing for our golfers. We wish we had been participating already, but we feel like we can more than cover our expenses with the revenue and rounds that we will get being open.
Mike, Mayor Hoppick here. Hey, I have a quick question. I believe you sell memberships out there.
Yeah.
How many of those have already been sold? And if we were to cancel the 2020 season, how many dollars would we be looking at refunding?
Well, right now we currently have about 262 memberships of varying levels. Normally we would have well over 300 by this time. A lot of those would be league memberships, people who purchase those type of memberships to play in men's league. On average, from now to probably the end of the year for 2019, we averaged, I want to say, close to $12,000 a month in membership sales, whether that's customers paying their monthly fees for those memberships, or some customers renew at that time. But that is an average. I believe I provided some of those numbers to Debbie as well and Chris. But the other thing to keep the golf course closed would probably we would begin to have to pay back memberships that have been paid, and so we would be refunding a large number of those membership fees if we don't get the doors open.
Mike, Mayor Hoppick again. Do you have, I know usually there's some golf tournaments that are held out there, whether they're the youth tournaments or whatever that bring people into the community. Do you have a list of those, or that would be an economic driver to the community?
We do have a number of tournaments. We host a number of youth tournaments throughout the summer. This summer in particular, we're hosting the state junior boys amateur championship, which will bring between 100 and 150 young men to Salina for 4 days, plus their families. So that is a fair impact for our community, as well as golf course.
Mike, what are the dates on that? Just
is the first day. That's the practice round. That's a Monday.
Okay.
And then 3 tournament rounds with cuts after 2 days, and the final round being on Thursday. And we have many families. We've hosted it in the past, and we have many families and players come in that weekend before just to get into extra practice rounds. But there's that, numerous charity events that our golf courses that bring teams from outside our community. It's also, I think, important to note that I've only had one tournament canceled, and that was Ambucks, and all the rest of our tournaments that are on our schedule have requested to push back their dates because they still want to host their events at the
Commissioner Davis, a question. How long, if you were to open under, and I'll just say under this modified maintenance schedule, how long would it take you to tell if it's working or not financially?
I would like to say that after probably 2-4 weeks, we should have a very good idea of what the revenue is going to be. I think also to go along with that, I realize we have felt a lot of frustration from our patrons, our customers, and we're hoping that it's not any kind of a pushback to punish us, so to speak. But most people I have spoken to have responded positively that we just get the doors open, that they will be coming back to play community.
So you would only lose money if people had to go back to work then?
I'm sorry?
It sounds like you might have less income if people have to go back to work, which would be a good problem to have. Yeah.
One of the reasons we had already been open. We're just hoping that we can get to that point so that we can bring in the revenue to make it work.
Mike, Mayor Hoppick here, and only because I am a senior, I know on Thursday mornings they have senior league that usually starts early. I notice your start time for the course is not till 10. Is that an issue?
That was on, I think, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, perhaps Thursdays. Again, being able to, split up our shifts if need be. When we get to the time of the summer where the governor allows larger groups to gather, we were going to bring that back to city administrators to see if we could modify that schedule so that we can accommodate our team. I know they are very anxious to get back to playing.
Yeah. Other questions for staff? Anyone? Okay, thank you, Mike. Does anyone have any comments, questions before we open up the phones?
I would like to mention that the hiring of the 4 part-time employees, our current field maintenance staff that takes care of the ball fields, and one of our recreation supervisors are currently doing maintenance at the course. So that's why this has been brought back into the mix to an extent. Just want to make that clear. We hadn't talked about that.
So that would free up.
That would send our staff back to be able to take care of the ball fields for baseball, softball, some of the ones that are still working.
So it'd be good for the ball fields.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that reminds me too, I think this is the only example of where we're proposing hiring part-time staff while we have the staff on furlough or work share. But given this format in terms of cost and it being an enterprise fund and trying to free up the staff, as Mr. Cotton said, that's kind of what we came up with, was to bring some part-time staff on board for the golf course, which is the typical way that they do it, recognizing that we have other employees on work share and furlough.
Mayor Hoppick here. I know they also have the first tee out there that's pretty active with youth, so I don't know how that. That's separate. That's a separate funding source, though, isn't it?
They're an employee of ours, and the first tee reimburses us. We've been in conversation with them and really need to figure out what our scheduling and offerings is going to be at the golf course, and then we can figure out how to supplement that with first tee programming.
I know that's been a pretty popular program for years.
Are any of our furloughed employees trained to do any of the work at the golf course? Or do they have a skill set that would transfer? Probably a better way to ask.
Well, I mean, grounds maintenance. I mean, that's what they do, and they'll just go back to doing the same grounds maintenance at the baseball, softball fields.
I think his question was the other way around. Do we have city employees that could be used instead of the part-time employees?
Right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should
It
have put
could
that
be
little
brought back
phrase
from-
in. Yeah.
The staff that's furloughed right now are full-time recreation staff, and so all of those staff, if they came back they would be doing the baseball, softball. So all the furloughed staff, they currently are recreation supervisors who oversee those fields anyway, so they would be doing that work. So to answer your question, we wouldn't have any recreation staff available to go over there and help them. Mark Lotto could train them, but they're going to be used to run baseball, softball.
But then I would add, too, that this assumes a nominal rate and no benefits. If we reallocate city staff over there, all of these numbers change.
Okay.
Commissioner Franz, I would, are we able to monitor the rounds closely enough on a weekly basis to see if we may be coming close to the projected number to be a break-even circumstance? I think that's pretty important to do, and just make sure that we don't get thrown into a loss situation.
I'm very confident in Mike Hargrave's ability to monitor those rounds.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I know that the same as any year, we can't predict November and December. And I recall times in the past when those months have been terrible and we just lose money at the course in that
Mayor Hoppick here, I
circumstance.
would guess that some of that part-time staff would be reduced as we get into October, November, December. I guess as I look at this and I figure, as I was doing some calculating here of the number of rounds, and that's only 62 additional rounds a week, which is 10 a day, which is minimal.
Yeah.
I can guarantee you, and plus if we don't open, we're going to have to refund memberships, which is going to put us behind the eight ball. I guarantee you 100% if we don't open, we lose money. Because we're paying no money.
I don't disagree with that.
But if we open, at least we have the potential to make money.
Yeah.
And plus, again, we get back to that quality of life. I know there's just individuals that are flaunching the bid, and there's individuals that now, because of pricing, you have great life in the club that you may lose, and it's going to hurt revenues not only this year, but for years to come. And I believe that maybe happened to us back in when was it we did the spike in the rates back? Was that 08, 09?
Yeah, we did have memberships that
We lost
shifted to
members
Great
and
Life. Typically, the next year they were back.
But we had a
lull.
drop,
Yeah.
and I can see that happening again also.
So with respect to rounds and kind of monitoring performance, as I mentioned earlier, my bigger concern is whether we can maintain this staffing schedule and meet expectations. I mean, Mike just acknowledged they already have intent of asking for more scheduling. So I think even if we meet the rounds, I'm concerned that we're going to have to continue to stay on top of the schedule and the maintenance expense.
Or if the rounds are considerably more than what is projected there, then as long as we can break even, I don't have an issue.
The difficulty we have is the work share program creates a benefit for the employee. And so if you've got an employee expecting a 32-hour work share and you work them 40, not only have you've covered their wages, but now you have that whole federal pandemic unemployment compensation. So it's not just our expenses and revenue we're messing with, it's our employees at that point.
But Mayor Hoppick here, but I know before they've always hired outside part-time people to mow that are ex-teachers or coaches or something. So I think there's individuals out there that...
I'm actually worried about Mike and Mark and our full-time staff that have committed to this plan that it's just very well-intentioned and aggressive on their part.
Mayor Hoppick, to your statement, usually Mark Lidle has between 10 and 12 part-time people working for him. So this assumes hiring 4. I do know, I do believe they had 2 part-timers that were already hired, already working at the course when the pandemic came and we sent them home. So he does have some staff ready to go. But to answer your question, usually he has, yes, a 10 to 12 people part-time, for teachers, et cetera, that do work for him, and they're ready to go.
Commissioner Hodges, how does the hiring of part-time workers impact our participation in the shared work program?
I don't believe that it does. With this being an enterprise fund and we're still cutting back other hours, I can verify that, but I don't have any reason to think it.
I just didn't want to get us into a position where we were furloughing and doing work reductions and being very careful to stay within the state's guidelines, and then we add, several part-time employees, without benefits and everything. That I don't know. I suppose if you look at it a certain way, it could be like circumventing the rules, and I think it speaks to something Commissioner Davis said before. If some of the furloughed employees, if they had the right skill set, could they be brought back to work in this capacity and then thus become part of the shared work program?
That's a good point. I'll check.
Commissioner Franz, is the golf course a part of a shared work unit?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have furloughed golf course employees?
We have work share. We're calling furloughed not working at all, but we have work share.
You do have a work share, but that would continue.
Yeah.
That includes guys that are there now. That would continue. So we're actually hiring back a different sort of employee.
Yeah, but I understand Commissioner Hodges' point.
It's a potential.
Yeah.
Hey, do we have anyone on the phone that has their hand raised?
If anybody wishes to speak, they need to press *9. Don't think so.
Thought maybe the guy I cut off earlier might call back. That was I should have reminded him. I felt bad after I did it. But
I think they fell off the ship at about 7:30.
Might be in bed by now, huh? Okay, if not, I will bring it back to the commission for action.
We didn't provide you a recommendation in the form of a motion you could read.
Staff is recommending the modified schedule?
Correct. Yeah, we're recommending the modified schedule and modified maintenance approach.
And Commissioner Ryan here, I would make that motion. We accept that staff's recommendation for the modified schedules.
Commissioner Davis, second.
Commissioner Hodges, and that does include the presumption that we are going to liaison with the state.
Correct.
Liaise with the state.
It takes a little bit, but yeah, time-wise, but yes, we will.
Okay, Mayor Hoppick here. We have a motion and a second to approve the modified schedule for the Salina Municipal Golf Course. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Special events. Chris, you're still up, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Special events, Play Day in the Park, which is one of our biggest events in the summer. That's a total participant of 3,000. There is no cost recovery to that event. The staff that oversee that event, they are on furlough. That's a $13,800 cost to the city. The Touch a Truck event, technically that would have already occurred, but it has 1,000 participants, a cost of $2,700. Again, no staff to oversee it, so we are recommending canceling these two events for 2020.
Comments or questions? Okay. Anyone on the phone there, Mike? Gotta ask.
Eric, if you want to speak, press *9. That's what we're down to.
That's what we're down to?
Yep.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, I move we accept the staff's recommendation as to special events, cancel for 2020.
Commissioner Hodges, second.
We have a motion and a second to cancel the special events for 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That also passes 5-0. Summer recreation programs.
Okay. Not to sound like a broken record, but once again, the staff member that oversees all of these programs is furloughed. They also utilize a lot of contract employees and part-time employees to oversee these programs, so we technically have no employees to run these programs. So staff recommendation for these classes is to cancel them for the summer of 2020.
Commissioner Ryan here, are those numbers over to the right column on 52, is that the numbers of participants in the different programs?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Those would be the numbers for the entire June, July, 3 months?
Yes, sir. June 1st to August 31st, those are the participation numbers, yes, sir.
All right, so on any average day during those 3 months, there were 55
people in the baseball camp.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'd go, as Commissioner Davis, if we looked at outsourcing any of these to any of our
We have not.
private organizations in town, churches, volunteers?
We have not this time. Outside of, we were contacted about the tennis camp from Genesis about moving that to their indoor facility as opposed to out in the park. But other than that, we have not reached out to anybody else, no, sir.
I'm assuming there's fees for all of these.
Yes, sir.
And I guess if anyone wanted to take over any of these, assuming health and social distancing would allow, they would find out quickly the price point for their offering to, take the service. I'd just like to see an opportunity for see if there's any interest in the community for picking some of these up.
Mayor Hoppick here. I would think that, I don't know how ours are, like baseball camps and softball camps tie in, but I know there's individuals that do those once in a while, just from having past experience with that. So this is an opportunity for someone to step up that wants to do that, I guess. So, but I know there are some out there.
I remember like Heart of America for
Basketball and volleyball, they do, yeah.
One thing I would like to throw out on that is that, we do run background checks on everybody that does this for us. I just want to be clear that before we just turn it over to somebody, that we understand that we do the background checks on people working with these children. So I just want to throw that
Mayor
out.
Hoppinger, I'm not saying we turned it over to somebody, I'm just saying it gives the opportunity for somebody else to do it if they see there's
Yes,
a
sir.
gap. So, yeah, I'm not saying.
Or to announce, to those well-intentioned folks in our community, this is an opportunity if you want to have a program over the summer, the participants may be available. And the only reason we're not doing this is because of the staff, not because, do these break even?
Some of them do, some of them don't.
As an aggregate?
No.
Or is it losing a lot? I mean, is it a big loss leader or just kind of close?
Baseball camp does pretty well. Adult dance does not break even. Youth dance does not break even. Karate does not break even. Volleyball camp's close. Tennis camp's close. Softball camp's close. Smart Start baseball and soccer are for toddlers. There is no, they're very nominal. I can't speak for cheerleading, baton, and babysitting at this time, but I can look into those numbers.
I'm just curious. It's a babysitting class?
Yes, sir.
I've looked at this list like 4 times, and it just now hit me that babysitting was on there. Okay, it's a new one. Okay.
Anyone on the phone, Mike, or we still just have Eric hanging around?
We just have Eric.
I think he just forgot to hang up the phone.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Hodges here.
Eric just, I think he has a witty retort, maybe. Eric, you wanted to speak?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I am still around. So thank you for what you're doing. The one question I did have was around the arts program at the Salina Arts Center, if that is a program that is self-funded or breaks even.
Yeah, we do not run the art program. We give a monetary donation to them for the year. We don't run that program ourselves.
Commissioner Hodges, what's our commitment to the arts program?
I believe it's $10,000.
And I was just looking up this, Commissioner Davis, on page 53, actually. The question I just asked you about which programs did cover them. So some of these, you've noted that the fees cover the payroll costs. I don't know what equipment and property costs would have to come up with. Are any of these salvageable if the fees cover the cost of those part-time employees? Again, it's a lot of kids. I'm not going to say they have nothing to do, but it's a lot of programming, and it looks like all of these would satisfy the requirements for the mass gathering and social distancing as possible. But if there's a program in which the payroll costs are covered by the fees and the equipment is nominal, I'd like to see if we can salvage some of these.
Some of them that probably perform the best, baseball and volleyball and tennis, all depend on facility maintenance, which we're also cutting back on. So we start to try to balance that interrelationship of the facilities operation and maintenance.
Are these facilities we're going to have to maintain even to a lesser degree than usual for the other baseball activities?
Baseball maybe, tennis and volleyball not so much.
Where was tennis being held?
Oakdale Park before.
Of course, volleyball, we don't have
the field house.
The field house open.
Right.
Mayor Hoppick here. So are the individuals that run those are furloughed currently? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
or
most of these classes are run with part-time staff.
Right, so we'd have to, so you'd just be hiring somebody back to run one program, and is it a week-long program, a 2-day program?
Most of them are sessions, so several weeks. But also the person that coordinates the program, they are on furlough.
They are on furlough, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, would this be the same, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Commissioner Davis, would that be the same person who would have to coordinate, and I forget which program that I wanted to have coordinated?
Camp Salina.
Camp Salina.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Because I noticed some of the, even the ones where you have the pros and cons, some of the cons are low participation, but even for those, the fees cover the payroll costs.
Of that part-time instructor.
Right.
Yes, sir.
But if we have, I mean, if this one supervising person is now covering, 12 programs instead of just one, the relative cost of having the supervisor on any one program goes down. Because we've been cutting programs that don't cover their costs, and it looks like some of these are coming pretty close.
So the person that, there's one person that has the relationships with except for baseball camp. This one supervisor oversees adult dance, youth dance, karate, tennis, Smart Start, b-ball and soccer, cheerleading, baton, and babysitting.
Well, that's a lot to cut. Particularly if the program, other than the supervisor, was paying for it. So I guess I'd have to ask, is it reasonable to not have the one person who supervises all of the summer programming not working? I mean, it's.
And I'll just go a little bit further. Like the volleyball camp, for example, the person that supervises that would be on the baseball, softball field maintenance crew, so she wouldn't be available to run the volleyball camp. And the baseball camp is overseen by Travis, and he'll be running all the other. I mean, we might be able to make that happen, but some of this other stuff that requires the people that have the background in those classes, they'll be tied up with baseball, softball.
Kind of goes back to my prior point that as we're trying to get this mowing schedule implemented, we're having to spread our staff very thin. And so the two individuals that Chris just mentioned, instead of supervising, are going to be doing physical maintenance and mowing.
So for the cost of 2 even part-time mowers, we could open up 12 other programs.
Well,
I
sure.
mean,
From a budget standpoint, this is that global financial decision that we're trying to make. We as much as you're willing to spend, we can bring back is
well, and it may mean increasing fees. I mean, that's that should not be off the table. But I don't want these kids ending up in the police department either because there's nothing to do, or they have too much free time on their hands.
Commissioner Hodges, that makes sense, and I think maybe, not having your staffing chart and knowing that it's really complex, but when Commissioner Davis said, if we're looking at bringing someone back from furlough to supervise the Camp Salina program, and that person could also do all of these programs, I mean, that's where you were going with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, I understand that. I think that that throws another wrinkle into it. I mean,
Or even to let it simmer for a week and think about it again.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little complicated here, trying to juggle what staff has done with all their personnel. I guess if you want to wait till next week to see what information we get on Camp Salina, but other than that, I just think there's too many moving parts on this camp that I would probably just.
Let me, if I could, one other. Is it, I'm assuming, relatively infrequent that you'd have one child in more than one of these camps at the same time? Or
Not necessarily.
Okay, so even if, let's say, 15% were overlapping, I'm trying to add these numbers up real quick, and that's about 200, 300, 400, that's about 500 kids who were taken out of camp for the summer. And even if 15% overlap, then that's still, help me out somebody, about 400, 420 of them who we're dumping. And again, it doesn't have to be free. But if I'm a parent who's working and I can have my kid in camp 6 hours a day, I can work 6 hours a day. Otherwise, now I have to find daycare. I'm just, school has occupied a lot of our kids right now. I'm guessing.
Mayor Hoppecker, I don't think these are 6-hour camps. These are more like a couple hours, aren't they, usually?
Yeah, these aren't all day activities.
These are like a couple hours in the morning or something, usually.
Or 3 hours here, 3 hours at grandma or someplace. But I mean, I understand the cost and the budgetary requirement. It's at what cost? What's the non-dollar cost that we're going to have without these programs? Just throwing it out, food for thought.
Commissioner Franz here, and I'm going to express a little frustration. I think we're getting into micromanaging the program a bit much. And that being said, I would make the motion that we accept the staff recommendation and cancel the programs for 2020.
I second the motion. This is Commissioner Ryan.
I don't know if we're micromanaging the program. We were asked for direction as to whether or not the program should be continued.
And
now,
I just made a motion to provide that direction.
Right. Well, the micromanaging would be if we told them how to manipulate their staff to end up with a supervisor. But if it was a high enough priority that we wanted the program, then we lead up to their expertise to figure out how to pull it off. That's where I think the micromanaging would be.
I respectfully disagree.
We have a motion and a second to go with staff's recommendation to cancel the summer recreation programs for 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that's 3-2. Okay, summer senior programs.
Yes. The main summer senior programs are water exercise, Tai Chi, the senior games, and trips and tours. Water exercise, we do have the ability to meet the mass gathering criteria. Social distancing is possible. There's no economic impact. There's no hotel stays. It's not run in our facility. It's run at Eagle Crest. We would need to meet with them to see if they're willing to let us have the program there, first of all. But again, that comes back to part-time staff that teaches that position or teaches that activity. Tai Chi is also a part-time staff member. The senior games, that is overseen by our full-time staff member that's on furlough. Trips and tours depends on the trip. We actually did combine that program with our therapeutic recreation program for trips to help reduce our costs on that. But again, that's overseen by a staff member that's on furlough. So staff recommendation is to cancel the rest of the senior programs for 2020. Do want to be clear that we anticipate there's a very vocal group that will express their displeasure with the trips and tours. And we could recommend for the water aerobics class, we could refer them to the YMCA.
Questions or comments for staff?
Commissioner Ryan here, where do trips and tours go?
Usually they're day trips. Sometimes they've gone to the Royals game, or they've gone in the winter. They've gone down to Wichita for a hockey game, or to various museums or other activities. Just day trips.
Again, that's another event, unless the city's heavily subsidizing it. The city doesn't have. I mean, anyone can organize well. I mean, the
Yes, sir.
advertisements in the paper every Sunday for trips. And that's where I think that, just like a lot of the other programs that we're not going to have, we need to advertise to our community that we're not providing any services, and that those organizations that could pick some of these programs up contact us, or start their own advertising, so that we can keep these younger people engaged.
Okay, any questions? Anyone on the phone? Eric doesn't fall into the senior category, so I don't know if he'll say
We're down to
anything.
staff now.
Down to staff, okay. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Commissioner Hodges, I would move that we cancel the summer senior programs for 2020.
Commissioner Ryan, second.
We have a motion, a second, to cancel the summer senior programs for 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Okay, Lakewood Nature Programs.
Yes, the last program that we'd like to discuss are the programs that go over at Lakewood. Lakewood has exactly one full-time staff member, and he is currently on the mowing crew. He does have, I believe, two seasonal to part-time staff members that work with him that also help teach the programs, but this ties back to no seasonal staff, so staff recommends canceling the Lakewood Nature Programs for 2020.
Were these, Commissioner Date, were these programs covering themselves as far as fees?
These programs, for the most part, did cover their fees for the classes themselves, because we use mostly part-time staff. Brian, the supervisor out there does teach some of them. They do not begin to address the facility costs out there, though, for the Nature Center.
Just a rough idea of what that is?
I believe that the actual overall cost recovery for everything with the facility is between 10 and 15%, although in the individual programs themselves are around 95 to 100%.
So when you say that, that means the fees covered the...
Just the program and the part-time staff only, yes, sir.
So what was the 10 to 15%?
That's the overall operation of the facility and utilizing the building itself, Lakewood Nature Center.
Okay, so okay. So those expenses, so it's like basically paying rent?
You could look at it that way, sir, yes.
Commissioner Hodges, I guess I'm just having a hard time with, if something is covering its cost, just eliminating it. I mean, I know we had the discussion, and I agreed that we, to eliminate part-time staff. But if it's a break-even proposition, I'm kind of failing to see what benefit, financial or socially, that we're getting out of it by canceling.
I think the biggest impact is what's needed to maintain the turf and the grass at Lakewood Park itself. The staff person in the mowing schedule and the staffing schedule is dedicated to mowing, where we would have to backfill that as well.
Generally, in the park department has 10 part-time staff to mow and four people to run the trim crew. That's 3 and a supervisor. So none of those positions have been filled. So we've had to ask the supervisor at Lakewood to step up. So he's not available to run the programs, oversee them.
So is that facility being shuttered for the summer?
Technically, yes, sir.
So nobody's using it for anything?
Lakewood, no, sir. The Audubon has space in there we let the Audubon Society uses one of the offices, but we wouldn't be running any programs or classes out there. No, sir.
Commissioner Franz here, just to clarify, you had said that these programs covered the cost of the part-time person that was hired to run each of the programs. But I took it from that it does not cover the cost of the full-time person who manages the entire center and who's now been assigned to mowing.
That's true.
Okay.
And Commissioner Dick, can well, be kind of hard to put these in a church parish hall, considering what they are. Probably don't want archery indoors. These programs would be a little harder to relocate to another organization that didn't have the same facility. But I'm beginning to think that grass 18 inches high would be better than having all this programming eliminated.
These are not
No easy
enjoyable
answers.
choices. I'll give you that.
Tall grass is beginning to not be as objectionable as it was 3 hours ago.
I guarantee we will have tall grass in the current model. It's I don't even know how many acres of maintenance to eating our lunch.
The grass at some areas of the parks is already over 18 inches, so we're trying desperately to get to it.
We just reclassify them as nature preserves.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor Hoppinger, as we talked about, it seemed like it's been months ago. We know there's tough decisions to be made and not easy decisions, but I think hopefully next year will be back to more of some type of normal. But right now I know staff's done what they can to try to balance the budget and but it is hard to look at, and I guess until now I don't think some of us even knew how many programs we really had out there.
Right.
To be honest with you.
Commissioner Davis, how much does it cost us to keep Lakewood shuttered over the summer? How much maintenance and upkeep the building still has to be done? A lot of buildings aren't that much cheaper empty than they are when they're being used.
I don't have that cost off the top of my head, but I can absolutely find that out.
Okay.
Anybody on the line?
No.
I would like to say that this does, this is what we do, is recreation programming. So this is extremely difficult to sit here and recommend basically closing all of our recreation programs for the community. It was not easy. It's not easy, but it's necessary right now, for the most part, for us to stay financially whole.
Okay, bring it back to the commission. Since we have no one on the phone, any comments from any of the other commissioners?
Yeah, I love baseball, but $75,000 would keep a lot of these programs open.
Commissioner Franz, if I might interject a comment here, I recognize what Mr. Cotton said about this not being easy, and it's not easy for me either. And maybe it's because my perspective going in was I had some concept of how many programs and how many people this would affect. And if you look back at one of my earlier comments as we started the discussion of the financial changes we would have to make, I tried to make it very clear that this was going to be painful. And it is, and it's very difficult to do. So I just, and that being said, I'll make the motion that we accept the staff recommendation on Lakewood Nature Center for 2020.
Commissioner Ryan, I'll second.
Mayor Hoppinger, we have a motion to accept staff recommendation for Lakewood Nature Center to cancel those programs for 2020. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
4-1. Okay, parks facilities.
We would like to, yes, we'd like to propose opening the playgrounds, the basketball courts, picnic tables and shelters, Carver and Friendship Center, splash pads, and the park and downtown bathrooms the week of June 15th. We'd like to propose keeping the sunset ponds and waterfalls closed until 2021. That is labor intensive to keep them clean. And then we would like to open the Barkley Dog Park back up on June 1st, subject to reopening plan and health indicators.
Commissioner Hodges, I've already fielded one inquiry from a citizen about the Sunset Park ponds because there's stagnant water and there's leaves. And what's our plan to mitigate for mosquitoes and stuff as those ponds collect water and debris?
We have reached out to Martha to utilize some of her crew to help us get them cleaned out based on staffing availability. I do know that 2 of the ponds are still able to have the drains open so that they can slowly drain. One of them would have to continually be cleaned out, I believe. But that is our plan, to try to keep them clean and maintained. Again, no part-time staff, limited 32 hours right now, and trying to mow. We'll do our best to clean them out on a regular basis, but it will be difficult.
So the utilities department has vacuum suction trucks that can get in there and suck the water and leaves out. So when he refers to Martha, he's talking about the utilities director that can assist with equipment.
Commissioner Hodges, I'm just saying that vacuuming the ponds after every rainfall seems like a pretty labor-intensive proposition as well. I understand it might not happen that often, but that's just, I mean, I think we're just creating another issue. I mean, if that's the plan, I'm just not, I'm not understanding. I mean, I understand that that the ponds and the waterfalls are expensive to maintain, and I don't disagree with the decision to mothball them, but there's got to be a better plan than, as we're able, we may vacuum them out if the drains are clogged. I mean, because you're asking everybody around that park then to put up with basically a mosquito breeding ground. Right. I mean,
right.
I get that we can't, aesthetics are off the table this year. I get that, and I understand that, but at the same time, I mean, I hope we really have a plan in place to keep it cleaned up, because not doing anything isn't an option.
Commissioner Davis, and that becomes a problem towards the end of the summer, early fall, when you start getting into encephalitis-type viruses. I don't know if you want to spray with chemical. I mean,
we can treat the water for mosquitoes. That is something that we can do. We traditionally have not done that out there, but we can do that.
Well, I think we're going to have to do something, and I don't know if it looks like somebody going in and putting in some chlorine tabs or whatever is safe to drain to our storm sewers, but we're going to have to, I mean, just saying we're closing them isn't good enough. I mean, we're going to have a plan to either keep them dry or keep whatever water collects in there treated.
And we can certainly put together a detailed plan on that.
I would appreciate it. I think it deserves some consideration. And Commissioner Hodges, I guess I've got one more thing here. You have that the park and the downtown bathrooms represent a significant staffing demand, and I totally get that. Has there been any contemplation of not opening the downtown bathrooms? I mean, when people are in a park, I understand that, they may not want to, drive to the local or the nearest convenience store or whatever. And I feel like we've got somewhat of an obligation to provide those facilities in parks. But in terms of downtown, when there are other options, I'm just looking at, whether or not that might be a way to save some staff hours.
We did talk about that and talked about just kind of the staff time commitment to the bathrooms. And that's the maintenance staff that we didn't furlough or work
right.
share. And we, in all honesty, we were kind of up in the air, but if we don't maintain them, people, they go to the bathroom outside the door.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Just leave it at that, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, we can certainly look at opening select park restrooms for the ones that have a higher traffic area, but there's still a demand to keep those clean as well.
On behalf of the over 65 population, a park without a bathroom is a relatively little use.
And we
And
did
I guess
specifically
Commissioner Hodges, as the person in the family who always says, you should have planned for that before we got in the car. Yeah, I get you.
We did specifically talk about downtown and the fact that there's businesses and there might be an opportunity, but not every business accommodates that, and even so, after hours and what have you, we just we felt like we had the staffing that could keep up on this particular task as we hadn't reduced their schedule, and it's one of those things that we certainly hear about if we don't provide the service.
Okay, anyone online?
Nope.
No. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor Hoppick, Commissioner Hodges, I would move that we accept staff's reopening plans for parks facilities, making a special note that we do want to see a mosquito mitigation plan for the Sunset Park ponds and waterfalls.
Commissioner Davis, second.
Okay, we have a motion to accept staff's recommendations for park facilities with special emphasis on addressing the Sunset Ponds / waterfalls mosquito issue. Okay, with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. We done with you, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
I appreciate the hard decisions you guys have had to make, so thank you. Okay, with that, will you send Jim in?
Yes, absolutely.
Can't hardly walk, he's been sitting there so long.
That's me, and hopefully sooner than later.
All right, our last topic is the drop-off recycling center. Jim Kowach, Public Works Director, should be joining us shortly.
Here he comes.
Welcome.
Hey, Jim.
Good evening.
Okay.
So yep.
Yep.
A little bit of a delay. You were still talking. Jim Kowach, Public Works Director here in Salina. And hopefully this is the one you're looking for. I think it's the last topic. Congratulations on lasting this long.
Your mic isn't on.
Is your mic on?
Is that better? It's got a light on it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we're good.
All right. Congratulations on lasting this long. I'll try to make this brief. I'm not going to read all the slides. You've given us quite a bit of input, and we've had quite a few calls about opening the Salina Drive-Through Center, Recycling Center, and we call it the SDRC, and I'll probably slip up and use that acronym, but it's the Salina Drive-Through Recycling Center. And I do want to acknowledge all the hard work that Jim Toich, our operations manager, Sean Dunstan, our sanitation superintendent, and Brent Buchwald put together a plan for us to try to reopen it, because there's a lot of competing interests as far as the work share in different departments and what's going on with city and public works right now. We can ask the question, can we reopen the SDRC? Yes, we can. We can reopen it, but should we is probably the better answer or question. Should we, and is it the right thing to do? And when you guys are considering that question, there's 4 or 5 categories that we think you need to consider. Health, personnel, equipment, time, and the cost. And it's been brought up several times tonight, but with the COVID, there are financial impacts, but there still are health risks. There are health risks to our employees and health risks to our customers. Recyclables in their innate nature, plastics, glass, aluminum cans, all tend to carry or hold the virus, or it can remain active for several days, especially with fluids and stuff that people are drinking, their bodily fluids, saliva and stuff are on them, and the virus can be transmitted to other people. So that was our ultimate concern when we tried to put a plan together as far as whether or not to open the recycling center. We have multiple people using it back to back to back, even though we only have 2 or 3 people in the building at a time. We average 235 customers a day, and we have several days that are over 300. So that's a lot of times that the same person is touching people's tubs with saliva-covered bottles and cans, opening their tailgate or their door or their back seat, having to reach in their car to unload it. Just a lot of risk to the employee and to the public in that type of scenario. We considered, well, we could have our employee change gloves, but 300 times a day, plus wiping down their, and we're already backing up traffic onto Santa Fe and North Street because it's very popular and gets very busy at certain times of the day. We have a lot of elderly people in this community, and a lot of them are active recycling enthusiasts, and those are our most vulnerable population when it comes to the virus. So we're concerned about that. That may reduce some of the volume, but it may be also putting them at risk. So we were concerned about that. We would, as a minimum, expect our employees to wear masks so that we didn't transmit it through breathing. But as far as changing gloves every time and stuff, we felt like it was going to the grocery store. You wipe the cart off and you wipe your groceries off, or however you feel safe using that facility is what the measures you would need to take. And then just the extra time, because we're going to get slammed. People have been saving stuff up in their garage for at least 6 weeks. Some by the time we get it open, maybe 7 or 8 weeks. And we get extremely busy now between residential and, don't forget, small commercial customers. We are also trying to provide a reduced work week to reduce exposure and stuff for sanitation employees. And the people that we had assigned to the drive-through recycling center are currently assigned to sanitation so that we can run an extra route and try to run 6 routes or 7 routes with 32-hour work weeks versus the 5 routes with 40-hour work weeks. We did ask the question, well, if we're concerned about cross-contamination, what about if customers were allowed to just empty their own bins? There again, a lot of those, there are some pictures included in the slideshow where there's large loads that take quite a while to unload. A lot of our customers are elderly and they don't necessarily get around good. It would take them a long time to unload. A lot of customers come in with enough material that it fills up the back of the truck, and then we have to mash it down and they put some more in there. Those trucks are running, there's moving equipment, there's the compressed air of mashing all of that kind of blows broken glass and some of those kinds of things out that we wouldn't want necessarily people to be exposed to those risks. We cannot maintain the 32-hour sanitation schedule without these qualified operators that are also assigned to the SDRC. So we were challenged with how do we come up with a plan to open the SDRC while also maintaining the 32-hour work week for our sanitation services. We currently have some street employees, some of our less experienced street employees, but qualified equipment operators, ones that are more than capable of handling a sanitation truck, especially out on the open road and driving it to Hutch, that wouldn't necessarily be as qualified to change routes every day, go down these narrow alleys, those kinds of things, because they're normally street workers, driving dump trucks and doing manual labor. This would be a new piece of equipment, but we feel like they're qualified to help customers at the recycling center and then operate the equipment, which there will be additional trips to Hutchinson to dump these for the first 2 to 4 weeks, just because there's so much backlog of material that people are going to get frustrated when they see the line there and come back later. So it's just going to be a steady haul for a couple of weeks till we get through the backlog of material. We want to bring 4 furloughed employees back, lower salaried employees back, so that we can operate 2 lines, one on the inside of the building and one on the outside of the building. This will help us by socially distancing the operators, spreading the volume into 2 lines because we are going to be extremely busy, and then also gives us a couple of operators for the extra trips to Hutchinson to dump the materials. We do have the equipment available to operate the 2 lines. We still have 3 trucks assigned to the Salina Drive-Through Recycling Center. We normally keep 2 there. We fill one, and we start filling the other one, and then we'll go dump the one that we're using. We have extra capacity as far as the rear load packer trucks right now, because we put a hold on the purchase of the automated equipment, and we still have the packer trucks that were previously signed to yard waste. So we have 3 trucks in our fleet that we can put in service for the recycling center. The two-way traffic is on the next slide. I jumped the gun here a little bit, but it shows 1 line inside the building, 1 line outside the building. If it's extremely poor weather, we'd either operate just 1 vehicle, or we can load 2 vehicles in the building. There again, to try to minimize exposure to the people working, be as efficient as we can, we'd like to, or recommend that we change the hours of operation. Currently, the recycling center is open Wednesday through Saturday, 8:30 to 6. The employees work 4 10-hour days, with Wednesday being our highest volume day and Saturday being the next highest day. We would like to change that to 4 8-hour days and a 32-hour work schedule to reduce their exposure, but then also make the employees eligible for the pandemic unemployment pay. If they were on work share, we would need to be very sensitive about the number of hours so that benefit and that they're not eliminated from that program. And there's a likelihood that people would be at the gate at either noon on Saturday or 4 on a weekday that we wouldn't be able to service. So there may be some unhappy customers. Hopefully that's less unhappy customers than there are now with it being closed. So hiring the 4 additional employees does cost about an extra $1,000 a week. An extra $1,000 a week versus having 2 full-time employees in there. Our staff believes that we have enough in our operating budget to maintain this for a period of 2 to 3 months or longer if necessary. There may be some additional cost of buying gloves and just protecting our employees. As I said, we would expect them to wear at least cloth masks while they're working. We do collect a fee from every water customer account company or customer in the city right now. There's over 20,100 is kind of the round number that we use. We charge each of them $1.25 a month, and that is the revenue source that funds this program. And we have been charging it while the recycling center has been closed. So there are folks that have said if you continue to leave it closed, they'd like a credit. You know, if it were closed till the end of the year, like some programs, it is something that you could credit those water customer accounts $1.25 a month, or some fraction of that, because we do have costs for the utilities in the building, whether it's opened or not. The fees are used to pay the employees' salaries, the fuel, the capital costs for the trucks, and then the disposal of the materials at the recycling MRF in Hutchinson. The plan that we put together here or proposing to use to open the recycling center, of course, is subject to any new or revised stay-at-home orders. We would have to be in compliance with those. The questions are pretty simple. You folks need to make a decision on whether or not we should reopen the recycling center. Should it have a modified schedule if we do? Or should we go back to a full-time schedule, which it does impact the sanitation operation? We're looking for some guidance on whether or not you want to open it, how long you want to keep it open, when we should start, and then how long, if we do go with reduced hours, what the duration should be, so.
Mike's Craig, if I could add one clarification. Jim mentioned quite a bit the 32-hour work schedule, and you may recall that we didn't initially propose that to you. The sanitation operation we weren't anticipating a financial challenge there necessarily, but part of the conversation you had was, was there a way to get some financial benefit to sanitation workers? So coming out of that conversation, Jim approached me that, recognizing that the work share it makes an employee eligible for that $600 a week, that might be an opportunity to provide some financial benefit to our employees. So we tried a test run of that using the SDRC equipment and staff like Jim described, and I'm deferring to Jim and Jim, but they seem to think that we can get them on a 32-hour work schedule with that additional staff support, which then benefits our sanitation workers and is cost neutral to us. But that then starts to bring in the need to bring in furloughed public works employees, which would be paid out of the sanitation fund. But even so, I think financially it all covers itself in terms of the reduced work share approach that we're taking. So.
Commissioner, what happens after July 25th?
Well, in the broader sense, what we've done is said that we're looking at the windfall, for lack of a better word, of the $600 a week that an employee receives, and then balancing that out with a lesser paycheck from workshare. Some employees, they don't, they stay ahead until next spring. So there's an opportunity here that if we stop even before July 25th, but sometime after July 25th, there could be some net financial gain to the employee. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Thank you.
Mayor Hoppick, explain to me how we bring back 4 furloughed employees and it only costs us $1,000 a week. I guess I missed that somehow.
It's two, compared to the 2 full-time guys that are working, or 2 full-time guys working that average.
But they're not working at the recycling center.
No, in comparing if we open the recycling center with the 2 guys that are normally there compared to 4 new guys, that's where it costs us $1,000.
$1,000 more, but that's not our total expense. What is our total expense to reopen the SDRC?
It's $1,000 a week more than we're paying right now, but I can't. They average $18 an hour and they have 40-hour weeks, the 2 guys that are there now.
But they're not there now.
No, they're working for they're still working for sanitation.
But the question is, what is it going to cost when we reopen it? And I think what we want to do, what I would like to see happen, this is Commissioner Franz, by the way, I forgot. I would like to be able to get an idea of the degree to which the $1.25 per month covers the cost of operating the center. And that's going to generate about, what, $25,000 a month based on 20,000 customers.
Yeah, the break-even budget.
And the question is, would it be break-even with the additional $1,050 a week?
And I don't have hard numbers, but we're realizing savings by having all the other employees on a 32-hour work week.
Right.
So we did run the math. We didn't put it in the slide, but we concluded that we thought that savings would cover the added expense, if that makes sense. Because by the time you take all the sanitation employees and put them on a 32-hour work share.
Again, there's more than one moving part here.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's 2 guys at one rate for 40 hours versus 4 guys
but they're
at a lower rate.
They're furloughed now.
They're furloughed now.
So we're not paying them anything. If they're furloughed, they're on unemployment plus the, yes.
Right, yeah.
So I guess I'm still missing the math.
We're bringing them on sanitation, so they're not coming out of public works. And so, right or wrong, we're starting from a baseline of when it was fully operational and fully staffed, it broke even. So that's why we kind of focused on the increment.
Would it cost us?
$2,000 a week. For those 4 employees, because they make about $15 an hour, 32 hours a week for 4 employees. It's $19.20.
Commissioner Hodges, and I may be off base, but my question was more geared to, and I'm sure in all the presentations we've had, I'm sure that I probably could have looked it up myself, but when we look at the program in total, the rent, the utilities, the personnel, the trips to Hutchinson, when we look at all of that in total, what does the recycling center cost us either weekly or monthly?
It's just under $250,000 a year,
Okay,
or $20,000 a month times 12 months.
okay. And I apologize for sandbagging you, and because I don't mean to. Do we have any sense of how much of that is a fixed overhead in terms of like the rent that we've got to pay and the utilities that we've got to pay? I mean, because what I'm trying to figure out is like the overall impact if we don't reopen it at all, and we've still got the fixed costs that we're responsible for. How does that relate to, can we afford to go ahead and discontinue the $1.25 a month SDRC fee that's being charged to water customers? I mean, where does that put us financially, if that makes sense? Like, what are we paying in rent? What's our fixed cost?
The fixed cost for the building utilities is less than $40,000 a year.
Okay.
I cannot give you a figure for the capital costs of the sanitation trucks annualized per year,
Okay.
but the fixed cost for the building utilities is less than 40.
Okay.
I know it's over 30, but it's less than 40.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just trying to get a ballpark idea of.
So the fuel, the trucks, the tipping fee, and the employees cost the other $200,000.
Okay.
Because we've been Mayor Hoppick here, because we've been collecting that $1.25 now, it was $1. We should have does that go into like a separate account? I mean, to me, because it goes to the recycling, those dollars ought to sit in like an escrow account, so we kind of know what our balance is.
It's combined with the sanitation budget right now. We had talked about establishing its own reserve fund or to buy equipment and those kinds of things. I believe it's all just part of the sanitation budget at this time.
That's correct.
But it would be possible to calculate what that balance should be, at least in fairly close terms, by looking at the expenses of the recycling center and the amount you've billed out and collected on that $1.25 a month.
Because we should be way ahead.
And I'm kind of looking at Ms. Pack, because I don't know that you could come up necessarily with a precise number, but you could come up with something that was fairly close as to what part of that balance should be allocated to recycling versus the rest of the sanitation operation,
For the most
I believe.
part, I understand why you would say we should be ahead. There was a block of time there where they doubled our tipping fee before we adjusted our fee to catch up. So we were paying twice as much as we were used to in tipping. We still are, but we've adjusted the fee to cover that. So there might be
But I guess that's
bit of,
where I'm at. I don't know whether we're ahead or behind on our recycling balance, based on.
We believe we're a little bit ahead. And that's why for the next few months, if it's $1,000 a week, Mr. Toitz thought that the fund balance or what he calculated in the reserve or as far as trying to make it balance, it would work out okay as far as breaking even.
How many sanitation employees would be put on a 32-hour week?
Because we're using, it's 5 drivers. We've got a couple of our specials driver and our cart person, so there's 7, and then we've got some worker drivers. It's 11 or 12 people total. The rest of the sanitation crews are made up with temporary employees now because we're in that flux between rear load and automated trucks. We're still running anywhere from 6 to 9 temporary employees a day to run our normal sanitation routes.
So my simple math, and Debbie and I did this Friday afternoon, evening, I guess, but if you had 10 employees that you backed off each one of their schedules by 8 hours, that's 80 hours.
Right.
And you brought on 2 employees at 32 hours apiece, that's 64 hours. So we're realizing more savings in terms of the adjusted work schedule than we're bringing on additional staff to support that adjusted work schedule. So that was a down and dirty way of kind of concluding that we thought it would break even.
But we think because of the volume, we don't think we can operate it with 2 new employees. Because they're going to be gone with making trips to Hutch, and one person can't handle that kind of volume.
And the volume, Mayor Hopper here, the volume will probably will slow down after a couple weeks, I would guess.
We would hope.
Once, you know.
But if we are working at reduced hours, 32 instead of 40, it compresses the volume per hour that they may be just as busy during those 4 days as they were previously.
So I guess this, Mayor Hoppick here, I guess the second question gets into the health-related issue of unloading and loading stuff. Do we have any comments on that?
Commissioner Hodges, I was shocked when I saw these photos.
I know.
I mean, I really was. I just assumed that, you know, since we just recently discontinued the curbside pickup, I haven't had to use it but a few times, but I just assumed that everybody would have their recyclables packaged up the way I do, which is admittedly a little bit OCD, or a lot OCD, depending on your tolerance for filth. And it looks like a lot of people just show up with junk in the back of their vans or on their trailers. And I mean, you've got employees that are using rakes that are reaching directly into people's vehicles. Just from a public health standpoint, I don't see how we can ask workers to come into contact with potentially contaminated materials. And I think it also presents a really excellent environment to cross-contaminate with people who are bringing their vehicles into the center. And I think that's maybe the greater of my 2 concerns here is I like the fact that you guys have tried to figure out a way to make it work as safely as possible, but at this point, I have an awful lot of reservations about whether we can do this safely for our employees and for our patrons.
Yeah, Mayor Hoppick here, I picture everybody putting in a
Yes.
container like I had.
Yes.
And you pick it up, you dump it, and you walk away. But I'm like you,
Commissioner, and I don't go every week, I wasn't going every week, but fairly frequently, even with the curbside pickup. These pictures are more the exception than the rule. I mean, I've seen some people come in with big loads, but
Well, this is Jim Kowach, Public Works Director. One of the larger loads on the top is J&N Recycling with the white van. The large load of cardboard is just one of the businesses downtown. The picture with all of the bags that are scattered, it was one day when they were just getting slammed, and anybody that showed up with bags, they would put them on the floor and shoo them out, just trying to keep up with the volume and keep traffic from backing up Santa Fe. And the traffic has been backed up Santa Fe and down North Street past the exit before. But it's a very popular place. It goes pretty quickly, but we don't like having traffic backed up out into the street either, so.
And the issue with bags is they have to be torn open and dumped.
Bags have to be torn open, and we don't like patrons to leave before we look at their stuff, because we try to return stuff like styrofoam and plastic bags and the things that we don't accept right to them so that they know not to bring them the next time.
Mayor Hoppick here, and the problem with gloves is they give you a false sense of security, but you touch something with your gloves, you touch your face, I mean, you're better off using your hands and washing your hands than having gloves in some cases. I mean, I think people think that they have gloves on, they're safe, but they're really not. And if you're picking and opening up bags, I think you're
Commissioner, you just have to learn. I mean, is there running water in that building?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, they'll learn where not to put their hands. But, when I look at these pictures, what I'm saying is, okay, if J&N is picking up a lot of stuff and you know he's picking it up on a regular basis, he ought to have an appointment to come in at a certain time. And then you could pick the time, be it at the beginning of the shift or end of the shift or when it's not busy, because you know he's going to have a big load and unload that. But these pictures also tell me, wow, there really ought to be a separate drop-off place for cardboard. Because to unload all that stuff, put it in the truck, crunch it all up, send it someplace so they can uncrunch it and separate it is just not logical to me at all. And I know the place in Hutch probably counts on the cardboard coming as part of their revenue stream, but this is an opportunity to kind of long range. We work the whole process, but big loads like that should probably get appointments, because most of the time I'm coming. I mean, some of the older people will accumulate a month's worth of stuff and bring it in at one time, but on the other hand, they got the stuff in the car. They could probably help get it out. Now, I don't know about the air compressor. I'll take your word on that. I'm never standing next to it when they operate that thing. But is the exhaust vented out? It's captured like fire trucks in the station?
Yeah, Jim Coates, Public Works Director. Yes, we have a one system, so we generally just operate one vehicle in the building at a time. But it is running the whole time, and there's an exhaust vacuum system that is hooked to the tailpipe and puts it outside the building. We also have carbon monoxide detectors, and we're constantly monitoring it. We have 2 oversized doors that are open all day that we've never had any levels that were anywhere considered harmful.
Mayor Hoppick here. Jim, the sacks, why do they have to be reopened? Because we cannot recycle the plastic bags?
Yes, the bags are not acceptable, and we also want to make sure that they're not full of cotton rags or other debris or trash that's not considered acceptable either.
Yeah, I have an issue with that.
And they have told people ever since we've opened, that they'll take the bags, but we really prefer them in tubs or cardboard boxes or whatever. But there still are several people that show up with plastic bags.
Maybe comes a point where we don't accept them. If it's in a plastic sack, you said, it's out of here. We're not taking it. Mainly in today's environment. If we were to open this up, I would say we would not accept anything in a plastic bag.
Unless the bag can be dumped. I mean, I'm assuming they didn't have time to dump these bags.
It looks like they're all tied. I'm guessing they're all tied.
Right, if it's not tied, then then the plastic bag is not much different than a cardboard box. But it's known that the plastic bag is leaving that building with the car. Yeah.
It generally does, but we have waste cans there that we're in the business, but they just stand them up on a hook on the truck, and they rip them open, they dump them in there, they look to make sure there's not any other contaminations, and then they put the plastic bag in a trash can.
But in today's environment, they'd be dumping that, and there's styrofoam there. They're having to pull that styrofoam out.
Yes. Styrofoam or plastic or wood or other plastic bags, those kinds of things.
Another advantage for collecting it sorted.
Any comments from this side of the room?
We do have a caller.
Okay.
We have a caller with a number ending in 5323. You are unmuted. They didn't actually raise their hand. I guess I assumed they wanted to talk, but with the delay, we'll...
Okay.
I didn't have a question. I was just using the phone to hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made the false assumption you wanted to speak. Sorry about that.
You would be reimbursed. I was just listening for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Hoppick, to follow up his question, I'm guessing if we were not to reopen the recycling center, I don't know about refunding what we've collected, but we would need to reduce what we're collecting at least to some
Commissioner
number.
Franz, I have, I don't like the way we're doing this, but it's the way we are doing it. And I think if we collect the fee, we ought to try to reopen the center and accommodate the folks who are used to using it. But long-term, I would like to revisit the whole, I hate to say this, the whole process again, because I just, you know, as the pictures show, it's very hard to control what comes in and how much we have to sort it before we send the people out, and just the whole arrangement strikes me as very cumbersome and makeshift, and I don't know that there's a better way, you know, but I am not comfortable with the way we do this. That being said, I would support reopening the center, at least in response to this, to our situation now, or in the alternative, we need to pull the charge off the bill and you know, if necessary, perhaps look at a refund for the month or so it's been closed. You know.
Commissioner Ryan, here at this stage, I agree with Mr. Franz. I think we should maintain it open until we get back to reconsidering our whole refuse process again. And I know that most of the people I've heard from on this issue have stored a great deal of recyclables in their garages or their sheds, and we need to give them a chance to vent that out. But maybe we revisit this the end of the year or so.
Mayor Hoppick, yeah, and recycling has been one of the hot buttons for individuals. I know that those people that want to do it, I'm still not sure it's cost effective the way we do it when we have a dump that has a 150-year life expectancy. But if we were to do this, and a motion was made for me to go along with it, we would not be able to accept plastic bags, at least right now, in today's environment.
No, you mean the recyclables being brought inside of a plastic bag?
Sorry, Mayor, you're saying
because we're requiring our employees to open those up, dump it. You're just adding to their exposure.
So they would just take that bag back with them?
Yeah, if somebody came in with 10 sacks in a plastic bag like this shows, they take them with them. I just
with the contents, you're saying?
With the contents, yeah.
Yeah, we would not have a problem with that at all.
Yeah, we would not accept
learn very fast.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hodges, I still just come back to the fact that when I look at the staff sorting through the materials that are brought in, you know, plastic bags, materials brought in plastic bags are obviously a problem. I don't know that you could pay me enough at this point to be entering people's vehicles, pulling out materials that may or may not be contaminated. And don't get me wrong, I understand that living in Salina with a low population density, that does offer us some protections. But at the same time, it just seems like we're kind of, if we continue this, it's like we're saying to the sanitation workers, we're willing to take a chance with your health because we're getting a lot of flack about people wanting to recycle. And it's a problematic recycling because we're then driving it to Hutchinson. And I just feel like it's a lot of risk to our employees for very little gain. And I would be, I mean, just to make us feel good about ourselves, if we're being really, really, really honest. But I'm fine with not reopening it at the present time, eliminating the $125 a month fee. And I don't know about refunding for the time that we've been closed, but I guess I'm making that in the form of a motion, if that's appropriate, that we do not reopen the SDRC and discontinue collecting the $125 a month fee that's being charged to water customers.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I'm a little bit on Commissioner Hodges' side there, so just to get a vote, I believe I'm allowed to second that motion, so I will second that motion.
Okay, with discussion. Commissioner Davis, any sanitation employee is going to be exposed to those same risks as far as contaminated material. I mean, and the only way you get around that is with full automation. As far as, and Commissioner Franz hit it right on, the whole process does need to be rethought. There are some things we collect that we probably don't need to waste our time collecting because there's no recycling use, let alone profitable market for. And the things that we, find useful, we should become very good at reusing it. Where you start making headway is when you don't buy the stuff that turns into trash to begin with. So, I mean, it's a long process. It's not going to be solved in 2020. But I don't want to lose the initiative we have here, because the same folks who are recycling now will be the ones who bring the initiative to start working on, okay, this is Salina, Kansas, we think great about ourselves. You can't bring stuff in here in plastic 6 and 7. We just don't sell it here. All that cardboard, makes a point for neighborhood collection of cardboard. Or if you have 3 services that collect stuff, 3 trucks could probably bring stuff in there in less time than 50 cars. So there are a lot of ways we can do it, but I've got more calls about opening this up. Golf course is a close second. Baseball's right there behind it. But there's a lot of energy in this community for recycling. And we're not doing this for the environment, for us. It's our kids and our grandkids. We're not going to live long enough probably to where all that stuff in the ground is going to bite us in the butt. But the next generation, the one after that, they're going to have a price to pay. So it's I just can't be that selfish about me, knowing the mess. That's if global warming doesn't get us first. But you got to start somewhere.
Okay, Mayor Hopp, we have a motion and a second on the floor to not reopen the SDRC and to, I guess, terminate the funds being collected on the water bill. Is that the best way to put it?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, that fails 2-3. Do we have another motion someone would like to make?
Mayor, this is Commissioner Ryan. I would move that we reopen the SDRC using the modified staffing schedule and hours as proposed, excluding the receiving of black trash bags, and with the understanding that we're going to reconsider the SDRC's value at the end of the current 2020 year.
Commissioner Davis, I'll second that with just change any plastic bag.
Any plastic, black or
Not
white.
just
Yeah.
black bags, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any color. Blue, red, we don't care. Okay. We have a motion to, yes.
Do our rules currently allow clear plastic bags? If I recollect?
No.
They don't, okay.
No,
I
we
thought
do
that-
require, we have someone that takes shredded paper for us, which we collect separately.
That's the clear plastic,
And they
right.
put it in clear plastic to make sure that we know that it's just shredded paper and it's not. And I don't want to give you folks the false impression that those messes, hot messes that we showed you with the big trucks and the messy loads are the exception more than the rule, but we get some of those every day. You can go 6 cars in a row and it's everybody with just one Tupperware thing that they want to dump, and they're out in 30 seconds, literally. We get 300 customers a day. We have some messy loads like that, and operating 2 lines will allow us at least to get them out of the way, so the flow of smaller vehicles can proceed, and we can keep vehicles out of traffic. So we are getting a break on the price of our recyclables. It's the lowest in central Kansas because it is so clean, because we have people monitoring it. You would not believe the debris and the different things that get put in those unmanned boxes. That we had our stuff tested at 3 different landfills or MRFs when we were looking at places to go, and they all wanted our material. There is another sanitation service here in town that does accept cardboard. We don't force people to go use them, but there is an alternate source in town now. So there's some of the problems you've talked about, there are solutions. But the SDRC, our customers love it. It's clean, it's fast, it's efficient. We think we can operate it on a reduced schedule and keep our people safe and our customers safe, but it's not without risk. You know, that's the environment that we're in right now.
Commissioner Davis, will the shredded paper still be accepted under this?
Yeah.
So that would be the one exception to a,
well,
it'd have to be in a clear plastic bag. Okay.
And we do take tinfoil if it's separate, because it's usually just, you can bring it in, it's balled up, we know it's tinfoil.
Right.
That's part of the local recycler here in town. We donate, or we give it to him, and he donates all the proceeds to the animal shelter, so.
Wow. So that should be separated?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Hoppick here. We have a motion and a second to approve reopening the SDRC, make sure I get those initials right, SDRC, with the exception we will not accept recycling in plastic bags. Does that sound good? Mm-hmm. Okay, with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, that passes 3-2. And I will say that I'm not against recycling. In fact, I have some in my garage that will be delivered the first week it's opened. I do believe from looking at these, there is a little bit of an additional risk to the employees versus those sanitation workers that are picking up at the curbside. So anyway. Okay.
One quick question. This is Jim Kowach, is Public Works Director. One of the things that it will take us a while just to stand it up, and didn't know as far as expectations as far as an effective date, and or if you had some thoughts on the duration, so as far as a reduced schedule.
Yeah,
or will that depend on the county
If it's permissible
health?
with you, I think we'll staff that through both in terms of the practicality of opening it up, and then we'll run numbers on the financial benefit to the employees and look at our performance and see when we can get, how quickly we can get back to normal. We can report back to you on those.
Thank you, Jim. We have no development business. Do we have any other business?
I just have one item. Commissioner Hodges, I did just want to, and I'm probably going to just keep returning to this until it actually, if it ever does end up on our agenda, in terms of when we're going to be able to review some of the other contracts that that we have outstanding.
I think I mentioned last week when I committed to this presentation, that's what was going to take this week. So it's still on the list. I recognize it's a priority. We're working nights, weekends, trying to keep up.
Oh, I'm not questioning your workload in any way whatsoever. It's just one of those things that I'm just going to.
Sure. I'm not forgetting about it either. And a couple of the bigger ticket items, CVB as an example, their proceeds go up and down with the financial impacts of the pandemic. So we've inventoried them both in terms of vendors and contracts, and it's going to be a one-on-one conversation I'm going to have with each one of them.
Commissioner Davis, there was one, is Design Review Board or Planning Commission still on schedule to resume business in the next 2 weeks?
Yes, Planning Commission is May 18th. I don't know the Design Review Board off the top of my head, but we have advertised the Planning Commission, and we're working on a revised meeting schedule to bring back to you in the form of a resolution for all of our main boards and committees.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Franz, if I might have a moment to comment. I know that from time to time tonight I got a little frustrated and may have appeared to be a little testy from time to time, and I apologize for that, but it's just an expression of frustration with this whole process and how unpleasant I find it to have to do this. So I apologize for any inappropriate comments or conduct.
Commissioner Hodges here. Don't worry, Commissioner France, I've set that bar so low. So at any rate, you're doing great.
Mayor Hoppick here, you've kind of took away a little bit of what I was going to discuss. First of all, I believe we have a couple items that you're going to bring back to us on the Salina.
The follow-up items, Camp Salina and some of those.
We would hate to have you leave without any homework, so we didn't have any homework.
I'm taking note of it.
I'm going to follow up what Commissioner Fran said. This, again, we talked about this was not going to be a fun process. In the last month or two has not been fun to be a commissioner, but I want to thank my fellow commissioners. Even though we had different views, I thought we handled it very professionally tonight, and I appreciate that. And that means a lot as mayor, and I'd like to thank staff for their work. I know they put in extra hours, and hopefully we'll get through this and we can talk about something fun one of these days. So with that, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, everyone.
I look forward to restoring some of these recreation programs, you know.